CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
Stride breaker, right?
1v1.
Yeah, okay. Unified onto Cascada. Into the Feather Storm. He just preemptively heal rooted in place. And oh no, he burns the flesh as well.
But, you know, they should be able to go in for a little bit more. Kongren gets the kick off onto Wako. But Wako able to dodge out onto Driver. Now Uniboy going for the backline, gets a distort, but Minji stays alive right here. Things are getting incredibly close. Will Kino fall down? Driver looking for the Q, but Minji charms him up, and they get the kill instead. This is actually turning up to be a 1-for-1. JT over. Both sides is happy to push in this mid, and Little B has to be a little bit careful here. Leon coming in with the engage first. They are going to start up onto Enso and Uniboy, but Wako on the other hand is about to go down. He's just alive for now, but he finally does die. Driver is still alive, and he's chopping down targets here. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-3 trade, but Little B goes down, and Uniboy is the only one alive. Super scattered fight.
Now, and things are just starting to get a little bit weird in this jungle. The dive, the knock, the bop. The Kurt is trying for the disengage, and he's not going to be able to do it as Hana opens up with a Heartbreaker. In goes the dash. What a massive body slam. And now it is going to be Hana, Cascada all the way on the board as they wipe off most of Frankie's.
Interested about this. I feel like he actually accidentally placed it. Yeah, he definitely accidentally placed that Herald.
Yeah, Driver looking for opportunity.
Oh, there goes the final chapter. They managed to catch two. There goes the reset. But they get the Viego back in turn. JT do have a numbers advantage, but at the meantime, Charm goes down anyway, and they're getting multiple kills. Resets down for Uniboy, and he kicks up all the remaining members. Beyond Gaming wanted to hold up.
Anima Squad deploy. What's up, Doc?
I'll bring swift death. Impure fools.
Let's see what you're made of.
Be still! I'm trying to shoot you. All right, now we're hopping. Intermission's off to a good start. Hey, Fishbones, should we blow something up?
You might inconvenience people and hurt their feelings.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Threadbreaker, right?
1v1.
Yeah, okay. Unified onto Cascada. Into the Feather Storm. He just preemptively heal, rooted in place, and oh no, he burns the flesh as well!
But, you know, they should be able to go in for a little bit more. Kongren gets the kick off onto Wako. But Wako able to dodge out onto Driver. Now Uniboy going for the backline, gets a distort, but Minji stays alive right here. Things are getting incredibly close. Will Kino fall down? Driver looking for the Q, but Minji turns him up, and they get the kill instead. This is actually turning up to be a 1-for-1. JT over. Both sides is happy to push in this mid, and Little V has to be a little bit careful here. Leon coming in with the engage first. They are going to start up onto Enso and Uniboy, but Wako on the other hand is about to go down. He's just alive for now, but he finally does die. Driver is still alive, and he's chopping down targets here. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-3 trade, but Little V goes down, and Uniboy is the only one alive. Super scattered fight.
Now, and things are just starting to get a little bit weird. In this jungle, the dive, the knock, the bop, the Kurt is trying for the disengage, and he's not going to be able to do it as Hana opens up with a Heartbreaker. In goes the dash. What a massive body slam! And now it is going to be Hana, Cascada all the way on the board as they wipe off most of Frankie's.
Interested about this. I feel like he actually accidentally placed it. Yeah, he definitely accidentally placed that Herald.
Yeah, Driver looking for opportunity.
Oh, there goes the final chapter. They managed to catch two. There goes the reset. But they get the Viego back in turn. JT do have a numbers advantage, but at the meantime, Charm goes down anyway, and they're getting multiple kills. Resets down for Uniboy, and he picks up all the remaining members. Beyond Gaming wanted to hold up.
So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Got the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's Yo. One thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the type to get the haters to give an applause. I can get an encore without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up depressed, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't grow with a weak link like a pro chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood and a Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running over to the spins of the saucer. Call me true the author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. These hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. Still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury. Working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a race, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 20, 32. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like boom. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June. Stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me.
Something about you, I can hide it. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, good things happen. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, something about you, something about you, something about you. Once in a lifetime, a love falling from the stars. With grace and mistakes, you hold me before the part. Is this true love? I surrender. I spill love. Is this true love? I surrender. I spill love. Something about you, I can hide it. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, good things happen. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, something about you, something about you. Yeah. Ich glaub, die Chancen stehen gut, dass wir morgen nicht mehr wissen, was wir heute gemacht haben. Ja, der Boost in meinem Blut killt den Blues ab. Ufer ist zu laut für die Nachbarn. Und ich füll noch was nach. Kühles im Glas und es wärmt mich von innen. Korkenfliegen sind wach, bis am Morgen danach alles von vorne beginnt. Fick auf eure Art und eure bessere Gesellschaft. Ich mach Party ohne Grund, auch wenn ich dafür nicht mal Geld hab. Nein, ich lebe nicht gesund und in den Tag, weil's mir gefällt. Mache Tracks, unterschätzt, diese Mucke ist mein Shelter. Tavern vs. Wild, ja, ich baue mir was aus Pflanzen nach und staffe nicht in den Wald. Gib mir noch was ein von dem Gift und die Sicht wird langsam dizzy von dem Wein. Seh nicht doppelt, sondern dreifach, wenn der Mond mal wieder scheint. Ja. Immer unterwegs, weiß nicht, ob ich ankomme. Schau tief in mein Herz, aber find keine Antwort. Ich glaub, die Chancen stehen gut, dass wir morgen nicht mehr wissen, was wir heute gemacht haben. Der Boost in meinem Blut killt den Blues ab. Ufer ist zu laut für die Nachbarn. Und ich füll noch was nach. Kühles im Glas und es wärmt mich von innen. Korkenfliegen sind wach, bis am Morgen danach alles von vorne beginnt. Viele bunte Drinks und ich chill an meinem Block.
Well, but welcome to the Pacific Championship Series finals weekend here. We have the number 1 and the number 2 seed from the regular season in PSG and J Team about to face off in the lower winner bracket to see who gets that one ticket to go up into the grand finals. I'm going to be your play-by-play and host today, Clement Chu. With me is the ever so handsome Frank Nightstar. Sorry, I got that mixed up for a second right there. And before we dive deeper into the matchup itself, a big thank you, as always, to our sponsors in CTBC Bank and Caliber, and of course, our organizers at Riot Games, Carry Live Co., and Garena. Without you, PCS is not really possible. So, Nightstar, let's go right into it. Did you expect these two teams, our top 2 seeded teams, to be duking it out right now, where one of them has to go home?
Well, I mean, if you looked at our playoff prediction bracket, yes, I did expect to see J Team here in the lower finals, and at the same time, when we evaluated how the form of CFO coming into that winners finals, it could be reasonable to really say that, there's a pretty good chance that PSG could find themselves in the lower bracket final. And I am still, regardless, a little bit surprised, but CFO have just been hard streaking. So am I that surprised? Not quite, because of how strong CFO individually have just looked all across the board.
CFO are the ones that did take down PSG. They lost the first game, but then went on to rally for 3 straight, sending PSG to the lower bracket and on their last legs in this playoffs. Whoever drops this matchup does not get a second chance. They will just fall into the offseason. So whoever wins will have a spot tomorrow versus the CTBC Flying Oysters. And this is going to be very, very tough. We already have one new team heading onto the grand finals. Last year, it was all Beyond Gaming, all PSG, and now we have to find out if PSG can keep their streak alive.
Yeah, that'll be a pretty tough task here in a J team that did look like they were improving as the series went on yesterday. And PSG, of course, in their upper bracket final, really looked a bit off. So they also had their struggles. J team on the upswing, PSG perhaps not quite all there. I think a lot of it will be determined by this first game if PSG have figured out what they've learned in that CFO series, because a lot of what they could have learned in the CFO series, I think, would be really easily applied in this particular series against J-Team, just because of how similarly CFO and J-Team have drafted in these playoffs.
We're going to be taking a look at our blue side team first. It is going to be PSG Talon. For those of you that are new, you've seen a lot of these faces before. They were our Rural's representative, Hanabi in the top, Juhan and Bae, our newcomer Korean duo, and then we do have Unified and Kaiwing in the bottom side as always.
Yeah, and for this PSG Talon roster, they've shifted away from the tempo that we saw them play so much last year, and they've played much more conservative this split so far. So it's a lot of scaling, it's a lot more 5v5 focus rather than the 1-3-1, 1-4 style that we saw last year.
And they do still have a lot of strengths here. I think their bottom lane has been their most consistent lane. Hanabi, probably his best regular season I have seen him have in his entire career. Just completely unchallenged yes. In the top side. For the other team, we're moving over to Taipei J team. Driver in the top lane, Kongyue and Uniboy, your old mad duo, and then Lil V, plus with the new support in Enso coming in here. So, this team, I think, a little bit more unexpected. They were the second seed, doing the best out of any of the J-Team multiverse. But how do they actually play on the Rift?
Yeah, when it comes to Taipei J-Team, it's all about the faces that we do recognize, at least for our international viewers, right? It's about Kongyue and it's about Uniboy, these two very experienced players that have played at the world stage, and it's about them dominating the mid jungle 2v2 and then being able to transition that pressure down into that bot side. These are two very bot centric laning teams when it comes to just where they throw their mid jungle pressure towards.
We definitely have seen that before, and the interesting pattern that we have seen is Kongyue and Uniboy, very strong mid jungle. They're likely to do what CFO did to PSG and just focus on that matchup. We saw Bae being quite honestly exposed. There were 7 bans thrown at Mission, and Mission still gobbled up the matchup time and time again. So I guess the big question on everyone's mind is, how can PSG sort of stabilize the mid jungle and then just win through their sidelines?
Yeah, and the thing with this matchup, as we get to compare, it's about this bot lane with Unified Lil V. Lil V, I would say, has somewhat underperformed this playoffs. He looked a lot better during the regular split, but so far, just not quite stepping up to the plate here. Whereas on the flip side for PSG, it feels like they have really pigeonholed themselves a little bit too much in the playoffs as well, just being too focused on getting Unified ahead, just because of the fact they hasn't been able to generate his own leads in the mid lane, being more of a supportive utility style mid laner, even on picks like the LeBlanc, going for the Everfrost, trying to go for a more CC heavy builds. And then up in the top side, we haven't seen as much focus onto Hanabi when it comes to the pick ban. So a lot of their eggs are in the Unified basket.
We'll see if he can carry through. The damage numbers definitely favoring him. And PSG actually banning Lee Sin themselves. This was a bit of a pivotal pick against CFO because it's such a good early game. And then we do have PSG, of course, chipping away at Uniboy's usual suspects. He's a Zoe master, an Orianna master, a Syndra Ahri master.
Yes.
So I do expect a lot of those tempo picks to go away. J-Team, on the other hand, going with the Rakan ban. So a lot of interesting developments here.
Yeah, I think the Rakan ban is also just 2-in-1, where they're trying to limit PSG taking the Xayah on the for first pick here. And for PSG, they actually don't ban away the Syndra. I think the Syndra was definitely a warranted ban against Mission. But as we saw in the DCG series, DCG also thought that the Syndra was a well-warranted ban against Uniboy. So interesting that PSG have a slightly different take. Of course, I would expect that these two teams in particular know a lot about each other, because CFO, really, they talked about, hey, we practice a lot against DCG. So I would expect that PSG J-Team were probably major scrim partners against each other going into finals weekend.
Yeah, I think that is definitely very warranted. You know, there's very few top teams here, so they all have to get accustomed to each other and find times where they can practice. J-Team gonna go for the Aphelios here. We have seen Aphelios priority over Jinx throughout much of the playoffs. And of course, the Nautilus, our tier 0 support, or tier S support in the PCS playoffs so far.
Yeah, and this first rotation makes a lot of sense for J-Team. They've put an enormous priority onto this Aphelios pick, and really the Nautilus pick is also a big priority for them, just because of the fact that Lil V has struggled mightily against dodging Nautilus hooks. So if it's on his team, then perhaps, you know, he won't get hit by them, unless if there's a Viego on the other side.
And I will have to add that I feel like Unified and Kaiwing actually fell prey to this Nautilus as well. Their series versus Koala, they got hooked a lot of times just out of nowhere. So we'll see if that continues to be the trend. So far, luck has been on the Maroon Sailor side. For PSG, they're going to go with the Volibear, another strong early game pick. And for J-Team, oh, is this a takeaway from potentially Bay?
I feel like Uniboy's just kind of memeing here. There's... While he could pick it up, it just really changes how J-Team would play, just because Uniboy wouldn't be a main carry and they will pivot towards the Grays. I fully expect either the Rise or I guess really only the Rise. Perhaps the LeBlanc gets banned by J-Team if they want to pinch PSG's mid pull even further.
For sure, and I just want to harken back on your comments, but for J-Team, they need to win big in mid lane. So going for the Rise, usually with the tank build, probably not an option here. PSG, on the other hand, going to cut down on some of the options from the jungle, going for the Trundle ban, very interesting enough. And we have J-Team now banning away the Ornn. So, you know, there's still a lot of strong blind picks for Hanabi, and I have to say Hanabi versus Driver is the matchup I worry about the most, because Hanabi had his way against Leaky, and Leaky destroyed Driver. So if you chain that logic up together, top lane could be a very big issue in this series.
Yeah, and I think The ban on Trundle is really just saying they want to pick some sort of big tank up in that top side, and when you have Leona, you have Volibear, and then you're adding maybe a Scion or an Ornn up in the top side, a Trundle certainly would get a lot of value in this instance, but the Ornn does get banned away, so that won't be an option for them. And with this Renekton priority, well, it could still be the Graves up in the top side, and then we play Renekton into the mid lane. It opens up the possibility of locking in a big carry jungler like the Diana for Korea on last pick. Maybe even the Gwen. Of course, the range nerf and the damage nerf going to hurt jungle just ever so slight. But PSG, they'll go ahead, lock in the Gangplank. This is a pick that we saw dominate yesterday's series. So I love this pick because it also helps neuter some of the control mage capabilities that you would like to see from Uniboy on this last pick.
We're going to have the GP lock in. Bait, considering his options in the last pick here, we did have Azir show up for him. We did have Victor being played. Orianna is, I would say, more of a takeaway pick from Uniboy because he's so strong on the champion. But what does Uniboy answer here?
Yeah, the Orianna will get locked in, and as you said, I feel like more of a denial pick. So here we could go for a couple options. You have the ability to go for a mid pick. You have the ability to go for a jungle pick. You could even go for a top lane pick. So all options available, and it will be yet that control mage here for Uniboy. It will be that Victor locked in at the end. So it will be a jungle Graves, top lane Renekton. And overall, I feel like PSG have adapted their strategy, going instead of trying to play side lanes with a Ryze, just all-inning on this 5v5 composition, at least for game one, where teams can be a little bit more conservative with their play, trying to feel each other out. I think it makes the most sense here.
I think it's a very standard composition. Strong picks throughout the entire side. You know, they can play safe in the mid jungle. There's, you know, I don't think it's the most cohesive of compositions necessarily, but it's certainly strong across the board. On the other side for J Team, I was so hyped up at your suggestions. I was ready for the Gravitum and the Diana to come in. You know, you just kind of moonlight and destroy everyone, but it didn't happen. They went with something that's actually fairly standard for them. So how would you judge these two compositions? Can you list out sort of the win cons for both of them?
I mean, both of these comps do want to scale a little bit, right? You have control mages coming in from both sides, but for the most part, PSG, they're going to be very comfortable scaling up, whereas on the flip side for J Team, you need to be able to find a couple picks here or there because you do have the Renekton, you do have the Nautilus who need or really want to get snowballed a lot earlier than on the flip side. And especially with the Graves, you know, we talk about jungle Graves being not able to get as much gold. Korea definitely more of a carry player, but at the same time, we haven't seen this style of Korea in a while where he's going to have to be a major damage threat.
It's definitely true, you know. I think he did a very good job on the Viego yesterday, but the Graves certainly a less common pick for him. We're going to be taking a look at the runes across the board here. Everything looking pretty standard. We do have Fleet Footwork coming out from Little V, just to make sure he can survive that Xayah lane. And, you know, listening to you talk about the compositions, it does sound like to me that you're basically saying Kongra needs to get ahead, and he needs to stay ahead because you typically don't see Graves dominating if they're just even against a comp like PSG.
Yeah, I think the Graves pick really just came out as a punish pick against the Volibear. Of course, Graves will be able to heavily outfarm the Volibear, but at the same time, Volibear has a lot of ganking potential, especially with how consistent his lanes are across the board, right? He can gank top lane. If he gets one kill onto this Renekton, like the GP just hard wins this matchup. And Enzo whiffing on the hook, at least he doesn't get a hard punish. But when you look at this bot lane as well, they have so much CC potential in combination to the CC coming out from the Volibear. So I think that's going to be an early target for Juhan, just try and attack that bot side, and which remains consistent with their identity throughout the split so far.
You definitely expect this bot side to just win out in the 2v2 here. You know, the Xayah can push the Felios in, and you also do have the more lane-centric rune coming in from Kaiwing here, so see if that becomes a focus. But for now, Kongre is going to be the one jungler that does arrive on the scene first here, and we do have Juhan heading towards the top side. Meanwhile, in the mid, we did see some very good trading from Uniboy, hitting that level 2 early, pushing Bay's HP bar down. So we'll see how the ganks work for each side here. PSG doing a very good job at making sure they keep tabs onto Kongre, making sure they can avoid the gank. And meanwhile, on the top side, this is the matchup we were all very worried about. Hanabi has been the most dominant top laner this entire season. Yes, he was weak side in the past, but this split, he is the... I have to say, he's the alpha dog of the top lane here. Dodging away from the Q, very nicely done. And we do have the gank incoming. Let's see if Driver walks forward into this one. He's level 3. He might be looking for the trade. He walks up to Hanabi, and Juhan shows his face. They will not overchase, but they get the flash.
An early flash burn definitely could set up for a dive attempt right here. They have the HP advantage, double buffs onto Juhan, so packing more than enough damage. But I think they're just going to be very comfortable in just crashing that wave here. And yeah, it doesn't look like Juhan is that interested in making a dive happen. They still have an opportunity with the second wave coming in, but I think it should just be Krugs coming in, unless if we get one more good trade coming in from Hanabi. But yeah, as it stands, not enough of a wave to actually reinforce this, but it's still such a massive win. Getting a good back timing for Hanabi, especially on this GP. It's a lot about getting a good first buy. And now, like, if you're Renekton, a lot of your fight potential comes from your first item or just fighting without items. So he's going to be set a little bit behind here.
Yeah, dropping a lot of HP, and also he does have to consider the threat of just getting outright killed by Hanabi through some of these harasses here. So
yep, now
definitely a
we've
strong
got the
win.
Sheen poke too.
Oof. That's going to be pretty rough. Let's see. Little V does get caught out here. Has to burn his flash instantly. Big win for PSG, and this is even before the serrated dirt comes in. PSG are going to full push this one, and oh, things are getting a little bit hairy into this lane. We do have Juhan on the bottom side of the map, and Kongre are taking a direct route. He's going to run right into Bay. Let's see if he gets any damage off here. Just clearing out the ward. He will get it before Bay. And Bay does not go back just yet to clear it out. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. But I would say not a great start coming in for Lil V at the start of this game. Already having the burn flash.
Trap is there. Kaiwing walks forward. The Gravdom already used. He has to burn his cleanse. Ignite goes down, but Enzo does a good job on sticking towards Unified. So the kill will not be gotten here. Heal used by Unified, and you know, surprisingly enough, J-Team actually walk out of that a lot better than I assumed it would go.
Yeah, but now Lil V is actually tempted to stay, knowing that he has this jungler here. And I would have guessed that because Juhan is looking to recall, that they'll just crash the wave and go ahead and back off. But as things stand, not a lot happening, but we can see up in that top side, it's not a matchup anymore. It's not a matchup anymore, Clement. This is just a outright just Giga Gap.
And I will say that yesterday when Driver played the Renekton, he was one item Gore Drinker into directly going for tank items. So yep. He's very comfortable in playing this sort of, well, I'm just equalizing out the top side. If I don't lose my lane too hard, I consider it a win. That's the mentality I'm getting from Driver, to be honest. It's a little bit unfortunate to kind of play on such a back foot. this late into the postseason, but it definitely has worked out for them. They're still here over DCG, despite Leaky basically winning every single matchup. So we'll see if it works out for them again. This time around, though, Juhan is going to come in. Renekton is pretty difficult to gank with that Dominus up, but he's in a very bad spot. Hanabi going to chase him down. Let's see if the kill goes over. Nope, Juhan going to take that one for himself, and that's first blood to PSG.
Yeah, regardless of who gets that kill at the end, this is a Renekton without teleports. So he's going to have to walk the long way back to his tower to get back that farm, and that means it's a 20 CS lead for a Gangplank that's going to keep scaling up. Juhan's level 6 now, so if he face checks...
Ooh.
Oh my god, he gets the steal! That denies Kongya level 6 as well, so... Level 6 hit by the Volibear. A lot of extra power on the side of PSG at the moment.
Yeah, we are going to take a look at the bot lane where a little bit of scuffle happening. But I think you called it right there. Top side firmly in the hands of PSG at this point. The Gangplank has so many ways to play this game. You know, he's just taking a very early back to walk back into lane to continue to punish the wave here. And we do see Driver, you know, he has to keep eyes over that Herald. Sure, you can lose your lane, but if you give up Herald, that's when the snowball really starts to begin here. In the bottom side, we do have the traditional strong spot for Unified. He does have his Serrated Dirk and very close to level 6. And so far, hasn't been that lucky with his depth, with his dredge lines. And we'll find out how that level 6 trade goes. But looks like PSG are trying to collapse even further onto this jungle with the lead that they have from Juhan. Let's see if they go in, and if we get some scuffles, J-Team able to take away all of their own camps at the very least.
Yeah, and it will be Juhan actually starting out this dragon, knowing that he has bot lane priority. Currently, Orianna is shoved in, or shoving the wave in, so it's really just great wave states all around in the mid-bot areas, and that's allowed Juhan to secure this first dragon. So really nicely done coming in from PSG. They went onto Twitter, saw what you had to say about the CFO matchup, and said, all right, let's play around this Hanabi Juhan combination. And so far, it's paid big dividends here in this first game.
And if we take a look at the top lane here, Hanabi actually has a chance to just straight up freeze the wave. Driver taken to below 400 HP. He does have the Dominus, but that's not the position you want to be in against one of Hanabi's best champions in the GP. Kongya will get spotted here, but it's just kind of passing through. Let's see if J-Team fully commit. They do actually bring the bot lane to the fun. So PSG a little bit late on the rotation regarding their top laner and their AD carry, but they could definitely still try to force their way in. We do have the teleport from Bay. Cast Storm used already. J-Team are hard committed to just taking this one before PSG has a say. Driver going in, a massive use of the Moonlight Vigil. Cannon Barrage might kill Driver, but he's able to flash away, and the Herald gets taken for Kongya. And so it looks like he's probably going to need to flash that one. Indeed, he does. At the end of the day, lots of Summoners burn. A J-Team come out with the objective.
J-Team come out with the objective, but honestly, I think PSG are pretty content with the result of it. If you look at Summoner's burn, they burned the flash onto Driver, and they burned the flash onto Nautilus, and they didn't. They only burned their Leona flash. So coming out on the flash department, +1, and then it's really about trying to figure out how you utilize this Rift Herald, right? Do you try and throw more gold into this Phelios? Lil V hasn't exactly performed well, so not sure if getting more gold into him is going to pay off. But then you look at your other lanes. You've got a Victor. Okay, well, he isn't going to use this gold immediately, even if you get the extra gold investment. And this Renekton, I mean, there's no way to dig this Renekton out of the hole. He's down at the bottom of the sea. So even if you toss in 160 gold, there's no return on this man.
And I have to point out, J-Team seems like they made a wrong rotation here, as Driver has to walk all the way back into top lane. We do have a scuffle here. I don't think it's going to amount to much. Juhan does take the worst side of the trade as we're about to head into the second Drake, but I just wanted to point out that after that lane allocation, Driver actually down
Unified.
40 CS. Unified, though, does get caught out by another champion that's in the bottom of the sea. And Enzo proves that, hey, you might be down, but you're not out.
Oh man, Unified just makes a massive blunder. Just walking over into that, towards that bush, and ended up forfeiting his life. Big mistake, big pathing error, and now J-Team, they will throw down the Rift Herald, being able to get some plates onto this Aphelios and onto Kongria, of course, as Kongria is going to be a big focal point of this J-Team composition. They need him to get a lot of gold because, again, as we mentioned, when it comes to Grave, he's a pretty resource-heavy champion, and that's why we've seen him more so up in the top side rather than the jungle.
You know, if you're on a lethality build, you got to get things done early. Uniboy going to get a free roam into the top lane, but gets spotted out in the meantime as well. It's a little bit unusual to see his build, and I do want to talk about this, but he does have the Leandri's Anguish done before the Luden's Tempest right here. So, you know, what do you make of this item choice against PSG?
I think it's really geared towards playing front to back, right? Because you do have to deal with the Volibear, you have to deal with the Leona, and the extra cooldown will allow you to also kite things out, getting the extra Q cooldown. And now PSG setting up to zone Driver off, not necessarily set up for the dive, but just continue to zone him off of these minions. Look at the lead. It's a completed Triforce for this GP, and he is, let's see here, almost 2,000 gold ahead, Clement. This is,
I'm getting deja vu.
this is like the distance between the sun and the earth. That's the gap right now. It's a lot.
Leaky was like the moon, and then you go further away and Hanabi is just smiling down from the molten core of the sun.
It's bad. It is bad. This Renekton is, I mean, might as well just build the Even Shroud at this point, because you've got two supports for the side of JT.
Yeah, we have to say this has been happening to Driver pretty commonly at the top side, and how do you think this kind of impacts the game, though? Like, can JT even send anyone at GP? Oh, but Enzo's going to try this one again, but this time PSG are sending a lot more help. Little V is going to burn his cleanse. Ooh, Juan about to die, but Driver comes out from the back, isn't able to find the stun, and he just falls before he can do anything. He's so behind the curve. Now Bay looking for a little bit more up onto the ramp. Unify going to get his say as well. PSG now with the dominating lead over onto the Ocean Drake. Let's see if they decide to start this one. They will go for the objective with a full HP Hanabi.
Yeah, and Juhan also has the smite advantage, right? So they might not know it, but it was just going to be really hard for J-Team to get into the Dragon area from red side, and also they have to steal it away because they were missing the flash. But we get to see the replay, and J-Team, they have to burn a lot of resources just to get out of it. And by the time Driver arrives, everyone is already gone, so there's no way for him to get anything done in that fight. And as you can see, like, he doesn't have real items. He's got a whip, but the only thing he's whipping is himself.
Well, he will make a nice pair of Crocs. I'm not sure Driver wanted to go in onto that one. Enzo was definitely hightailing it out of that fight. He was just like, my job is done here, and he just exited from the right side.
It's a 2-level lead, top side.
Oh boy, the bleed out here is so real for J-Team. Like, how did they salvage this situation? Like, I assume they have to kill Hanabi at this point.
Yeah, but the issue is it's going to take a lot of people to kill him right now. And now PSG, of course, with this big topside advantage, will be able to turn around and look for this second Herald. I think, ironically enough, I think this second Herald's going to be able to have more value than the first Herald. Usually we don't talk about it as having more value, but with the current state of the map, you've got a 2,000 gold lead for the side of PSG. You can heavily snowball this map state with the second Herald, whereas for the side of J-Team, it's about, well, maybe we can salvage some of this gold gap with this first Herald, but they also had to expend a lot of resources just to get that. So now it will be mid priority. Being able to crack open this mid tower is really important against a Victor who has so much wave clear. And at the very least, J-Team will be able to get solo plate gold, or not solo plate gold, but solo turret gold into the Aphelios. But Aphelios, it's so hard to play the game as the Aphelios against GP Alt, Oriana Ball, Zaya Feathers. Like, how does he find value? And I'm really struggling to see the priority set by a lot of our teams on this Aphelios pick as of late.
Yeah, I have to hard agree with you. This Aphelios is going into Bloodthirster's second item, so he's not even going to pack that much damage in the upcoming fights. He's much more about survivability. I just don't see him having an impact until much later into the game with this one. So I guess for J-Team, their only real hope is going to be Uniboy. He's the only one that's, you know, still doing fine in his own lane. Let's see if he can make anything happen.
Yep, and I mean, we're kind of going back into the original storylines for these teams that we set up, right? For the side of PSG, it's about the 5v5, slowing things down in the mid game just to make sure you get the best 5v5 power as possible. But and for J-Team, it's about this mid jungle a little bit too much so in this first game. But you have a 200 CS Victor, it's always possible that you can find that fight. Uniboy is pretty much exclusively the win condition at this moment, and maybe Konger are able to do some chip damage with this lethality build to get them low enough for this Victor to clean up.
Hanabi is 3,200 gold over his opponent. We're not even at 20 minutes into the game. Things are about to get a lot worse here. And PSG are sending the full squad against Driver. They get the slow down, the stun flash in from Kaiwing. They want Driver for a purse right here. And then Navi even picks up the kill. What is the answer going to be from J-Team? They're heading towards the second tier 2 tower.
It's a bit of a base race.
Yeah, J-Team could potentially come up with more here as they're working their way on both towers at the same time. But the mid lane runs out, and it looks like PSG will take 2 for 1 in this one.
Going to get that inhib tower up in the top side. Maybe they get this inhib as well. It is only 19.5 minutes, so having super spawn up in that top side might not be the best option. But overall, I think they do come out a little bit ahead on the trade. Yes, the trade is somewhat even. It is just going to be a +1 kill for PSG, but when you look at where the lanes are set up, you have the super long lane up in the top side, which sets PSG up for Baron taking. Whereas on the flip side, J-Team, yes, they get a little bit better setup for Dragon, but PSG already have 2 dragons to their name. J-Team aren't threatening the Dragon Soul. So overall, PSG, much better map state for them.
PSG actually traded 3 towers for 1. In that entire instance here. Juan is standing on the ward. We are getting the fight starting here. Kaiwing takes a bunch of damage, so some small upside here for J-Team. They do make it underneath the ramp, and they also get the scuttle. So not all is lost here for J-Team. They're going to start the Drake here, pull it back. Bay is still a ways away from this one. Let's see how J-Team want to play this one out. Kaiwing gets spotted here. Uniboy does find him out, so the flank is at least diffused. But PSG are starting to walk forward. Super tense moment. If J-Team fall down here, this just might be the game. It's very hard to come back from this spot. Let's see if Hanabi can find it. Oh, Juhan still manages to get the Drake regardless. They throw a lot of damage on Uniboy, and PSG playing so cleanly. They don't overchase here. They just turn back with the objective taken.
Yeah, and the reason why is because they don't have the GP ultimate, so they would have loved to turn for the fight, but missing that other big zone control tool, they decide to just grab the dragon, which is, I mean, the key point of what they wanted, and then they go ahead and leave. So J-Team, with all the investment into getting that extra priority because they crashed they were able to destroy the 2 additional towers in that bot side, doesn't end up resulting in anything. They still end up losing out on that dragon, and PSG now they just have an overwhelming advantage because now with Baron on the table, the side of J-Team, they have to deal with the fact that they don't have 2 towers up in that, or 3 towers up in the top side. Hanabi, he'll get extra damage down on this bot tower. He should be able to break that tower. And look, he has the Triforce completed, the Collector completed, and now he's looking, what I would imagine, for that Mortal Reminder. So much extra item power currently on Hanabi that it's long ways for J-Team to get back in here.
Yeah, I will say, though, the entire gold lead is just concentrated on Hanabi alone. If you looked at the gold graph, Uniboy and Little V are still ahead in their respective positions. So, to simplify it, all J-Team needs to do is kill Hanabi first. A little bit easier said than done, as it's Kongyue being caught out right here. Cannon Barrage does go down. A little bit of a waste here, and Kongyue even walks forward to taunt. Chaos Storm also burned here by Uniboy, but the control over Baron firmly still in the hands of PSG.
Yeah, they do have to expend a big ticket ultimate to in that scuffle, though, with the Cannon Barrage being used. And given that Uniboy has gone for the Leandries, he is going to have his ultimate a lot faster over that Cannon Barrage. So overall, a good result for the side of J-Team. And for PSG, it might be just a bit of a stall out until we get to that next dragon. And when, of course, that will be Soul on the table. The extra slow resistance and the extra move speed is going to help them in just trying to push through things like the graph field coming in from the Victor. Also helps them get past the slow coming in from the Nautilus. But overall, because of how much engaged they have, I think it's a great Soul for them in this instance.
Yeah, PSG still looking forward to that one. It would make Juhan's engage a lot easier. Same thing for Kai Wing down there. So I fully expect them to not want to give this one up and, you know, just take both objectives on the map with the Baron being there at the same time. We've got a couple of glimpses of the Hanabi watch so far. Just a small update. He's 3 completed items versus 1. So I think the fight just all revolves around him. If J-Team don't kill him right off the bat with some sort of burst, I think he's just going to roll in and just execute them all with the parlay. He is a very good master of negotiations for a pirate right there. And J-Team have to take that handshake first. So we'll see how they play this one out. But so far, slow moving for PSG. J-Team, as you said, I feel like they have to give up the Cloud Drake. I feel like, okay, they're probably at peace with that idea by this point. So my question for you would be, you know, what's kind of the end game for J-Team? How long do they need to stall out to before they can really contest?
Before we get to that, Hanabi has a 5k gold lead on Driver. I don't know if Driver's going to be able to finish his second item before this game ends.
From Driver?
He's got a mosh pit of items. He has a Warden's Mail, but there's no crit coming in besides from the GP. So if you spec into Randuin's, it's not the best value. Of course, you get raw stats, and the raw stats are okay. But when it comes to win conditions for J-Team, again, you have pretty much double support with 3 carries. It's really, really hard to find frontline because you don't have a real frontline champion, and PSG have just corralled them.
Oh, Uniboy gonna get tagged by the slow, has to
Uniboy
drop
dead.
into stasis instantly. Kylie's still incredibly healthy. Uniboy pops a Feather Storm. Now Uniboy is down, and they get a 2-man find onto both the Nautilus and Kongyue here. Driver trying really hard to keep the choke in their hands, but at the end they lose 2 members. They get nothing back, as PSG are coming to collect their Cloud Soul.
Yeah, Hanabi, though, perhaps out of position, and they need to all in for this pick.
Oh, Hanabi gonna flash away. He has a
Teleport
spin.
coming in. That's me! Oh my
He turns back for more! That's the power of a 5,000 gold lead, and PSG are not only gonna get the Soul, they're gonna get the Baron right after.
Oh my Lord, Clement. That is... Ooh, that is some, a mature rated content right there. We're gonna have to up, the age restriction on our stream, but replay comes in. It's really just well played coming in from PSG. Once you get Uniboy and Lil V stuck in that particular choke point, one or both of these carries are just dead. Uniboy ends up flashing downwards, which is an interesting choice, but he wants to play around this Graves pick. That's really the only damage threat on his team that can help him in that fight. So he tries to play around it. Unfortunately, it's not the play. He ends up falling. That's, I would say, 80% of your viable damage gone. And then we get to see the replay on Hanabi just throwing a clinic. I mean, they need
it's
this
round
kill.
two.
They need this kill.
It's the Navi games. Let's go.
Surely.
Oh, it's actually 4 versus 1.
Surely
5 versus 1. There's no way he
But
gets out.
now
Right?
the rest of the squad, do they continue to take this fight? This might be a little bit hard for PSG, but they do have the positional advantage.
They're going in for more here. We see the 2-man shockwave.
Uniboy's dead.
Uniboy, the main damage dealer, already down. Renekton's going to follow. J-Team, they take down the raid boss, but the rest of the minions are still here. PSG are taking a lot of damage here, and Little V is still very healthy.
Unify.
He takes one down, he flashes forward, but Featherstorm is still there. The question now is, can PSG actually escape here? With the Cloud Soul, it looks like it will be an easy mission.
I mean, they should have just looked to push the wave up instead of trying to re-engage in that instance. So a little bit curious why they tried to push for more. But as it still stands, like J-Team, honestly, that's such a massive win for them. You know, I would assume coming into that, they were probably around 10k down. You get the 1k shutdown gold onto the GP. You get a second kill onto Juhan, but really the objective here, kill Hanabi. Doesn't matter what it costs, make sure you collect that gold bounty, and they were able to do that. Now we get to see the replay. I'm interested in seeing who gets the shutdown. It actually goes on to Aphelios, so their secondary win condition might be online, but you can see for PSG, as long as you kill the Uniboy, that's a lot of their range gone, because even Lil V, as fed as he is on this Aphelios, as strong as he is, unless if they run into him, it's very hard for them to for him to actually get value out of the Aphelios pick. But they did run into him at the end.
PSG decide that they're not going to go for the 4-1 anymore. They're going to brute force this one. They move in with Hanabi. During that replay, you could actually tell Hanabi wanted the team to continue to push because he was actually mad question marking the mid lane. So I feel like PSG are shifting to a less risky tactic right here. They definitely have the gold lead to just bludgeon J-Team to death.
Yes.
And J-Team have to give it up. They don't even try to clear the wave in melee. The Baron buff is about to expire here, so J-Team down 1 inhibitor at this juncture. I think they can feel alright with this one, but 2 inhibitors would be pushing it. So J-Team now walking up to defend. Driver taking a lot of damage. We see the Ori Ball zone out. Aphelios gets stunned down. They do get good damage on Kaiwing, and the fight is on. Ento gets a point-blank ultimate, but only onto the support here. He does manage to stay alive, but PSG are still so damn healthy here. They won't chance for more, though, because Little V is holding down the fort.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Hanabi has an infinity edge with the 60% crits already, so these barrel chains are going to slap. Because you're sitting on now 90, I believe 95% crit chance, so pretty much every single time it's going to crit, except for the rare 5% chance. And Uniboy, he is on 3 items along with Lil V, so item-wise, they are sort of online. at least keeping pace with their counterparts. So this is probably the best opportunity for J-Team to find that fight. It's just a matter of being able to actually get in onto the fight, because again, their main engage tools is basically Enzo finding a hook with this Nautilus, or Driver somehow managing to flash in, get a double dash, and stun onto a key target. But otherwise, these two essentially support champions, they aren't going to last long in these fights.
Hey, don't say that about Driver. He can pop his Randuins and then slice and dice away. So he can buy time. That's about the best that I can come up with.
All right, let's see how much time you can buy.
I'm counting down the seconds right here. Hey, you know, he got...
He did it.
Yeah, he didn't even get an ultimate right there and burned a flash. So, I mean, yeah, I have to concur with you. It's really hard for J-Team. I have all my eyes on Little V. I think he has to be the win con. If they stall out until his Infinity Edge, then maybe you will find a massive Moonlight Vigil to end the game with collateral damage. That's the best case scenario I have in mind. But PSG are not going to give them that time. They know the Infinity Edge is about to come up. They're going to straight up walk into this Elder Dragon. I will say I have seen crazier things happen with this Elder, but Kongre is going to get instantly deleted. Goodbye, Kongre. Where did you go? The Leona ultimate didn't even land before Graves was just dead. And now Kaiwing does stall a little bit more. He does fall down, but Elder Dragon goes to PSG. And this is Hanabi chasing people down. Little V gets to outplay 2 barrels, keeps himself alive, but can he run forever? Bay is trying to close up on the backside, and Juan has to run away.
Just stalling.
But look, they're just going to end the game here. Hanabi going for the tower. One Nexus tower down. They stop the teleports anyway. Aphelios is dead, and Hanabi will win the game basically by himself. Welcome to 2022, where Hanabi not only plays weak side, but he also completely craps on the lane. Woo. Flash Wolf insignia shown already. Hanabi just making this look easy.
This game wasn't even close. I feel like J-Team haven't even entered the lobby. This is looking very similar to the CFO series, where J-Team just took the entire 3-game series on break.
You were scaring me there a little, because PSG did win the first game and then go on to lose the next 3, so...
That is true, but it wasn't in this dominating fashion, though, as PSG, they completely owned the map. There was just nothing that J-Team could do, whereas on the flip side, CFO, they still had, it felt like, moments of brilliance. So, this is a great start for PSG, and J-Team... You have to wonder, did we really learn from our previous series? Because in the series against DCG, we figured out that this GP pick has to be a priority in this draft, whether it's banned out in the second phase or you just have a strategy against it. They didn't have either, and once more, GP reigns supreme. He's 3-0 in the past 3 GP games.
This was so crazy, and we do have to mention, like, the bright sides for J-Team. In this game, all of the gold lead was concentrated on the GP alone. The rest of the map actually was not winning against their counterparts. So, you know, the question is very laser focused, but it's also very difficult to solve, because Hanabi just has that mechanical edge. And taking a look at this draft, I was actually very surprised that they banned the Ornn instead of the GP on this rotation. What do you think about that idea, and do you think it's going to change?
I think I think both picks really just hard slap the J-Team composition. If you look at the first 3 picks, right, you have Aphelios and Graves, very short range AD carries. So either the Ornn or the GP would have ruined them regardless. The Ornn ultimate just creating that big zone tool, and also the GP ultimate creating a big zone tool. So regardless, it was a bit of a catch-22 here. I think the big one was, of course, the Gnar ban. If they banned Ornn and the GP, that might have given them a lease on life or a little bit more playability. But clearly, they also fear Hanabi just on this Nar champion. So really, all around, it was hard to figure out what J-Team could do in that second phase besides not pick Renekton.
Is it possible for J-Team to, let's say, because you're talking about the big three from Hanabi, basically. Any of these big three is going to slaughter J-Team. I actually agree with you. Is it possible that they kind of like ban two and then sneak away another? They could have actually taken the GP themselves. Would that have been potentially better?
If you go ahead deny away the GP, I think it made a lot of sense, but clearly their plan was we want to double flex the Graves and the Renekton. So I think they tunneled in on that a little bit too much, and that actually pigeonholed them rather than open things up for their last pick.
Oh, that's such a good analysis right there, because you were talking about they still had a chance to go for another carry for Kongra in that Diana, and we actually have seen them run that composition, exact same composition earlier in the split. They stuck with the more standard version, and they paid the price here. It's a complete shellacking from Hanabi by himself. So, for me, I think J-Team actually walk away from this game a little bit more confident than coming into it. Sure, they know Driver's probably no match for Hanabi, but if you look at the rest of the map, I actually think it was fine. The Unified, not on his most keen game sense today, and Bay, once again, wasn't all that impactful, if I'm being completely honest. So, if I'm J-Team, maybe my calculus is, hey, I just hard gank Hanabi a couple times, and maybe I'm good.
Yeah, that'll be the adaptation they'll have to make in game number 2. See how they can slow down Hanabi. At the same time, I would also, I would have to agree with you. Like, Unified has still not looking great on this Xayah pick. He's doing a lot more proactive ultimates, trying to lay down the feathers before the fights really break out, and that allows that. I mean, if you don't have that large gold advantage, it would allow the side of J-Team to reset the fight, and all of a sudden you strip away a lot of the power coming in from the lethality Xayah with the big feather storm into the blade collar. So, I mean, it was clearly just going to be Hanabi getting this MVP, 37% damage and 71% KP coming in from a top laner is really, really nuts, but you can see the value of this GP pick. When you throw down that cannon barrage, this very low range composition, besides the Victor, just can't play the game anymore.
Just look at that gold difference at the end. He was 8,300 gold ahead of his opponents in this one. That's over 2 completed items. That's close to being 3 full completed items over Driver. I think this series is going to be about Hanabi. The rest of the map can equalize itself, but Hanabi cannot be stopped. We're going to see J-Team try mightily hard at this one. Just kind of a throwaway question, but what do you think the matchup is going to be in the top side for game 2? Like, what would you want to see?
Give me Sion, give me Ornn, give me Malphite. I don't know. Just put him either on these good blind pick top laners that still give you utility later on in the game, or if they stay on red side, give him a counter pick. We just haven't seen him get counter pick in such a long time. We know he has a pretty relatively deep champion pool. Give him the opportunity to use it.
Driver has played fighters throughout the majority of this split, and if not, at least not the tank Renekton, please. So we're going to head over to game 2. Don't go anywhere. PSG has already taken this started this series 1-0.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
our family.
Now the darkness turns to light. No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. you're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. New skies turning to a new high. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that we touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that
Welcome back to the lower bracket finals, as we just saw PSG absolutely destroy J-Team on the other hand, especially from the top side, as Hanabi was 8,000 gold ahead of his opponents. Before we go deeper into the matchup, another big thank you to our sponsors in CTPC Bank and Caliber. This time around, to set the stage, we do have J-Team willingly going for the red side. So I want you to illuminate me about what you think is going to happen in the draft, because something has to be done to Hanabi.
Yeah, I think they'll either save, or hopefully we'll see them save counterpick for driver, or we get attention thrown onto Hanabi's champion pool. The big three, of course, the Gnar, Ornn, and the GP, those are going to be the big focuses going into the second phase. Maybe they decide to take one of those champions on R3 and then double ban the other two. That could be a possibility. So I think there are a number of ways J-Team could go about it. It's just a matter of, we saw them in, a very top focused DCG matchup, or at least DCG were very top side focused, and they didn't necessarily make the correct adaptations there either, at least from the draft phase. So they need to take some of those teachings that they got from the previous series yesterday and actually apply them. We need to see some sort of focus on this GP, especially.
So I want to go down and explore another route. If they just look at this top lane and say, well, it's a bit of a lost cause, are any of the other lanes worth heavily investing in? Because the way they actually came through DCG was not actually adjusting anything topside, was just doubling down on making sure Uniboy won against the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, I think another possibility could just be dropping the Ahri ban, which, while Bay has played it a lot, and that's probably a very efficient champion for them because he can make rotations around the map and make plays. I think that actually opens up Driver's champion pool even more so, and Uniboy isn't going to get punished in this matchup, because we saw in their adaptation against Beyond Gaming, if Ahri gets locked in and you have an AD top laner, AD jungle, AD carry, then you can just go for something like a Malphite, and the Ahri doesn't do enough damage to burst out a target like a Malphite.
And Driver has already played the Malphite in this season. You know, he does have the Scion, the Aatroxes, the Jax. There's still a lot that he can get out here. But so far, the draft looks exactly the same to Game 1 here. If I'm PSG, I gotta feel pretty happy about this one.
We're gonna see the Nautilus locked in, yup. PSG, I definitely think they should lock in the Volibear, still a very powerful jungler. You can consider changing things up perhaps on this next pick. That'll be the real telling point. Do they go back towards the Leona, or do they perhaps early pick the GP here? Of course, there are plenty of counter picks against the GP, but a lot of them sacrifice team composition, right? You can lock in something like a Lucian or an Akshan to dominate the GP, but then you are running a double 80 carry comp. So for J Team now, what do they do with this third pick? That'll be also telling. Do they throw it? Okay, they instead don't go for the double flex of Graves and go for more of the team fighting Hecarim pick here.
This is not a replay, ladies and gentlemen. We just proved it.
We are live.
Yeah, we had 11 champion bans and picks the same, but finally Hecarim does break the trend here. We're also going to see if GP is going to be on the ban list. For this rotation, PSG did ban out the, I believe it was mid lane that they targeted, but this time around, they're going to go for the Jace bans. One of Driver's better champions. He has been able to play this one blind as well, so PSG are not going to chance it. And this is what we're all waiting for. Ornn or GP. You got to pick one of them. You can only go with one. It's going to be the GP. Yes, I don't want to see another game like Game 1. That I think I was traumatized by Hanabi.
Yeah, and here you can go for the GP ban and just go ahead, snag up the Ornn yourself. So for PSG, they might have identified that as well, and considering to ban the Ornn, which I would fully expect J-Team to then go ahead, lock in the Renekton. But now we actually get the Orianna banned out here. So maybe looking to snag up the Rise this time around. For the second phase, go for a more tempo-oriented composition. And for J-Team, what do they go ahead and lock in here? I think it should just be the Ornn, but they've decided that they want the Syndra instead.
Yeah, the Syndra's interesting. It definitely is one of Uniboy's best champions, but so far it doesn't look like it fits with the rest of the composition. You got the Hecarim and the Nautilus looking to go in, and Syndra on a very different game plan for the most part. PSG though, now they have to showcase their mid laner. There really isn't a champion here that is completely unafraid of Syndra. They're going to go with LeBlanc, so keeping things lower to the ground here. And here comes that top lane pick. You did talk about, potentially Malphite at some points. Do you think that's still going to be viable here?
Against the backline of Philios and Syndra, I think it's actually really, really strong, but it looks like currently they are looking at this Tryndamere. Now turning their attention to maybe more of a 1-3-1, 1-4 composition with some of these pick hovers. They actually lock in the Renekton. I think the Ornn, while compositionally fits really well, it does pigeonhole yourself into quad AP or quad magic damage threats, right? You have the Ornn, Volibear, Leona, and LeBlanc all doing magic damage. So I think that's the read coming in from PSG, and that's why they've turned towards the Renekton themselves. And for J-Team, they are very comfortable with just setting Driver on this Gragas pick, which I think is just going to outperform this Renekton overall.
I have to say this draft looks very familiar to what I've seen from the PSG versus DCG series. They also ran Renekton, I believe, into Volibear as well, and they just hard camped top lane. The double hard crowd control into a tank jungler earlier on, does make life very difficult here, and they don't have a superior jungle in the Hecarim to ward off the Volibear either, so this could be another game where Hanabi just shows you how to play top lane and show you how to play Renekton too.
Yeah, and I still favor this PSG roster. Yes, it doesn't have quite as much scaling as we saw in the previous game, but draft-wise, you have to like what PSG can do with this composition. They're going to be able to snowball around these side lanes. We know Bay most likely is just going to go for something like the Everfrost to just try and get more picks. But if it does get to that late game scaling point, J-Team, you have an incredibly high damage backline with the Philios and the Syndra, and this is a much more playable game, in my opinion, from this Aphelios standpoint.
We're heading on into game 2. If PSG take this one, they march it forward towards game point, and that would be tremendous pressure on J-Team here. They are fighting for their chance to break PSG's hold over the PCS. We're going to see what happens here in game number 2. Heading on to the Rift, let's take a look at what the level 1s will be like. PSG are huge favorites of dropping wards down into early bushes here. We've seen this almost every start from Kaiwing. And so, he spots something. He spotted a silhouette just pop out of the brush right there, and he instantly backs off.
Yeah, thankfully, I mean, both supports get there pretty quickly down into that bot lane bush. If he was any slower, definitely would have been caught out there. And yeah, as things stand, with a quiet early game, J-Team will eventually come out on top. So PSG do need to be pretty proactive in this early game with this Volibear pick. Juhan can't play the slow game he's tended to opt towards more often than not. He has to be very active here. Play around this Leona, play around this Renekton, and I mean, the possibilities are pretty easy, right? Because you have so much chain CC potential that you can definitely imagine a world where they're able to burn early flashes and get a lot of early kills to get the ball rolling.
They ran this exact strategy against the Leaky. Renekton does get wave control. Earlier on, we are seeing Enzo find that first dredge line, which he didn't find in the previous game. And now Hanabi with the Conquerors. Already doing a lot of damage. He's almost up to Conquerors. Oh, he's got it already and so pops hard. The Q. Oh, Driver can't even walk towards the minions. He is supposed to lose a level 1. Let's watch this 2v2 though. Kaiwing going dangerously low, but he will stay alive. Little V going to heal up a little bit more with the red guns. And this fight is at least broken for now, but it does seem like PSG have a sizable lead here.
Yeah, they're pretty comfortable with the state of the lane, right? Because you exchange a chunk of HP on your Leona, but you trade it back onto the Philios. So while he is able to heal back with a little bit of Severum, you will have the level advantage because of that chunk onto a Philios. You can't walk up and push the wave back. So PSG will hit level 2, and that also means that they're going to have wave priority if they want to try and make a play into this bot side jungle with the Volibear.
Both junglers already hitting on the bot, but we do have the pings to indicate that PSG most likely has already spotted out the Hecarim, or at least suspect he's there. So they're not going to try anything overly risky, just roaming Kaiwing and Juhan at the same time to make sure they can keep tabs onto Kongre. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we have a gank incoming. Bay comes in, finds the chain, but Unit Boy plays it so confidently, waits on, and Driver now with a good trade onto Hanabi. Hanabi taken low, but still has a lot of fury here. Rage, excuse me. See if he uses it. And look at that CS difference. Hanabi might be low on HP, but he's certainly up on CS.
Yeah, thankfully, Driver gets a decent chunk of minions coming towards him here. And with Hecarim topside, I think that was a worry that PSG didn't chase that kill further because they didn't. They suspected where Kongre was, but they didn't actually see him on any ward. So they pull off on actually going for the flash play coming in from the Volibear to try and burn flash for flash on Uniboy.
Yeah, they don't fully commit to that one. Definitely could have found the flash for flash trade in their favor, but they played it a little bit safer right here. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we did get a glimpse of the wave, and it will be shoving out against Hanabi, giving him a lot of say on how he really wants to play this one. And that's one of the things that just some like fun Flash Wolf stuff. their coaches used to make them go into custom games and just play with the minion wave. Like, not even solo queue, just try to control the minion waves the entire time and to get it where you want it to be. Like, that was the fundamental skill that they needed their top laners to learn. I was very surprised about that because, you don't usually see such dry practice, but definitely happened on Flash Pulse. This time around, we do have the jungle staying around. Juhan is coming forward. Kaiwing blocks, and they get the flash away. So 2 summoners burned on the side of PSG for 1 on J-Team, and J-Team seem to be pretty fine with that. Now they have Korea coming in. He's not spotted just yet. PSG are setting a trap, but this could be a trap for themselves as well. Who gets the first shot in is going to decide a lot of this. Kaiwing finds the stun onto Enzo. Enzo falls down, but Little V trying to claw back some more. Juhan will drop, and now Little V trying to chase down Kaiwing. Unified, on the other hand, dealing damage, but Kongre is dishing out so much more. It's the double killer for him.
Bay's here.
Kaiwing has nowhere to go. Can Bay change the calculus? He will find 1 kill.
He's going to go down.
But Little V does have the gravitum here. He dodges out.
No flash.
The Q at the very least, but Uniboy is looking for that kill. He finds the stun. 1 more auto attack. They can't get it. He even goes back for the kill.
No
what
way.
a play!
Okay.
Uniboy finally does find it in the end. It will be. My math is terrible on this one. 3 for 4 in favor of J-Team.
That was literally everyone dying down in that bot lane. If there were tombstones representing it, it would just be an absolute graveyard down there, as this bait goes really horribly wrong, I would say, for the side of PSG. J-Team, they have Kongren down there, and because you're missing the flash onto Unified, or well, actually Unified still has flash, so interesting there, but because of the position, it's so hard for Unified to actually get out of that, and with the ghost onto the Hecarim, it's just so hard to get away from that champion. And Bay, I mean, he plays it as well as he can in this instance, right? He doesn't have his W cooldown, so all he can do is really just run around, try and sidestep as much as he can. He buys enough time to actually get 1 kill back and burns the flash onto Uniboy as well. So at the end of it all, it's a lot of summoners burned, it's a lot of kills going down, but J-Team, they come out ever so slightly in that exchange.
Yeah, that last kill from Bay was absolutely ludicrous and totally worth it. He gets 2 kills on an assassin, and Little V, I just think he forgot he was taking tower. He just took 2 extra turret shots there to go down. So, I don't think it's a decided lead for either side, but once again, I feel like PSG's bottom side is not playing up to their normal standards. They actually outbaited themselves on the first attempt and expended an extra summoner, and then Kaiwing doesn't even find the stun onto Little V on the second try either. So J-Team are able to turn that one, and we have seen Hecarim's actually just come up huge here. He does have the experience lead, the gold lead. He can pull off very frequent ganks right here. So this game looking a lot better for J-Team than the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a phase rush Hecarim, which I think is more about the early mid game rather than the full-on scaling. Just get more advantages early on and hopefully have that extra stat check that you're able to snowball into just pummeling the Volibear here. But as it stands now, see what he's able to do with this tier 2 boots, which is interesting, because if we compare junglers, it's actually Juhan that has the item advantage. He has the completed Bomby Cinder against the double Ruby Crystal on Kongren.
We're going to try for a potential gank here, but Unified does hit level 6, plus he has both his summoners up. It's not going to be an easy dive here. And now Bay tries to close the trap. He's looking for Kongren in his own jungle.
He expects
will run right into him. I'm pretty sure they spotted Kongre a little bit earlier, so Bay definitely was looking for that one. I think he was just kind of using himself as a bait, maybe. Juhan does get the Herald in the meantime, so strong win for PSG here.
Yeah, it looks like Bay, he still wants to try and make his way towards that bottom side, but Uniboy lands the stun.
Here comes the top lane.
Yeah. Could be a top lane dive setup, but it is a Gragas, a very difficult target to dive. So while things are going very, very well for Hanabi, he really needs to find a kill or a big team fight roam coming in from that teleport to really make his value known on this Renekton. Otherwise, it will eventually start to fizzle out. But Uniboy a little bit too far out.
Yeah, does he get caught right here? The stun does go down. Bay finds the chain, and Uniboy has nowhere to go. The Unleashed power not going to save him right there. A strong win for PSG once more. Kind of a baffling play from Uniboy, though, to be completely honest. Didn't expect him to try and punish this hard. PSG will hold on to the Herald and want to use that extra Baron recall just a little while longer and hopefully get into a different lane.
Yeah, a bit of a little bit too tunneled in on trying to hard punish this matchup here, as he ends up falling because or a little bit too far out in the lane without a flash, so gets easily punished. Even though Bay didn't have a whole lot of mana, not too hard to punish when you have a Volibear early levels with how much damage he does do, especially with the PTA. So now, as things stand, it's PSG opening up with a 1,000 gold lead. Again, most of that is going to come from this top side where it's a 30 CS lead or 40 CS lead here.
It's gotta be 40.
So, you know, Hanabi now committing to some dirty farming. We need to see how much pressure he's able to exert, because right now he is really, really strong. But Kongre zooming in, spotted out by the ward.
Driving by here against Bay. And, you know, I've been critical about a lot of these tempo champions from Bay, but if you give him 3 kills early on, he's still going to do LeBlanc things. This is a little bit worrying. The kill distribution is so nice for PSG in this one. See J-Team try to hard force the issue in the bottom side top lane. If they can equalize, they're probably considering that a win. And we do have the second Drake just about to pop here in 1 minute time. PSG's bottom lane, we did see the trade. They are able to dish out a lot of damage to Little V. But so far, the mythic item is still keeping that bot side in check. So more about PSG and where they find their spots in this one. Kongre, of course, they assume he's here. We just saw things go down.
Oh,
Let's
they
see
should
if
not
PSG
go for this
started
fight,
this
though.
one. So baiting it out.
There's still an item advantage for Lil V here.
Oh, the ult goes down. Lil V uses both summoners.
Oh,
is
no, they're
not
all
trapped
dead.
in, and there comes the big wombo combo coming in. PSG, they serve themselves up on a platter, and J-Team say thank you very much.
I'm
getting deja vu. We saw this in the series versus CFO. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, they just tunneled way too hard for that dive play. They tried to get the gank off it. Whenever you flash forward with the Feather Storm, that only spells really bad news in my opinion. So Unified on this, he was probably one of the better Sayas at the start, or when this pick first started appearing, and I feel like maybe we just look to put him back onto the Jinx where he has no choice but to sit back, guys.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at a replay of this one.
They know Kongre is here.
Yeah, they even pinged him out. So that's why I was so surprised at them going for this play. You know, beautiful Moonlight Vigil to cap off the damage here as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just on a absolute silver platter. So J-Team now, I mean, with this Hecarim, yes, you are still down in gold overall, but remember, a lot of the gold deficit is going to be on this top side, and against the Hullbreaker Renekton. I think this is a great adaptation from Hanabi, and just saying, all right, I need to apply 131 pressure right now. So we get the Hullbreaker. The Gragas can't do anything here. It's going to have a lot more trouble trying to wave clear because of the extra Hullbreaker boost to my cannon minion. And now PSG setting up for this dragon. I don't think they should try and contest it.
Yep, J-Team are going to escort them out this one. And I do want to talk about this trend here, because this is how PSG lost Game 3 against CFO. They just took fights that they clearly had no business winning and went in again and again. So we have the fight start double TPs from their top lane right here. Hanabi and Driver land at about the same time, and it will be the Hecarim Kongre that gets the objective here. So J-Team can play through the Drake stack to cut back future strategies from PSG.
PSG, they look a little bit lost here because they take their Hullbreaker top laner and immediately teleport him down to the dragon fight right when he completes it, when he can get the most value out of this item at this point in time. And if Driver's forced to expend his teleport to match it, so be it, because he's already in a gold deficit. If they opt for the fight, he just wins out because he brings a lot more utility to this fight at the moment. So a little bit confused why PSG opt for the play, but I mean, gold-wise, they aren't being punished. And J-Team, though, they get everything they wanted. They burn the teleport onto Hanabi when it's a straight up 5v5 scenario where their composition is still probably better, and they still get the dragon. It's hard to say that you would take, you wouldn't take that as J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team have to feel so comfortable about this one. We're taking a look at the driver trades, and honestly, they're not that bad. He's starting to scale past the Renekton, and he does have that Sunfire for extra damage and the wave clear. So far, enjoying his build. This looks probably one of the best games that we have seen from Driver in the playoffs, at least in terms of the early game. Though Hanabi will still get his due here, getting lots of auto attacks down onto this tower, and there is absolutely zero chance that Driver ever kills him, so he's pretty safe to just he's just fronting right now as Driver. He's like, I've got some. So Hanabi is going to be forced to use the Dominus just in case someone does show up here. A good find here from Driver. In the meantime, I do want to see more out of Bay. You know, this is a good start from him. He does a lot of damage, especially to these backliners. So if he can still pop something in before an objective fight, that could swing the game right back in PSG's way.
Yeah, now has the Ludens completed. We do have to remember he is going for the Merc Treads because of the amount of CC and a decent chunk of magic damage coming out from J-Team. So he will have the burst, but at the same time, when you compare across the rift, Uniboy also has his Ludens. So it's not going to be as impactful as maybe we might have imagined. No Sork to add that extra burst potential, and it will be J-Team owning 3 out of 4 objectives at the start.
In the meantime, PSG furiously peeing on the bot side tower. Hanabi says, this one's a gimme. I'm going to take this entire thing. Bay walks in onto Little V, but spots Enso, instantly pops back out. And with J-Team taking the Herald, I want to ask you, where do you think their next point of attack is going to be here? As Bay gets caught by the dredge line, yeah, PSG in the meantime just happy to take away their tower in the bot lane, a full tower at that.
I would have preferred that they use the investment to try and break the mid tower, but as they are topside right now, it's going to be a 3v3,
Here comes the
3v4.
Collapse. The TP is going to come in on the side of Uniboy. Bay can't find the assassination, and in comes the counterpunch by Kong Yue. They get Bay. They also find the Volley Bear, and now Unified has to go use a defensive Feather Storm, but he can't get away from Kong Yue. We're running out of mana, does get tagged down, and finally Unified is allowed to leave that fight, but that was, once again, PSG trying to close the gap with 4 members minus Hanabi, and they just can't pull off the mechanical plays. They don't find the crowd control at all.
Yeah, they miss out on the crowd control, and then Unified is showing up here at the same time as Uniboy, but Uniboy just brings a little bit more value with this Syndra controlling more space at the moment here, and Unified holds on to that ultimate for a very long time, eventually pops it, but just unable to find really any purchase in that last fight. So PSG, once again, trying to pull the trigger, trying to go for a more tempo-oriented play, end up falling very, very flat. And I think they feel the pressure of this composition right now, knowing that, hey, we have a LeBlanc, we have the lethality 80 carry, we also have this Volibear, so all 3 of these champions kind of slowly get outscaled. So we have to go now, but J-Team just understanding
Kai
that.
Wing is going to get isolated here, but he has the stasis to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, Hanabi very happy to just take another tower.
Yep.
I really want to see this Hanabi build because he has to build very differently from the way Driver builds his Renekton.
Yes.
I'll say that at the very least. I don't think Tank Renekton's going to do much this game. In the meantime, J-Team happy to just inch closer to that objective, and now Driver has his TP, so Hanabi can't even take that top tower.
Yeah, that top tower is going to be protected by Driver, and I mean the changes. PSG this time around opted away, I should say, from the 5v5, and J-Team, they just kind of stick to their guns. They really didn't change a whole lot of their composition. Really, the only big change was, hey, we'll swap Driver over to a tank instead of a fake tank in Renekton. If you're going to build items, at least make it synergize with the champion, and then they drop the Graves for this Hecarim. So still opting for a 5v5 composition, but perhaps even amplifying their 5v5 capabilities, and it's really showcased here because of the lack of 5v5 power from PSG.
Yeah, that was, I had to say, I was kind of chuckling by the attempt there from PSG. They missed the Leona ult, and then you have the Distort bringing back Moonlight Vigil back into the rest of the team. Yeah, it was not very well choreographed. Let's see if Lil V can survive this one, though. Bay comes in with the Distort, misses the chains, but still very close to taking him down. PSG will get a tower for their troubles. Nice find right there.
Yeah, and now is one of those cases where the Philios is really, really strong and hard to kill because he has that Bloodthirster. Usually we talk about the second item, Bloodthirster, as really slowing down his build, but in this instance, you're really only worried about getting picked off. So if you have that extra sustain and you have a wave in front of you, you will pretty much always be topped off in preparation for these objective fights where you're already really strong. So I like the defensive approach when you are stronger in the 5v5. And that's exactly what J-Team have.
Kongir's just going to run into Bay. They're clearing out for the jungle at this point. Still 3 minutes in. It will be a Cloud Soul. So really nice for a composition that does have the Hecarim. It's always fun to see Hecarim speed around the map. And so far for PSG, I'm not sure how they're going to... They still have the gold lead, surprisingly enough. But if you look at across the board, most of the gold is actually concentrated on Renekton, that is descaling and doesn't do much in the 5v5. And also on Tubei, who just hasn't been able to get assassinations off after the Bloodthirster. If you look at Unified, he's actually so far behind the curve. This is one of the few games, I think, in my own memory where I've seen Unified this far behind.
And Unified just really, really underperforming in this particular game. Also did struggle in the CFO series. We saw Shun really go toe-to-toe, and this is probably... I mean, this is the AD carry that most of us would label as the best AD carry in the league, and so far, not really living up to it. Yes, Lil V didn't look great in game number 1, but I would say it was more compositionally rather than himself as a player. Still managed to find some kills, but now, I mean, PSG, they really feel the timer ticking now.
That was kind of hilarious. I just saw Juhan trying to close the gap, and Kongir just right on noped out of there. He ran so incredibly fast, never turned around. And the horse proves to be the faster animal between himself and the bear. Meanwhile, PSG still sticking to a 1-3-1. I think at least PSG have identified a very clear condition on how to drag this game out a little bit. Hopefully find some picks when people are out of rotation and hold on to this gold lead. They... Kudos where it's due. They still have done that, but now is the real answer. They have to fight a 5v5 against this comp in 1 minute.
Yeah, it will be Cloud Soul, which you have to love for a champion like the Hecarim. Gives you that additional damage. The move speed also really to help kite out the fights. Very, very useful for an Aphelios who can struggle navigating the fights. So overall, I love the opportunity given to J-Team here in this game, knowing that, hey, we need Dragon Soul. if we get Dragon Soul, all of a sudden these team fights can be a lot easier for us to fight, even though they're already looking pretty good at the moment anyways.
PSG with the side lane control is able to move into the river early. They will have that potential to just snipe people out as they come in, so very well done on that part. The J-Team are still forcing their way in. Juhan has to give up ground. He's running really fast for a bear, dropping to all fours to get on out of there. And J-Team now wrestled back control. Bay could be the most pivotal piece right here. He has 3 kills. He has the damage. Let's see if he can find the assassination so far. Oh, Bay still gets tagged out earlier on. Small win there for Uniboy. And PSG are trying to play this from 2 flanks. Such a difficult fight. But on the left side, Kaiwing already starting out this one. They're trying to tag down onto Enso. And they get the Drake. Most importantly enough, they chase J-Team away. And Driver not able to find the knockback either. Strong win for them. Driver goes in for more. Flashes in. But that's all they can take. So PSG out of a really difficult situation. They managed to win that one.
That's actually a big victory for them because it allows them to continue to play the side lanes, denying that soul and also denying the Elder Spawn from coming up 5 minutes earlier. But J-Team still superior team fight composition, especially, of course, with the tank Groggus. How do you kill this tank Groggus? We saw this adaptation in the Beyond Gaming series, right, Clement? Where, hey, if you pick an Ahri or a LeBlanc in the mid lane who doesn't have high persistent DPS, we'll just go for a hyperscaling tank. We can just hard stack armor, and you just can't kill them because, I mean, you have an AP threat up in or you don't have a high enough AP threat in the mid lane, and you're running a lethality 80 carry.
This is kind of the big shift from PSG. We just have not seen them really play tempo much throughout this split. They've been very, very slow. They've been very methodical and risk-averse and extremely good at that, no doubt in my mind. But the tempo game, you know, you really have to make use of your strong points. And unfortunately, I feel like this game, PSG has sort of missed those. They've let those fly by. And they're gonna have to outplay as hard as they just did, because I don't think it gets easier from this point forward, as you mentioned. So, you know, maybe we'll see how they dish on the team fight. This is where PSG is the strongest, though. I think their team fight, out of our remaining 3 teams, they are the best at choreographing these weird engages, these flank angles, and keeping Bay hidden until the very last second.
Yeah, but they still haven't found a way to get Hanabi involved.
True. Does Hanabi want to get involved, though? I mean, that's kind of my question.
He's 0-0-0 with a 200 gold bounty. I mean, Renekton, at this point, he's pretty much exclusively a split pusher, right? Because 2 items, he's kind of capped. He's already going towards more of these tank itemization afterwards. But, like, somehow he has to 1v9 this game. And right now, I'm not seeing that angle.
I got some crazy ideas. Would you fancy just going for, like, Blade of the Rune King and saying, you know what, I'm just side lane Croc. I'm never 5v5ing.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have gone for the Core Drinker. Maybe you go for the Divine Sunder or the Triforce just to get the extra Sheen procs, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, the Sheen procs would be really nice against the towers that you're talking about here. But it's so awkward from Renekton. Like, even in the last fight where PSG won, Renekton didn't get to do anything. It was just like, I'm closing down this ramp, and
yes, Thornmail.
I feel like old habits do die hard. The problem with this build is, like, even if he goes tank, I don't think he wins. Like, he's still not tankier than Hector. Yeah, he's just... I feel like J-Team actually reversed psychology to Hanabi. You know, they made him believe that tank Renekton is actually somewhat a decent pick.
I mean, it was going well at the start, right? We go 2 damage items at the start, but unfortunately, this 3rd item, he's pivoting towards more of the team fight, knowing that, hey, this is where the rest of the game is going to go towards.
True.
I'm not sure
This
if
is
that's
your
the correct
standard
adaptation.
build. This is your standard build, but this is these are some very weird circumstances where you have to go for the all-in 200 IQ plays,
Yes.
because I feel like the rest of your team, so far, like if we think about how PSG got here, they just kind of fumbled themselves multiple engages where, honestly, I'm not even sure they were supposed to win. So yeah, just PSG not able to close down on these early game picks, and now they have a Renekton who's also building tank, and it's just the worst Gragas. Look at Gragas at this point. Like, I'm pretty sure this Gragas actually just beats out the Renekton in team fights. So here we go. 20 seconds.
And now when you think about, okay, this composition from the side of PSG, how do we win these fights? It's about generating picks. But on the flip side, we already have Zhonya's completed.
Bey gets caught out.
Bey.
He might just go down.
Oh,
300
clutch
HP.
save coming in from Kaiwing, but now they're on the chase.
Yeah, and Enzo is still incredibly up. Healthy Little V goes in with the Gal Force to kill. Flashes forward. Unified has to return the flash as well, and J-Team crushed down on this one.
That's Soul, but PSG, they're trying to alleviate pressure by going straight for the Baron. We'll see if J-Team do bite. They don't have enough damage to burst out Baron. That's the issue, because you are running a lethality 80 carry, so there's just no persistent DPS, reliable DPS onto a Baron buff that they can actually make this play and threaten J-Team to move over. Now Bey moves in. That's one auto. That's one auto.
You know, the thing I was talking about Bey is like, he's got the damage, his little block. I don't think that's true anymore. At least definitely not against the current game state. Hanabi, once again, he joins up for the fight, gets absolutely nothing. But at least he will take this tower down. We're finally seeing J-Team trying to respond right here. Hanabi getting some spider senses. Maybe he was able to catch out some vision right here. Enzo doesn't want any part of that croc, or does he? Oh, we do have the TP on the backside. Little V is going to be walking into Bey.
Oh, this is a good opportunity. This is the best chance.
Low. Can Hanabi find Little V? He gets him. The main damage dealer is down. Uniboy can't join the fight. This is PSG's fight to win here. They also get the Hecarim. Driver has to run on out of here. Hanabi not going to let him do it so easily.
Get out.
Oh, Hanabi over chases. He falls down. No. That was a Baron opportunity. Oh.
Yeah, you have to say, like, if they were able to get those 2 kills and get out, that was a clear Baron angle, but because they still have the jungler advantage, they might still go for it. Driver teleporting in, they have vision on the Baron pit. I don't think they can do this anymore. Uniboy, he's so strong.
Driver is going to try. Bey going for the side flank route. PSG are not letting this one go. Juhan even has to burn kind of a smite, but they finally pull off of the Baron. That was getting a little bit too dicey. I think he called it right there. Can't finish.
As we get to see the replay, Hanabi, I mean, he goes on a bit of an adventure, but really this ward behind them in this Raptor area, that's the MVP of this fight, because that allows Bey to dump a lot of damage, force the stopwatch out of Lil V, and then he's caught in a really bad spot, so they're able to finish off that kill, burn the stopwatch as well, which is a key 650 gold investment, and still get Korean. But unfortunately, because they lose Hanabi, that's the really big frontline champion for them removed, so that's why that Baron was really hard for them to actually try and finish off.
They just take 300 damage on Driver. Definitely needs to find the backline for that, and I do want to give some compliments to Uniboy. I think he was the one that really saved that team fight. He got a 2-man knockback right there, and did make Hanabi actually over-calculate the damage he was going to get from his own carries, and he flashed out from the Featherstorm too, so really nicely done. Hanabi fails the slice and dice, but nobody knows about it, so he gets to walk right out.
And now here, Lil V has the GA completed, so he's going to be still very, very safe in these team fights. It's going to take a lot of effort once more to find the pick onto this Aphelios. So even though they were able to burn the stopwatch, more than enough gold, complete this GA, and pretty much things remain the same. Hanabi, he has to get a god flank.
Yeah, we do have Little V with 0 summoners, but he does have the GA. He can respawn again, and J-Team do have a very strong lead in terms of the team fights.
They don't have to force anything from the side of the J-Team.
Again, they are on the scaling side. You know, they can afford to wait this one out. I feel like they're just angling for a bait here. Maybe they can catch out Hanabi on the flank. I've been loving this version of Hanabi, the Hull Breaker, Agent Hanabi in the backline. It's very entertaining to watch. It's completely different to what we usually see from Hanabi, but I like it so far.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the build seems a little bit underwhelming, but now has the GA, of course, a little bit extra damage with the BF sword item. So that will help out a little bit, but I think everything just boils down to J-Team trying to burn as much time from PSG around this Baron area, and the real game plan is just all in at this Elder Dragon in 90 seconds. So I think we'll see J-Team spend a lot of time towards this area, because if they force PSG to continue staying in this area as well, it means that they're not going to have the vision around that Elder. And it looks like they're actually going to start things out. Hanabi, again, needs a God flank.
Oh, but Kongre goes right in for the turnaround.
Look at the damage!
Already close to death here, and PSG have not found any purchase into J-Team's composition. J-Team gonna go right around and start going through this Baron once again. Hanabi's dominance is about to drop. Bay trying to look for a flank angle. Unified dealing a lot of damage over the wall here with the Qs, but Kongre and Enzo are the two targets here. Let's see if they can find him. Uniboy on the back flank, gonna deal a lot of damage to Bay. One more auto attack, and he's down! That should be J-Team decidedly winning this one. Little V takes half his HP, but he can heal right up with the Bloodthirster. Juhan has to be the one to kind of save this one, but the TP is coming in. Yeah, Kongre and Enzo not able to survive this one, but like you said, Elder Dragon is up.
Yeah, again, it's all about burning as much time as possible. Yes, they started out the Baron. Yes, it almost looked like they were committed to the Baron. But surely that wasn't the plan, because it all boils down to this fight, Clement. It's J-Team with a minor gold lead, but a large scaling advantage in this 5v5. Can PSG find the flank vehicles without their LeBlanc?
Yeah, it is a 4v5 here, so the only options to go across the wall are going to come from Juhan. Hanabi still has his flash. We have seen crazier things happen at Elder. You do still just tag down on the Elder if you just vanish the last hit. And we have Enzo with a very preemptive use of the ultimate coming in from the backline. It's going to be a 50-50, but Kongre secures the Elder at the very end. Hanabi has to flash away. That was a very hairy situation, but J-Team do win out, and they're running straight for the Baron.
Now with this extra Elder Dragon buff, they can do really anything with it. Of course, Kongre is low, so he's going to go for the recall. They won't immediately turn for the Baron buff, but you can immediately set up fight lines. And any tag coming in from Uniboy now is just going to result in a one-shot. He can immediately dump down the ultimate, and with the bonus execute, it should just be the fight. And now I think PSG, they understand they can't fight against this Elder because they have their top lane in jungle chilling out in this bottom half of the map. They exchange Baron for a tower, so it's a small exchange, and yes, they still lose out on the trade, but at the very least, able to get something on the map, knowing that they cannot 5v5 against the Elder.
Yeah, PSG are forced to wait this one out, and honestly, I don't see a win con here for PSG. Things have just gotten so bad. They don't have the scaling, and this composition just can't fight front to back. It has to come from Bay, but so far, Uniboy, because I guess he's a LeBlanc player himself, has been able to catch Bay out on every single flank. I was so impressed by Uniboy, able to just keep tabs on whatever angle Bay might be coming from.
Yeah, he's just read Bay like a book on this LeBlanc. Again, he's not a big risk taker, so even though he got 3 kills very early on, just didn't push the advantage hard enough, and now J-Team 5v5 composition again. They don't take a lot of damage from this assassin because they have big frontline champions to eat cooldowns. They just win here.
Caught out. Oh, Unified nearly goes down, has to pop the heal. Kaiwi able to stasis away this time, but in comes Hakaram. Kongre trying to find the backline. The dredge line won't land, and at least PSG get to go back to their fountain, but they have to fight this wave. They're going to use this Elder Dragon to every last second right here. J-Team now taking down the Nexus. PSG, you have to go in right now. It will be Enzo to start this one off, but he does have to stasis. He will stay alive. Hanabi goes for the back line, doesn't even get to touch Uniboy. He gets knocked right back, and now Uniboy charges forward. He gets the double kill into the back line. The Nexus is wide open, and J-Team strike back.
J-Team, from beginning to end of this game, yes, Hanabi was put onto the Renekton, yes, he got ahead, yes, he was able to split push towers, but in the end, when it boiled down to it, it was all about the 5v5, and J-Team absolutely murdered PSG.
We had so many questions about J-Team. I personally thought this was going to be a clean 3-0. PSG had so many win conditions. They had the early game, a lead for quite a while in this one too. If you think about the setup, like, Bay was up 3-0. Their top lane was up by over 20 CS. If they just held on to that, I feel like they could have been so much more explosive. But once again, we saw Unified and Kaiwing just walk into a fight that they had no business winning. And they even had vision of Gongyu. I was just...
Yeah, they constantly forced those 3v3s down in the bot lane, and it just didn't work out, even though they knew it was going to be a 3v3 in that second instance. So a lot of the leads that they were able to kind of accumulate in the soul lanes didn't get, were given back in the bottom side. And this time around, against the Aphelios pick, we know they're going to pick Aphelios. They even early picked first rotation, the Aphelios pick. We know that they're taking this pick. Why are we allowing this Aphelios to play the game? That's the real question.
Yeah, he gets to just scale through it so easily. They went for preemptive heralds right here. And I feel like PSG are not going to revisit this draft anytime soon whatsoever. They're definitely not going to go for tempo. And I wonder if they don't go for tempo, does that like shift Unified off of Xayah? Because so far Unified has just been a Xayah bot. I don't really understand his fixation on this one.
Yeah, it's really interesting with PSG favoring Xayah so much, because yes, technically it has an advantageous matchup into a lot of the current AD carries, and but the thing is, if we consider the Xayah pick in this particular series, Unified hasn't looked good on it, and Lil V has also looked pretty terrible on it as well. So I think in this series in particular, we should just drop the Xayah altogether and put Unified back on the Jinx, give them that scaling power, give them the pop-off potential, and it's still a favorable matchup into the Aphelios.
For sure, you outscale them late game, so at least you always are going to have a win condition. I'm just kind of surprised when PSG, they know they don't want to play tempo, but they keep on drafting the Xayah anyway. Another big question about the draft: if you're PSG's coach, if you're Corgi, do you blue side blind pick gameplay? Are you willing to do that?
I mean, absolutely. I think the game plan has to change drastically coming in from J-Team in order to ruin the game plan pick. They need a lot of range, which they just haven't shown a whole lot of. In PCS, we don't play a lot of range compositions. We don't go for our enchanters along with the range top laner. So as long as you try and limit the effect of driver, I think you're going to be sitting very, very pretty, because even if he brings out the Jace, if you early gank that and he falls behind, then the J-Team range composition idea just really falls apart very quickly.
Yeah, and that has been J-Team's strongest point. They're not a very good engage comp themselves, so if you just take the range advantage with Jinx and GP, J-Team now will be the ones that have to play through other angles. That's kind of our discussion and what we're thinking about Game 3 draft. Take a look at the gold graph right here. Yes, PSG did remain steady leads, but they never broke out. They never were able to close down on the big kills and snowball further. So when time came, when J-Team hit their 4 items, especially on the Aphelios, they're able to just roar back and take the game all the way. Massive win here for J-Team. PSG, I still think tactically and in draft-wise, they still have a big lead, but what I'm concerned is just the consistency that we've seen from postseason. Just Unified and Kaiwing just seem very, very shaky in week 3, and so far I have not been impressed by their coordination like I usually am. between their Korean mid-jungle duo and their Mandarin-speaking bot lane. They just don't seem to gel well.
Yeah, this is very surprising given how strong they looked with their rotational gameplay early on in the season. And we were talking about, hey, this is a team that's going to take a long time to ramp up because of the language barrier. But they ramped up a lot faster, and now they took a really bad time to ramp down. But Kongria, he'll be the MVP. He really read the map like a book. He was down in that bot lane for those 3v3s and turned them absolutely on their heads.
Such a beautiful play. He got the two-man onslaught of the shadows in the bot lane, instantly killing Unified right there. And he was able to completely match Juhan. We never saw the mid-jungle really get to roam free with the Volibear and the LeBlanc from the PSG side. So Kongria still doing a great job, even though I feel like PSG has the correct read on draft. I feel like the two bans throwing over to Lee Sin and Viego have been so pivotal at just keeping this early game completely quiet from J-Team.
Yeah, for the most part, J-Team shut down in the early game, but Hecarim this time around, if you're able to match the ganks, then it doesn't really matter. You don't have to be proactive with this composition on the side of J-Team, because on the flip side, you have that ticking time bomb of all our champions are going to ramp downwards with the Renekton, with the LeBlanc, not having the burst damage to get through this front line. So eventually, J-Team were able to just war of attrition it out.
We have seen some very costly lessons coming for PSG. We'll find out in Game 3 if there are also lessons learned, though. Don't go anywhere. This match is just begun.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Now the darkness turns to light. No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new dawn. We are traveling with our gravity.
You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors birds lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. New skies turning to a new world. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, shout to the stars, let's lift it like a Touch the sky, shout to the stars,
We're heading on into game 3 with each squad getting 1 apiece here in the lower bracket finals between PSG and J-Team. Before we go deeper into the matchup a little bit, of course, we still have to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC's Bank and Caliber, bringing the PCS action right to your doorstep. Now, the third game, we have some switch-ups here. It's going to be the first time that PSG go for the red side. And Nightstar, I have to ask you, what does this mean for the matchup?
I think it, for the most part, means that they want to play more for Hanabi there, perhaps holding on to last pick for him, just getting to see the composition more often, or just being able to R4 Gangplank on that second phase. So I think it puts a lot of pressure on J-Team when it comes to dealing with this top half of the map, but it also means that the bans have to change a little bit as well. Knowing that the Zeri ban most likely comes out from the side of PSG, I would also assume that they have to be the ones to ban out the Ahri as well. So you're playing with less bans, opens things up for J-Team. I think they're going to ban away the Nautilus pick. They haven't shown that they want to first pick this champion. They'll most likely first pick the Aphelios, and they just can't play against this Nautilus pick.
It feels so bad to ban Nautilus, though. It feels like you're doing yourself harm. It's definitely possible. And I do want to talk about the red side bans, since you did mention the Zeri that has to come out. We did see the 3 bans stay consistent on the side of PSG throughout the entire series. It's been Lisa and Viego and Zoe. So which one are they letting through here?
I would consider dropping the Lee Sin ban, because you don't want to give over the Viego and give that scaling ability towards J-Team. And we saw in yesterday's series, even though Kongre was very effective on the Lee Sin, a lot of these games didn't come down to getting snowballed and winning the game at 20-25 minutes. It was still consistently getting to the 30-minute mark, and that's of course where Lee Sin drops off. So even though he had he pretty much won the game with Lee Sin in game 1, or their first victory, in the second time he played the Lee Sin, he really struggled because it became more about the 5v5s, and that's not where Lee Sin gets value.
Oh, you called it! JT, we're actually banning Nautilus on this. I'm sorry, this is just absolutely hilarious.
That's what
Nautilus,
we saw yesterday.
He's great. I'm not sure he's really... Like, I think psychologically he's tier S, but I'm not sure he's actually that strong.
So J-Team are saying, we're going to pick Aphelios, and you're going to have to ban it. So this changes the bans completely, because I thought it'd be Aphelios Jinx handshake, but now PSG, they actually have to consider banning away the Aphelios themselves. I think you can still play things like the MF into it and still be very fine.
What?
It's Aphelios first. It's the only champion Lil V has played.
Is this Karo ban just like a I don't want to ban Aphelios ban? Like, I can't read this card. What the?
They've played... so I think it means that they want to pick Renata on R3, because we saw in the previous series Renata was pretty effective in the series, but Karma did well in the lane phase against the pick. But if they want Renata, they would have to take away here. Just because I think J-Team would be very happy just blind picking Aphelios Renata.
Yeah, and so hasn't really played a lot of it, but at this late stage in the postseason, you have to expect that he can bring it out anyway. So we're missing a tier 1 AD carry and also the Renata pick for PSG, but I'm not sure. Okay, MF, I do like this champion a little bit better. It still goes with the flow of trying to win the bottom side for PSG here.
Yep, and you team fight very well on 1 and 2 items, so this pick makes a lot of sense. You're very flexible with the pick, controls a lot of space against an Aphelios, very hard for him to walk up. But now it's just a matter of, I fully expect J-Team to just go ahead and lock in this Renata pick. It gives you a decent amount of lane pressure here, and if PSG want to play for lane, they then would have to also match with an enchanter of their own, which doesn't really pair well with the MF.
Yeah, that would be super interesting to watch right here. Okay. Ahri is going to come through. I like this for Uniboy. It's definitely one of his best champions. And tempo has been the name of the game for at least mid-jungle on J-Team side. But PSG, they're thinking about what they want for their mid laner.
Looks like it's dive.
Okay, there's a lot of reset potential here. We've seen some really cool plays from Bay on this champion. He's been able to close out on enemy AD carries beautifully, especially in one of the games against J-Team this split earlier on. So J-Team might have a little bit PTSD from this one. Now we go into the most likely top side and support bans here.
Yeah, and now when we look at support bans, I'm thinking we're going to take away Kai Wing's Leona. That's a champion that can facilitate dive along with setting up Leona in that bot lane for PSG. It's about removing the Renata, perhaps even removing the Braum if they want to target the support pool even more, because Braum shield very effective against MF and also very effective against dive. So I think those are the two targets if you're looking for support bans on PSG. For J-Team, they've already removed the Gangplank. Now perhaps you look at the Gnar as well, just because it gives you that blind pick power for PSG, but then you're saving counter pick for your support, and I'm not sure if that's going to make a difference here.
Yeah, it feels like there's a very high chance we just run into something like a Leona Thresh coming out from both sides. I fully expect J-Team to still stick that Gnar ban in there. Those two seem to be the deadliest champions. But the Tryndamere could come through here, so they also have to keep in mind that's a possibility. PSG probably just going for the support pick. I love the Leona idea, the full-on engage. Does seem to be the way to go for this composition here.
Yeah, and here PSG could go for a Renekton pick if they really wanted to, but Leona, that'll be the pick here. They're going to save counter pick for Hanabi in this instance. For J-Team, you've got some options. I personally think the Braum is really good slot in because again, you're playing into a Leona, so you're able to neutralize melee matchups relatively well. And against dive, you're very, very good into that, and you need some sort of protection for this Aphelios pick.
Yeah, I do love the idea of the Braum here, you know, and just place up the shield and stop those bullet times. But it does look like they might be favoring the Alistar. Enzo, of course, used to be a jungler, so his support pool is actually a little bit limited here. Doesn't play as many supports as some of our old-time supports do. He's going to go for the Alistar, a lot of tempo potential here, and also kind of a neutralizing lane against the Leona. And now for PSG, what do they go up against this Gragas? I'm actually still willing to just straight up pick a Tryndamere. I don't care if it's a counter or not.
Yeah, Tryndamere could be okay.
Oh, this is even better.
Aatrox, a little bit more team fight power, of course. Also a decent amount of sustain. We're going to get Sylas top lane, I think. Unless if there's going to be a weird curveball and throw Vex into the top lane, it's going to be Sylas. So this is a very different pick than what I expected, but there's a lot of ultimates that are fantastic for the Sylas pick, right? You have Gragas, you have a Hecarim, and you have Alistar. These are probably the best three ultimates in the game to just steal away. So I love this setup for the Sylas. Hanabi set up to carry, but one drawback is that they are very, very focused on magic damage. So we'll see how much value, how much snowballing that this MF is able to get, because otherwise they might be a little bit capped for damage.
It's true, but I gotta say, as you said, I am so I adore this Sylas pick. Like, it can side lane, it can steal engage just from the Hecarim. It goes well with the quad dive composition as well. It really does everything you want it to. The only weakness of Sylas traditionally in the top side has been that he doesn't really get through lane easily, and he can't get counter snowballed against. That's not likely to be the case against J-Team. They haven't been looking top whatsoever. So it's a great idea to sneak that pick in there. I gotta say, even with the Ahri going over to Uniboy, I just feel like PSG have an overwhelming composition.
Yeah, and I actually really don't like this Alistar pick, because one, it somehow allowed the Sylas to come out in the top side, but also there's nothing to stop this 4-man dive squad. because more than likely we'll see Enzo try and engage fights, and if that happens, then you leave your Philios off to his own devices, and there's also nothing to stop the ultimate coming in from MF. So if it plays out how I think it's going to play, I think J-Team are really just leaving this Aphelios out to dry once more. And so 2 out of 3 games, Aphelios, a ton of Aphelios priority, mind you. Remember, they threw 3 bans in the first phase to allow the Aphelios to come through for their first pick, to enable it, and the rest of the draft doesn't play for it.
True. That's a really interesting observation. I do want to point out, Konger is going for some straight-up trickery right here. He's got his Ignite, and he's also got Futures Market. So, a lot of flexibility on what he can do right here. I do feel like that might be for the Silas coming in, or maybe to outduel the Viego. In the meantime, PSG going to come in with a late invade, hitting the red at 1 minute and 25 seconds.
They're really
this is
strong.
Good timing. Yeah, J-Team has also already pulled the red as well. PSG, will they take over the red and start to deal damage to it? Yes, it looks like they will. Just straight up tank. Okay. And in the meantime, Hecarim is just going to give up the potential for vertical jungle.
This vertical jungle looks very good so far for this PSG bottom lane. Of course, they've been pretty much exclusively playing for bot lane, even though the results might not look like it. But I think this time around, this is a really good setup. Again, level 1, you have a pretty big advantage. Range goes in favor of the MF. You have a real level 1 on your support, and now they're just going to run straight for their own red control as well. Going red to red here, I like it for PSG because it slows down this Hecarim. Again, it's an Ignite Hecarim, so his ganks aren't going to be as effective because he won't have that additional Ghost. It's really about the 1v1 duel potential with the Ignite pickup.
Yeah, super interesting on this. We'll see how this one works out here. In the meantime, the other big question is, how can Konger actually get 2 quadrants of the map? If you get 3 quadrants, in this day and age, your game is pretty much over as a jungler. It becomes so much harder to come back with the deficits that you're going to sustain. We are going to see Konger actually do a very early visit into the top lane. Oh, Driver getting a massive trade-off onto Hanabi right here. And in comes Konger with the Ignite. The Decimating Charge goes in, and in comes the Flashes. That's first blood for Konger, and maybe the first time that J-Team can possibly win the top side.
Yeah, and there we go. The vulnerabilities coming in from a Silas right there. A little bit too far up, ends up getting punished, burns the flash. Thankfully, large wave stacked at his tower, so, you know, at the very least, he's still able to get some gold into his hands. But that will be a big summoner they try and keep track of, and for Konger to try and abuse.
Yeah, they definitely need to throw a couple more kills there, get Driver back into his mojo, and keep Hanabi down a peg. Silas, a very good scaling champion, so you can't let him run away with that. In the meantime, we're taking a look at the setup from PSG's bottom side. This is going to be Comet Misfortune, so very strong in the lane, but does fall off quite hard later on.
And it's going to be the Doran's Ring, so a lot of poke damage focus from this build here. Just trying to deny as much CS as possible away from Lil V. Right now, he's 7 CS down, but wave is coming towards him. And I expect it to still be the lethality build, so still very powerful mid-game at 1 and 2 items, and it's just all about playing as strong as possible for Unified. It's very similar to in TFT. You just play strongest board every single point of the game.
All right, we'll see if the TFT team does win through here. In the meantime, Konger has not been allowed to go in his bottom side quadrant. He's down by about 3 camps at this point, and unless he can equalize this, it's not really what you want to be as a Hecarim. You want to go for level 6 as soon as possible. He might be looking for a second gank on Hanabi. Yeah, if Silas, if Hanabi doesn't find the abduct back onto Hecarim, he could very easily die again in this lane, and Ignite's about to come up. Ooh, he walks past the pink ward right here.
Oh, baby.
He's out.
That's a clutch spider sense right there coming in from Hanabi. Of course, the weak side king understanding, hey, I'm the clear target coming in from corner because we have this bot lane, really just bot side under lockdown. There's no way for them to gank this bottom side, which means the only target's top. So as long as he's willing to concede a little bit there, it should pay off in the long term. And now J-Team are dead.
Yeah, PSG Kaiwin coming in. He only gets the stun onto Enso. Enso flashes out, but can he survive this one? He will go down, and in comes the Alistar abilities. Oh, Lil V has to be forced to flash away again. And Unifying and Kaiwin back to their old ways, just holding the wave, and making the opponent suffer.
Yeah, and what do you know? The best part about this PSG comp, we can steal your basic abilities, and we get to steal your ultimates. The power of Viego and Silas. So everything good about this J-Team comp that you would like with the Alistar ult, the Alistar kit, so much CC, the Gragas, with how much CC he offers, along with, of course, the Hecarim, his ability to snowball. It doesn't matter. If PSG get a kill onto one of those champions, it's all theirs.
They can even steal from the same target at the same time, so we might be seeing essentially a 4v6 where Alistar is actually a secret agent, an imposter working for PSG in this game. That's definitely in the cards right now. I do expect repeat ganks, and I do want to mention the potential for this bottom lane to go completely haywire, as Viego is almost 20 CS up. Vex can leave the lane in the blink of an eye. There's very little that Ahri can do to completely shut her in. So this bot lane looking kind of dangerous.
Yeah, and so much of this J-Team composition is going to have to play around the Hecarim, Ahri, and Alistar pick potential because, again, they invested a lot of draft resources to secure this B1 Aphelios, take away the Jinx, take away the Xayah, and they don't have any protection for the hyper carry. So a lot of concerns for J-Team if they aren't able to get a good start. And so far, it's not looking like a good start, Clement.
I completely concur with that one. Let's see where PSG are going to go with their mid jungle. It looks like they're already shifting up for the Herald. Lil V took half his HP just with the double tap there, and the rain of bullets coming down as well. But J-Team do sneak this one out. I do think they spot Juhan here. PSG looking to still collapse and go for that play, but actually they call it off and just go back to their own lanes. They're winning very hard in the bot lane, so just want to push that advantage even further. Now, if Lil V gets caught out right here and Kaiwin hits level 6, he could just be dead. But not yet ticking over. Lil V will be able to pick this wave up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a massive lead down in this bottom lane. Yes, the items aren't exactly the strongest, but
oh, he's gonna get the decimating. Oh no! What the anti-synergy? Guess it doesn't matter. You had one job, driver.
Oh god. Yeah, the car got a little bit too far ahead of him. And he just whiffed completely. But it doesn't even matter. They already have so much damage with the Ignite that they're able to just burst out Hanabi regardless at this stage in the game. Now Duhan's going to be able to pick up the rest of the CS, but he hasn't been able to really get much out of this jungle matchup besides the CS advantage because of the fact that Konger is being able to keep up with the XP from the kill EXP coming down onto Hanabi. So now PSG, they've decided we'll just put Hanabi, we'll just swap sides, play for Herald with our dual lane coming up. But, I mean, it's 3 people down in this bottom lane. Hanabi could just die again.
I absolutely love this Ignite. This is so smart. The Kingslayer doesn't do anything for Hanabi, isn't able to keep him healed up. But my question is, sure, they're picking on Hanabi, but I'm not sure this actually keeps him down, though. Like, he's perfectly still fine in the late game.
He's still going to get his levels. It's not like he's going to be out-leveled by a support Alistar, so his Alistar ult gets more value.
Coming in to close the trap. Let's see if they can get the blast cone. Oh, they do. And they're out.
Hanabi had the opportunity to blast them back with the Grog Assault, but doesn't pull the trigger. So maybe PSG only fishing for that. But Driver has a 2-level advantage in this particular matchup. And of course, like, there's really no items on this AD carry at the moment. So he can easily go for the 1v1 if he finds the opening. And this is an interesting a setup here. Kaiwing playing with Hanabi, but really everyone converging bot side now. Oh, Juhan's dead.
Yeah, Juhan's getting caught. Gonna find the charm. They do get it. He's down.
He's dead. Yep. Picked off. Uniboy finds the pick. That was actually such a great ward coming in. And I mean, everyone from J-Team set up there. Once again, it's Kongre reading Juhan like a book. Usually it's been Juhan being able to read map states better, but this time around, while he got the map read, Kongre stepped ahead of him.
That was really smart from J-Team because they know that Juhan has the Herald. He's not going to be able to scan that one. And they just saw the scan being popped by Kaiwing. So they know of like, oh, Kaiwing just popped the scan right in front of us. There's actually no way that Juhan knows that he's sitting on the ward. So I gotta say, Kongre with his setup and with a lot of these reads, it's this is vintage Kongre, man. We're going all the way back to Mad.
Yeah, and now, I mean, I wanted to touch on Hanabi's build because it looks like he's going towards the Rift Maker. So not going for any of the mana items, but Uniboy
doesn't have an ult. He's gonna get stunned down, and yep, he's out. He has to burn the flash right here, but he still gets away from the three man.
Yeah, and I mean, flash isn't as big of a concern for a champion like Ari because once he has his ultimate, that is more than enough safety as well. However, it will perhaps limit what he can do to attack the map because he now only has one cooldown for his escapability. But as things stand, J-Team still feel relatively comfortable, and for PSG, they're down 1,000 gold. I don't think the timer is as prevalent in this game because, again, they have great team fights at 1 and 2 items that they can very easily stop the snowball coming in from J-Team.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of praises for J-Team, but we're kind of letting go of the fact that Silas alone can pretty much just destroy this squad. Yes. So we'll find out later if that comes into fruition. So far, PSG just getting a little bit more gold onto Unified. He does have the Eclipse, so that's a lot of movement speed if he wants to chase the Aphelios down. In the meantime, Driver going to find himself a little good chunk with the Demolish right there. Picks up the 160 gold. Nice find against the Silas. And we are pretty much just sitting around until the next Drake, unless there's something that J-Team want to do. I feel like with Hecarim, they do have a lot more say in where they want to strike for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, next 3 minutes, we'll see where they take their aggression to. Dragons evened out at 1-1, so Dragon Soul's not going to be an immediate threat here in this particular game. Maybe a less priority on the next couple of dragons, but I think for the side of PSG, they really have to make the Dragon Soul their win condition because of how much of an investment they've put into this MF. They need this MF to get going early on to then bridge them to the later portions where Silas finally gets online.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely huge, and I feel like in the next couple of team fights, even though they have the scaling comp, because of the points you just mentioned, they're the ones that actually need to win some. They need to stretch this game out with the Drakes and not allow these stacks to go through. So can you take us through kind of the setup here that you see probably the best win conditions for PSG to maybe find a good team fight win here?
Yeah, I think PSG have done a good job at isolating this bot half of the map. They need to be able to consistently maintain that control, keep up the wards, and because we saw on that last play where Juhan did get picked off, they sacrificed a little bit for that, and it was in part because they made the rotation topside with the dual lane and then moving Hanabi to that bottom side. They're trying to get gold into this champion, but really it's just, hey, we have this really strong MF that's really starting to come online. Let's try and find a fight to play around that big ultimate.
Yeah, I can't wait for the setup this time around. I feel like on red side, you know, they could really hide in a lot of these brushes. They have very long range with the Vex, with the MF, so lots of different ways that they could play it. For me, I even somewhat expect them to allow J-Team to step up on the objective first. Like, I think that's definitely somewhat playable. You know, you want to keep yourself hidden, especially from explosive cast that could just stop MF really early on into the fight. So there's a lot of, I think, interaction in this next coming fight that, for me, are actually pretty difficult to predict overall because they're so dynamic, especially with things like Shadow Surge, where you can just get a 5-man taunt inside a Dragon Pit. It's like, well, how do you keep that guy away?
I actually think it's better for the side of PSG if they do allow J-Team to get into the Dragon Pit first, because it limits the mobility coming out from in Aphelios, and if they get onto the Aphelios, burst them out, all of a sudden the side of PSG can really snowball a fight afterwards. There's a lot of movement capabilities, right? Viego, Sylas, very agile. They can continuously move around and clean up a fight. It's just a matter of corralling them into a location or a good spot for this MF pick, and MF on red side can play over the thin wall. Whereas on blue side, a lot more inflexible with how you position. You have to be in river to actually utilize that MF ult.
We've seen it so many times. Like, the MF just stands on top of the blast cone, drops her ultimate, like, brings everyone to half HP, and then just pops over and kills everyone. Yeah. So it can definitely happen that way. Like, we have a bit of downtime to spare here. I want to think of, like, what's the worst combination for Viego abilities and for Sylas ultimate. Is there even a bad ultimate to steal here as Sylas? There's obviously no Udyr level, like the Phoenix slap.
I mean, that would always. For the most part, you don't get a lot of value out of Aphelios besides damage, right? So because you aren't able to proc Gravitum. So if you use Gravitum ult, you only get the slow. So that is one thing. True. Unless, I wonder if you use Gravitum ult as Sylas and Viego steals Aphelios, can he use Gravitum off of the Gravitum ult?
Ooh, that is actually spicy. That would be absolutely 500 IQ if we ever see it happen. Probably not, but it would be pretty cool.
Yeah. There's some possible cool interactions because of the fact you have both Sylas and Viego, right?
Yeah. You could actually get access to the other abilities that chain up into the ultimate right there. That's not what you usually do with the Sylas. So we're gonna find out. This is some really fun 200 IQ IQ experiments that could be going on.
200 IQ, but also it might just evolve into 200 years.
True. Like, he just, like, forgoes the Graviton, goes, oh, but we do have the Flashbang Bird from Unified right before the Drake is about to come up. Great find from Kongya right here, and I just love this build. This Ignite build is actually so fun. I actually want to start try and play this one. On the top side, suddenly Driver is getting a lot of leads here. Hanabi finally gets his Mythic, so he was kept pretty far behind, and that's why he wasn't able to win the top side. Now he finally does come back here, but I think Driver's actually done a very good job at keeping all of this in check.
Yeah, and now he's going to have the sustain to actually slowly win out this matchup for this Sylas pickup and then the top side. So finally, Hanabi's kind of online, but again, he's been really hard focused in this particular game. Already died 2 times as we get to see the gold charts pulled up here. Hanabi below Lil V, but the biggest winner at the moment are these mid laners doing very well for themselves in the farm department, and that's why they're at the top of the gold charts.
Yeah, and they can pack a punch right here. Boy also has his Mythic completed. As we were talking about, PSG can fight for vision, but they can also seed it over towards J-Team and allow them to walk into a trap. Bay can engage over walls, so can MF. So many different ways to play this one. And we do have Kongre now starting up on the Herald. Pretty greedy to be here before the Drake, but they feel like they have the potential and the power to do so. Let's see if PSG try to respond, or are they just going to look for a potential dive here. It looks like the 4-man is already converging, and I love this play from Little V. He's just like, yeah, I'm not staying here. You know what, guys? I've seen how PSG plays. I'm not going anywhere close to my own tower. You guys can have this one.
Yeah, but that might not be enough still.
Far. Oh, well, it does get out in the end, especially with the Gale Force. A little bit greedy for the Krugs, but it makes it work, I guess.
Yeah, but the big thing there is that he has to expend everything. So Konga throws out this Rift Herald knowing that, hey, the rest of PSG are down in this bottom side. We'll be able to take this top tower. And that's more gold going into the hands of J-Team. And overall, they would win out. But PSG get themselves this dragon. So really both teams get kind of what they wanted. But I would say J-Team maybe a little bit more at this current moment.
Yeah, I feel like their game plan is actually our top laner is the jungler. Hecarim's the real carry here. You know, Driver's just kind of leashing his lane for him. He's setting up the wave so he can get towers and stuff like that. Driver's definitely the more utility part of this partnership here. And like you mentioned, you know, PSG, they don't have to face a Dray stack. They can infinite scale. And meanwhile, J-Team, they get this Hecarim up to closer to going for, I believe, what we're going to see as the Force of Nature right here. Make him pretty invincible, just diving into the backline.
Yeah, now for PSG, you have your 2 items completed onto the MF. This is a really, really big power spike for his champ. And you look on the other side, Little V, he's once again opting into this BT build. This time, again, every time he's gone for it, it slows down the build path of Inaphilios, but every single time it does feel like it's very necessary to go for the BT.
We're seeing both teams just staying around mid right here. Both were trying to poke out and catch the 80 carries. Neither of them have their flashes, so a lot of ideas being exchanged here, but no one eventually bites. We are seeing the game start to shift into, I still think this is still pretty much J-Team favored territory. Driver, is he going to look for the explosive cask? He does go for it. Kaiwing flashes out and stays alive through the stasis. Very nicely done here. And Nabi's going to come in just to put some pressure down onto J-Team, and J-Team back out in the end. But, you know, good catches from both of them.
Yeah, and J-Team, they don't have to actually expend anything for that. They don't have to burn flashes. It's Kaiwing's flash that gets burned out, and it's also the big ultimate coming in from Unified, so a lot of their team fight power removed at the moment. Once Hanabi does get online, then it changes a little bit here, but right now you're very focused on trying to play around your MF ult as your main damage source.
Yep, we are still waiting for the Muramana to come through. That's when this MF gets really scary and start to pack a punch here. And I feel like J-Team, after that dive, they were just so happy they banned the Nautilus, because in that situation, if it was Nautilus, it'd probably turn around and just kill the Kragus. So I'm just so flabbergasted that Nautilus is like the go-to ban this late into playoffs, but here we are in the PCS.
I mean, J-Team have also just struggled so mightily against the pick, right? Where when they have to play against it, Lil V just constantly gets hooked in lane. So in these lanes that should be sort of a handshake, it ends up just getting really abnormal leads for the Nautilus side of the matchup. And okay, Driver just slows down the back coming in from Juhan, but now Baron has spawned. J-Team 2,000 gold ahead, but PSG have the 1 dragon lead, and again they want to play around dragons because they can really hammer these 5v5s home at the moment.
Oh, Kongre coming in for the catch. Kaiwing doesn't have his flash anymore, but Kongre has to take a full bullet time, and down he goes. Overextending there. I feel like I've seen that play happen before in J-Team games. They had the first step, but not the plan B.
Yeah, and the benefit of having a Leona is that if she does get caught out, she still has a lot of survivability.
Yep.
If she procs Aftershock and she presses W, she's just so damn durable. Makes for a very hard target to pick off, and that's what we saw in that case. And even though you are a very far ahead Hecarim, you don't have the damage to one-shot a Leona. So when you eat a full bullet time from an MF, there's no way you survive that.
Yeah, that was a little bit ambitious coming in from Konga. You know, if it was MF herself, it would have been a lot easier here. But in that play, I also want to mention Hanabi actually burned his TP for very little effect right here, so he will be down there, and Driver will have that advantage. So Driver can still afford to go for side lanes. J-Team looks like they're not going to go for that route, though. They are just going to converge on this next Cloud Drake coming up. As we said again, they don't really need to go into the river to have impact here. Unified's ult should be about to come up, so PSG probably just waiting around a couple more seconds where that ult does come in. But Enzo wants to start this one off. Uniboy gets tagged, no follow-up damage, and both sides go back to dancing around. We finally have bullet time back up again, so the big ultimate will be ready. If Enzo chances his engages, Kai once again caught and might just be going down. Driver stun on the other side. Little V nearly dead. Bay can't find him with the Everfrost, and both sides gently start to disengage.
Has ult. Hanabi has the Alistar ultimate, so this reset is still much more beneficial for the side of PSG. They'll turn their attention towards this dragon, and it does look like J-Team will be forced to concede this objective. So they put themselves on soul points. Unfortunately, it is only, of course, the Cloud Soul, so you're not getting those extra damage stats, but the extra kite ability, very, very useful, again, for champions like a Sylas, like a MF who can, and the Viego, who can easily chase after that first kill goes down. As we get to see the replay, this is the value of Leona. She gets charmed up, she gets CC, she gets knocked up, she gets bounced around, she's still alive, she's 40% HP, and then the turn comes in from PSG. Lil V does a good job in getting the Severum ult off, but, I mean, again, this Aphelios, the priority on the champion, when he gets so little value, is just not worth it.
I felt like Little V was baited into such a hard position right there. If he goes in for the damage, well, Unified's definitely going to be waiting there for him. If he doesn't go, then, you know, the engage is kind of expended for nothing. So a bit of a weird engage from J-Team from my perspective. They didn't really have Little V's best interests at heart there, and he ends up paying both summoners here. That's going to be a huge difference here as you take a look at Unified, and he's still sitting pretty with both his flash and his heal. So this next fight, PSG know they have a lead. They're pushing for the advantage. If they can catch out Little V, they could end this fight in an instant. Let's see how Little V moves across here. It's very hard for him to move against a Sylas and a Leona and a Viego. He's just going to stay here underneath his own tower and stay a little bit safer. Kongre coming in.
Oh, that's a big win.
Kai Wing once again is going to get tagged out. But so far nothing happened. Yeah, it doesn't have the gravitum.
Yeah, and no ult, and he is currently on green-white. So probably his best team fighting weaponry at the moment against this composition of PSG. Wants the extra range, also of course the extra 1v1 power, but when you lose that Moonlight Vigil, it also takes away a lot of your really big burst potential coming in from Infinite Chakram. So I like PSG trying to be a little bit more proactive, walking in and trying to find a pick.
Nabi is going to be a pseudo tank here, has already captured the Alistar ultimate. That's going to take a while to actually fall off, so J-Team, I don't think they can really chance for these engages. Not a fight that they should be able to win right now. They are going to go back to just shoving the waves back in again. And PSG are pretty happy, I think, to just sit this one out. You know, wait 2 minutes here and make it about a decisive Cloud Soul.
Yeah, and here we actually have Hanabi going for the Archangels for a second item. So this is a build with a lot of sustain. I almost expect him to go for something like the Spirit Visage third just to amplify the healing. So he's just going to be a drain tank with this current itemization. Uniboy still has the Banshee's Veil, so that will be something that they need to pop off here.
Oh, but he walks into Juan. Juan finds the stun, gets the Everfrost, and the ultimate. So pretty big find, though. The Ari will still get all of those back in the next fight, but nice to let Uniboy know that you can jump out of any brush.
Yeah, and that's actually a nice little denial here because at level 16 he gets the additional cooldown reduction, so being able to burn that at level 15 does help a little bit. Small advantage. And Uniboy now going to be forced to rely on that flash, but I mean it's still a pretty short cooldown here as we head towards, I mean it's 27 minutes into the game, not a ton of kills to come through, and it's really just much more of a chess match this time around, which I think favors PSG much more.
Alright, we'll see if PSG can get something out of it. Kaiwing once again the target here. He's gonna get charmed up but not fall down. Bay on the side holding onto his abilities, and Little V has to back out. He doesn't have his flash just yet. So J-Team, they chance for something, they don't find anything, and I gotta say that does feel like a bit of a waste in terms of the abilities here. PSG will have one extra ultimate coming into this crucial team fight.
Guys, we just have to stop throwing all our damage onto a Leona. It's not finding enough value. Yes, you burn the flash and it maybe limits the range of your engage coming in from the Leona, but there's still a Viego, there's still a Vex to deal with, there's still the Silas pick to deal with. So there's so many other targets that can start fights out for PSG that killing a Leona isn't going to do enough.
Hey man, when you want a drink, you've got to have a drink. Uniboy flying in, he does find
this is a better target.
Vex. Okay, here we go. The Moonlight Vigil onto 3 targets, but Hanabi is so tanky in the front line. He's still not falling down, and Bay is able to re-engage here. Hanabi finds Little V. Little V gets tagged over the wall, and the 80 carry is down. This is your pick one Aphelios on the ground. Can Uniboy fight this one back? Explosive cast back into the tower, but Kaiwing stays alive. PSG able to get one, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade. J-Team somehow managed to get away with multiple blinking HP bars.
Yeah, they managed to escape, but unfortunately, this is still going to be favored towards PSG. They're going to be able to get themselves this Cloud Soul here, and now they have a bit more of an edge. Again, it is Cloud Soul, so it's not the most domineering soul to pick up here, but once again, this time things start out better by finding the better CC land target onto Bay on this Vex, but Lil V not allowed to play the game. Look, he's full health and instantly he's gone.
Yeah, it takes 2 ultimates to the face right there. I think Kongra actually mistimed the Onslaught of Shadows, wasn't able to get the fear onto Bay. That would have changed things, taken away the Shadow Surge. They don't find it. PSG closed the trap here. Unified pops his bullet time, gets a lot of damage out, and that is Cloud Soul. So super fast flank potential from PSG. They can just run circles around J-Team at this point. But in the grand scheme of things, probably not going to change all that much just yet. We still have J-Team on a lot of potential. However, Silas is scaling up. We just saw that Silas, he was running in 1v4 and nobody could kill him. It was so difficult to actually take him down.
Yeah, I mean, he goes in with the Alistar ultimate. Once he hits level 16, it's going to be even more impressive. And then he just non-stop heals because he has the Riftmaker and the Archangels. He has so much CDR to continue to pop those Kingslayers. It's very, very annoying to deal with. Although Unified going to get chased. Look at the extra movement speed.
Yeah, they just get away, but the fight is still on. Juhan now looks like to be the target. Can Uniboy find him? One more tech. He does get it. It's going to be 2 kills over. Vex is dead also. The Korean duo has just gone down out of nowhere. J-Team, they used 2 ultimates for absolutely nothing, and they still win the fight. I think Hanabi was a little bit late to that one because he did have to teleport, and J-Team, in the meantime, they had the idea that they wanted to go in. PSG cannot contest.
They don't want to look to turn to challenge this objective, knowing that they don't have the smite to try and go for a flip. And they take the conservative approach. It will be Hanabi finally taking the level 16, but as we get to see the replay, like, this was pretty good.
That was a terrible
pretty well
start.
played coming in from Unified, but then the fight still goes through. They lose target focus. They aren't able to get onto Lil V this time around. And they allow Lil V to play the fight. And I mean, really, this series has just come down to, does Lil V on this Aphelios get to play the game? And if PSG lose this game, I feel like they're going to ban out Aphelios because they somehow failed to build compositions to deal with it.
I want to point out that I feel like PSG, it was really weird because we saw Hanabi just use his teleport, but he was very far in the bot lane after the teleport. So PSG, I feel like there was a moment of communication that went wrong. I don't know if it's Hanabi's side or the 4-man side, but PSG wanted to engage. Hanabi's TP was not in position whatsoever, and they still went in and just got caught. That was honestly a very bad way to start a fight for J Team, but they somehow don't get punished. They actually walk away with so much from that one. I'm just, kind of flabbergasted right there. It seems like communication again striking PSG.
And now, I mean, they won't hold on to this tier 2 tower against the Baron push, but that's kind of to be expected. It's really about seeing if they want to fight to control these tier 3 in-hit towers. That's going to be the key. Oh, it does look like they are setting up to try and get a pick around this tier 2 mid tower.
And we do have the Unstoppable Onslaught going again into the mid lane, forcing out the ultimate from Juhan, so that cuts down on a lot of his reset potential at the start of the fight at the very least. And here comes the push in PSG. I feel like they are going to engage on this one. Hanabi does have the Alistar Unbreakable Will ready to go, so he's a very tanky boy in the front line. Let's see if he can find the crowd control. The chains land onto Enzo, and the fight is on. Shadow Surge onto the support into the front line. Shadow Surge still goes through. Bei gets instantly exhausted down, and that's a huge Moonlight Vigil, but Juhan does get the ultimate through. Hanabi chases forward. He's gonna get a Kingslayer. Massive amount of HP taken back with the Triumph as well, and he's chasing forward. A beautiful play by PSG, going in again and again, layering their engages to find the win.
And I mean, these engages are just so suffocating. There's so much chase potential because, again, the Cloud Soul giving them extra movement speed along with just the natural capabilities of them being able to chase. And look, Lil V, he gets a great ultimate with the Infernum, but that's it. That's his contribution to this fight. Maybe he gets one auto, but that's an auto, and then he's walking away.
Yeah, he has to run away from Hanabi right here, and Juhan also gets to flash forward to try to catch him out there. I'll be honest, I have to say Lil V actually misplayed that pretty hard. There was no way that one last hit on Pink Ward was worth a Gale Force in that situation. Nearly just straight up throws the game, actually. And I just feel like we see the problem of the late game scaling coming into full force from PSG. They just can't hold on to so many engages and wait for those opportunities for Lil V to reveal himself.
Yeah, as long as they target and zone off Lil V, he can't do anything. And look at this build. He's gone for a GA. He's gone for a BT. This is one of the most defensive builds you could go for on an Aphelios. And then his fourth item is now going to be a collector. There's just no damage coming out.
Navi's going in, though. He has no lack of damage or sustain for that matter. And so nearly fallen down, and he's dead. They use the Blast Cone straight on top of him, and Bei gets to find the backline. In Hanabi goes. There's no stopping this man. He wants blood. He wants revenge. He's going to back out of the tower for now, but he's got Driver in his sights. Once again, PSG are going to head onto this Elder Dragon, and there's no resistance from Uniboy. Uniboy actually is going to go for an Najai Soul Stealer right here, just to potentially chance up some damage that they're lacking, but he's not going anywhere near the Elder Dragon. There's no steal potential. PSG, massive win.
PSG, now they just kind of run away with the game. There's only 13 kills in a 35-minute game, and PSG are down 2,000 gold, Clement, and this is a fight they still win in an absolute slaughter fest. Look, Lil V, auto's a ward. All right, that's one auto. Auto's another ward. That's another auto. And look, he's trying to pump out damage. Oh, but where's the damage? Hanabi just runs him down. He has an Alistar ultimate. He has a rank 3 Ali ult, which gives him so much uptime and so much healing from everything he's built on this champion that Lil V, you've gone for a collector. You don't have heal reduction. How do you stop this man?
Yeah, I'm wondering about his build right there. It looks like he's just trying to outlive the Unbreakable Will. That seems to be the game plan right here. But I think PSG are pretty happy with those 7 seconds that Hanabi can just face plant into your entire composition. So we are seeing the gold lead just being chipped away from the side of J-Team. And now with the Elder Dragon, PSG most likely will like to chain this into the Baron. It's coming up at 10 seconds. J-Team looking down the barrel of a double major objective right here. Are they going to even try and contest? So far, the scuttle is there. They know what is going on. PSG trying to hold off into the last second. Oh, and they actually hide this. I still feel like PSG have to know about this. They did see.
I mean, they're just gonna let it go. If they go for this play and they don't sweep out the 3 wards that were really lined up behind them, behind the side of J-Team in their jungle, like, it's such an easy access play for this Sylas coming in with the teleport that they'll just lose the game. So they decide to play the game just a little bit longer. They don't have the flip tools to do it as well because, again, your big carry, your big DPS carry in Lil V, he just, I mean, there's no DPS. It's just the heart of the matter. He doesn't have an IE. He doesn't have the mortal, or not mortal reminder, but the Lord Dominix to actually shred through these high health targets, and he doesn't have any heal reduction.
What do you feel about the 4th item collector? It just feels so off to me. I don't think I've ever seen anyone go for 4 item collector.
Yeah, 2nd item makes sense because armor hasn't come through, and still armor hasn't technically come through, but it's just too late in the game that all these natural leveling stats, you're going to get more value from the armor from there anyway. So it's definitely probably 20 minutes too late, and PSG, I think they're going to be really loving the setup here that they have. They can just play all 3 lanes. Well, I guess all 2 lanes at the moment because there's not a wave up in this top side, but look at the pressure they're exerting.
Here comes the engage. Kaiwing already pops the ultimate here. Oh, it's just a zoning engage. Sorry, got a little bit too high on that one. Uniboy rushes forward with the Spirit Rush. Isn't going to throw the... I'm very surprised he's not even going to try to throw a charm out, but just saves it right there. And
look at how defensive Enzo is playing. He's so far back because he knows he's the only target for this Sylas.
So smart.
He's actually just hiding in base because he doesn't want to get his ult stolen.
I'm just saying a 5v4 is better than a 6v4, so, you know, I think mathematically that makes a lot of sense. We do have a charm going in onto Kaiwing, but Everfrost doesn't land right here.
It's a Leona.
He's still incredibly tanky. He doesn't really care about this at all. And Little V, I better see that collector one-shot someone. Hanabi gonna run away from the engage. Good find there. Yeah, they can. No tank.
Enzo can walk up. He can play in the game. Oh my god. But, I mean, it's still a short ultimate cooldown for the Sylas at rank 3 ult, so that's not going to be an issue. He already has plenty of cooldown reduction in his build. Lucidity boots, Zanya's, he also has the Banshee's Veil, so plenty of ability haste coming in from that build that, I mean, but the ult's back. So a very small timing window, and really the only thing J-Team can get off of that is saying, hey, I guess you guys can't fight anymore, so we get to keep our base. We don't actually get to go for a pick, though.
How do J-Team actually win one of these team fights? Because so far, it's looked nigh impossible for them to even dent the front line. I'm not sure what their win condition is coming into a 5v5.
Yeah, it comes down to Lil V getting onto full build. He needs an IE. That's the only way they can win this game, because look at the other items in his team's inventory. You have a pretty utility build coming in from Gragas. He's not going to burst anyone down. You have a bit of a utility build coming in from Uniboy. He's not going to one-shot anyone anytime soon either. So it comes down to Lil V having to play absolutely perfect in a fight.
Konger trying to bait something to happen here, and Driver is the one that gets slightly tagged out. Vex now locked down. Can they
Sonya's
actually
burn.
get Bay down? The Onslaught of Shadows this time goes through, but he has double stasis, not just one, he's got two. Literally opening up though, Gale Force is
Hanabi's
backward
on the
to get
back
out
line.
of the bullet time, but Hanabi chasing him down. He finds the abduct, pops him into the GA. Uniboy in the meantime is gonna miss the charm and
game
fall
over.
down. Hanabi just chases everyone to their death. A dogged fight from both sides, but Bay with the double stasis gets the bait off, and Hanabi cleans house.
Yeah, and with PSG in the 45 second death timers on both the carries of J-Team, this should just be the game unless some miracle occurs from J-Team. They have all the beefy boys, but they don't have any damage.
Let's see if the BP boys are enough to stall this one out. Hanabi taking a lot of towers, but he's still alive for now. It will be Hecarim in the front line going down. Hanabi gets a kill onto himself, and this looks like it's gonna be all over. PSG gonna move on to match point in game 3.
And I just love this PSG draft with the last pick, Silas, that murdered any chance J-Team had in this game. Yes, they had a good start coming in from Konya on the Hecarim, but this Aphelios pick, please put it in the trash. This pick sucks.
Oh man, those are some harsh words for a pick like Aphelios. There was a lot of things that are a little bit head scratchy this time around. I feel like J-Team, again, they were on the tempo side, but the mid game was so bloodless, and they weren't able to wrestle away the Drake stack, even though they had that pretty comfortable 2,000 gold lead and Silas being so far behind. There was so many missed teleports from Hanabi. He actually missed 2 teleports in the team fights, and still nothing came of it. J-Team didn't find any kills and didn't find any picks.
It felt like their only way in, even though there was a snowball on the Hecarim. They needed to find kills onto this 2v2 in the bottom lane, but they weren't able to do so because of good start. Level 1 coming in from Juhan and the rest of PSG, denying away the red buff at level 1, forcing Hecarim to play more so topside. And yes, they shut down Hanabi on the Silas pick, but Hanabi, when there's an Alistar on the other side, who cares? You can still steal an Alistar ultimate. So, when we get to see this draft pulled up, one thing, again, they could have picked Braum. That would have allowed the Aphelios to play the game against Dive, play the game against an MF ultimate, but they opted for the Alistar. And I don't think anyone could have imagined the R5 Silas pick to come out, but it enabled it, right? The Alistar lock-in enabled the rest of this composition. So I think it was just really, all in all, J-Team could have been the Braum pick. I think would have changed things drastically for them.
I totally agree. The Braum pick would have been really nice right here. At least Aphelios can survive, like you said, and probably there's a lot of things off with the Aphelios. I just feel like the itemization was so weird. It was super defensive, and then you just go right into collector. I'm just like, what?
The itemization deserves to go into the trash bin as well.
Okay. But if you put Aphelios in the trash, you only have Jinx. And are you gonna ban Xayah Nautilus again and again just to play Jinx?
Well, I mean, they'll be on red side for sure.
Oh, that's
this
true.
time
That's
around.
true.
And now it's just a matter of PSG. How do you want to play out this ban phase? Because we know J-Team, they are so invested in this bottom lane. And I feel like this MF pick works out pretty well because of the fact you can play from range, you can prevent the Aphelios from getting in, and it also allows the MF or Unified to just play comfortably back. He doesn't have to play aggressive and look for these Xayah Feather ults to try and get maximum damage. He can kind of just play his own zone.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I feel like throughout this entire series, the AD carries, they matter, but not that much. I feel like the top lane is still the deciding factor anyway. So, if bot gets to stay comfortably ahead, if they can push the wave, I feel like PSG are happy with that result. They don't need that much more from their bot lane. So far in the series, we are looking at, I think the draft has been sort of figured out. Lee Sin's not going to go through. Zeri's still going to be on the table for sure. But the other picks, the bot laners, we see PSG very comfortable with just going tempo and then building the scaling and split pushing for Hanabi. That's kind of the win condition for PSG at this point. And you can see in this gold graph, they can weather the storm perfectly well. 6,000 gold advantage for J Team, and they don't do anything with it. They just couldn't find kills.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we have figured out is that when you are taking champions like the Ahri, like the LeBlanc, you can go for these big burly tanks. Yes, Silas isn't actually a tank, but when you have Alistar ultimate to steal away, he is a hyper tank. So these hyper tanks are just so effective in dealing with these low damage mid lane threats or low DPS threats, because it's really just all about trying to catch a target and chunk them to half, but they can't finish off these kills. They need help from the rest of the team to deal the finishing blow.
And I feel like PSG has read very well into that. J Team are a team that is going to lack damage. They, like we've seen in the previous series, they are tempo mid and they are tank top. So if you go for Aatrox, if you go for Viego, you are going to be incredibly happy. In the late game, you're untouchable. Nothing can kill you. They have to focus fire you, and Unify just gets the clean house. So I feel like that's another edge in the stack of PSG. The deeper we go into this best of 5, the more drafting advantages I feel like PSG are acquiring. And to no one's surprise, Hanabi gets the MVP. Those only 2 deaths happen in the early game with the Ignite Hecarim. He's able to weather the storm and come back with a roar.
Yeah, he died 2 times in this game, but all of them came out like before 10 minutes. So after that point, he went unkilled, and he also took like no damage in these fights because he had an Alistar to piggyback off of.
It's absolutely crazy. I think he gets up to 70% damage reduction and plus a Kingslayer every few seconds because they also had 3 Cloud Drakes. So unkillable Hanabi there for you on full display. This man has evolved so far past what I initially thought of him. I felt like he had a really good Worlds run throughout this entire split. He's been the main carry on this PSG team when honestly, you know, he was probably the 3rd or even 4th option in the previous year. So you got to give Hanabi his due. He is now the king of the PCS after Maple and River and left.
Yeah, for sure.
And Dago, sorry.
I mean, he still has to finish the job, right?
True.
He has to get the series win, and then he has to take the mantle, or he has to get the win over CFO in the finals. But Hanabi has clearly just been really the best player on the Rift. Usually we give that title to Unified whenever it's any PSG game, but so far he has somewhat underperformed on the Xayah pick, and we'll see how the pick demands change this time around, as most likely we'll see J Team shift over to the red side.
Yep. And we're heading into game 4. This could be where PSG clinch their matchup, the rematch with CFO, or it could go all the way to Silver Scrape. So we'll find out right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Yo.
One thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the type to get the haters to give an applause. I can get an encore without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up depressed, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't grow with a weak link like a broke chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running over to the spills of the saucer. Look, call me true to author. My battle plans rather terroristic torture. Look, these hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. I rhyme like nursery, still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury, working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 20, 32. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like Brew. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
Welcome back to what could potentially be the final game in our lower bracket finals. PSG now with the lead at 2-1. Going into game 4, we do have some news about the side selection. J-Team, to our surprises, actually goes on to the blue side, not trying to take away the last pick from Hanabi. Before we go even deeper into the matchup, big thank you to our sponsors at CTBC and Caliber. You make this league possible. Now, Nightstar, I want to play a little game with you. It's called a guessing game. What is going to be the blue side first pick?
Surely it can't be Aphelios. I feel like...
Could be?
I mean,
sure?
They really want the Aphelios for some reason. And I think it's because if you look at the other things that they have played and gotten wins on, the only other champ they win on is Jinx. But in that particular game, they banned it out. And I think if they leave it open, the side of PSG are very, very willing to take Jinx and allow them to get Aphelios. So it almost feels necessary, but the Viego could be a focus because I think that was really the one strong pick the side of PSG got that really the side of J-Team didn't have answers for. Because if you look at Sylas, it probably doesn't come through if the Alistar didn't get locked in the second phase. So you can prevent that to a certain degree.
Yeah, Sylas is definitely not everyday kind of pick that you can take blind or anything like that. But I agree with you. I think the big two suspects here are definitely going to be the Aphelios and the Viego. Lee Sin, 100%. J-Team's, PSG is just going to ban that one away. But I would like to talk to you about these two win cons because, in my view, the only thing that actually matters for these two teams, for J-Team, just have a carry jungler, period. That's it. And for PSG, have a scaling carry top laner. The rest of your map, in my eyes, literally doesn't matter. Like, just don't lose too hard. Hanabi wins, GG. It's not that complicated, right? Am I like oversimplifying things?
I think, like, technically for J-Team, they could have delved more into Driver's champion pool, but on blue side, I think you're very limited in that impact. So I would agree that it has to be more so about Kongre. Okay, a slight change in the bans with the Rakan ban coming out from the side of J-Team. I don't think PSG are going to change too much here. They should still ban out the Zeri and probably go for... They might go for the Viego ban themselves.
It's kind of interesting to see the Vex ban on top of the Ahri ban. I think most teams would have preferred to go with the Ahri from Bay, but they're sticking to that one. And PSG now have to decide, you know, are they going to hand over Aphelios? I think they should, but you never know. J-Team going to ban the Nautilus once more.
Double support ban in the first phase, even though Leona is still left available. I think Leona is just the preferred pick from PSG right now because it offers way too much in the current melee engaged support champion pool. So PSG, we'll see what they go ahead ban away on this last pick. Viego's still left available. None of the 80 carries this time around didn't get touched, and it will be the Viego read. So I think PSG come out ahead in this first ban phase.
Yeah, I have to concur with that one. We talked about the two options, but Aphelios, we were not that hyped about this one. I think Ahri would be a better selection here. Even though we didn't see a great game from Uniboy, it still does pack a lot of potential. The Zoe is also up out of the Uniboy champions. Syndra and Zoe are both there, but he's going to stick with the Ahri, which I think is traditionally been seen as the definitely stronger side of the three tempo picks.
Yeah, and I think the read is, hey, if we take away the Vex and we still get the Ahri, then maybe our pick power onto Bay is able to stick a little bit better. Of course, you have better survivability on Vex than some of these other mid lane champions that can get caught out or that do get caught out in those situations because you have a little bit of a shield, you have the fear. But PSG, they'll go back to the Xayah and they get themselves the Hecarim. So I mean, my feelings on the Xayah coming in from Unified are a little bit down. compared to his previous performances, but this is still probably the strongest AD champion available in the meta.
Yeah, it does well in the laning phase. And as we said, PSG, all they need to do is just win top lane. Like, they're not playing for scaling in the bottom side. They're saying, like, well, you know, outside Unified, you guys can take it slow. Some of your fight selections haven't been all that great, so, you know, let's just make sure you just push and don't die. It's good enough. And Nabi's got you covered. So we'll see what PSG are going to select here for their mid laner. Akali would be a very interesting pick. Super weak in lane. I don't think that would go through, and it will be the Veigar. I've seen this matchup a couple times, but it does get pushed in early.
Yeah, the Veigar has a good matchup into the Ahri, being able to throw down the cage to prevent her from really doing anything in these team fights, being able to utilize her own ultimate. But at the same time, you do give up your mid lane priority early on. So we'll see if J-Team are able to utilize that to attack the map. They also take away the Leona pick, I think, which is the really big thing. So PSG, now where do they go? Does Driver also have his own Silas pickup here? Or is he going to be taking that Graves up into the top side? For PSG, I think this is a good setup for Braum in this instance. You can play a little bit more defensive. Maybe they look for a Tom Kent for support, but when it comes to these bot lane or to the bans, we have the Gragas taken away from Driver, so he's going to be set on a different champion this time around, and we also have the Kaisa taken away from Lil V. So both the Philios and the Jinx, they don't have a great time into the Xayah pick.
Yeah, we could see that Lil V is having a hard time coming up with the champion that he wants to play right here. The GP, no surprise, is going to be the ban, and maybe Driver has to go back to his namesake in the Sion pick. That is why he's called the Driver. He's very good at driving tanks around the rift, so potentially. PSG this time around, likely to show their support pick. Aren't a lot of options right here. They could definitely still go for the Alistar. You know, they don't have to fear the Silas coming out the other end.
Yep, and it looks like that's what they're looking for. It adds that extra little bit of engage. If they win for something like a Braum, then you're really relying on Juhan and maybe Hanabi with his last pick to be your big frontline engaged champions. And for the most part, Kai Wing's been tasked with the duty of trying to engage. And here we go. We're going to see possibly just another tank in this top side, but this time around, I don't think it's as effective because against the Veigar, he can burst out tanks. He does have the persistent DPS towards the mid-late game to eat through frontline champions like a Sion, like a Leona.
Yeah, we'll see. This is potentially J-Team's last game of the playoffs, and we gotta go back to the Aphelios, boys. We gotta give it one more shot. I don't blame them. Like, looking at these compositions, there's not a lot of options left here, and the Aphelios, at least with that BT, is not going to get chunked out too early. So J-Team with the composition, I think that they are very comfortable with. PSG, on the other hand, I'm not really sure what this comp does. I'll be completely honest. Looks like they can go for a 4-1 angle. Aatrox hard counters the Sion.
Yeah, Aatrox does well into the Sion, but it would almost be just exclusively sort of a 4-1 setup because I don't think he's going to be able to team fight very well against an Aphelios. This time around for J-Team, this Aphelios pick is being played around. He has a Leona, he has a Sion. These are two big frontline champions to sit in front of this Aphelios pick to allow him to actually do DPS. And for PSG, they don't have enough dive and gap close ability to get onto the Aphelios, but name of the game once more is going to be kill the Aphelios.
Oof, that's a lot of tanky boys that they are going to need to go through to get to that Aphelios. We'll see if that can happen. And J-Team this time around, they do have a carry coming in from Kongre. They look so much better when Kongre can actually deal damage compared to when he's on the utility pick. I think it's really just night and day. So I want to ask you this, but you know, coming into this one, potentially the last game of the series, which composition do you favor?
I'm going to be a little bit more J-Team favored this time around. I think the changes, again, PSG hasn't done enough with their draft to put enough threat onto this Aphelios pick. Maybe if it was in a Malphite here, being able to kind of handshake that top lane. Yes, you're not going to be able to hard win that matchup, and maybe that's not what you want from Hanabi, given the fact that, you know, Hanabi is just really outshining Driver by a nautical mile in this series so far. But you just need clear target focus onto this Aphelios. If you kill this Aphelios once more, I feel like just J-Team just have no grounds to stand on.
All right, kill the Aphelios, the name of the game. What we've seen from Little V, he does give you a lot of chances. I've got to be completely honest with that one. And we'll see if PSG can finish this one off to get their rematch with CFO, or if we are going to move into Silver Scrapes. This is game 4, starting right here. We have seen level 1s from all of these games coming in from PSG. They typically do go into the bot lane to drop wards, or they do late invade. So we'll see if this time they do anything cheeky. Taking a look at the start here, we do have the phase rush coming out from Kongre. So this one's a little bit more high mobility, and the Predator from the Veigar, as we normally see.
Yeah, the Veigar, you can really just go a number of keystones and it'll be fine on Veigar. So that's why we see more so the Predator, because he can zoom into other lanes, which shores up one of his weaknesses, that he isn't exactly the most mobile mid laner in trying to attack the side lanes. And this quiet level 1, I would say, again, benefits PSG because it fits more of their playstyle. They like to just be as controlled as possible, and it's up to J-Team to try and shake things up. Although, late invade
not spotted by PSG, actually. PSG didn't see this at all. Yeah, interesting.
This is big. Although they do see Uniboy coming through that pixel brush, so they might have an inkling.
I think they definitely know about this one, just based on the pings that they're sending down the ramp, but it will be a semi-vertical jungle, and typically when you're playing just a weak side top laner, vertical jungle like this is A-okay. You almost don't care if your top lane really gets ganked, as long as his wave isn't too messed up. In the meantime, let's see if PSG are able to stop this Gromp take. Kongre taking it down, but Kaiwing is coming in for him. He, of course, doesn't have his combo, but it will stop Kongre from taking over the entire side, at least not at the pace which he wanted to. The Warsu still spot him.
Still looking.
I was sticking on him. This is interesting. Oh, wait. Ignite goes down. They're going for the kill. What? Huh?
Huh.
I confused.
Think he forgot to skill an ability there, because he didn't cast anything. Or maybe he went for the Q flash?
Uniboy is going to be the target here. He has to burn his flash, decimating smash backwards. He should be fine into this one. And the turret's going to deal quite a bit of damage, but he will be okay. Driver in the meantime. Ooh, this is getting really dicey. Finally hits his level 3. Slow down onto a Nabi. I do want to mention, Driver, this is his best champion, and why he is called Driver in the first place.
Yes, he is on the Scion pick, and perhaps has an opportunity to look for a solo kill.
Nabi's thinking the same thing right here, too. He doesn't get the Infernal Chains to land, but he's got his Conquerors, and Driver has to back out.
And now Juhan back to full HP. Yes, he took a large chunk from that tower, but able to get it all back with the red buff. Now able to secure himself a blue buff, so it's vertical jungle set up by PSG and J-Team here. And that means you're going to get a lot of free space for your Aatrox to get the itemization he needs to start plowing through and eat through this Scion early on. Whereas on the flip side for J-Team, this has just been their MO. We try and play around Lilvi as much as possible, and hopefully he's able to carry. It's been pretty mishmash results, and I think it's not so much of Lil V's performance as much as PSG's draft and whether or not they allow the Aphelios to actually play the game.
Yeah, it's been really odd. J-Team traditionally has gotten a lot of their damage from Little V, and that's why they're so much still hinging on his lane. Though I do kind of feel like Kongre is, in the playoffs, for me at least, has been kind of the more core carry out of the two. Driver getting a lot of damage, chip damage in onto Nabi, but he still has to be very careful. And Nabi with one rotation could deal massive amounts of damage here. Driver trying to bait him to engage. Graves is not spotted, just waiting for that E to come out. but Hanabi holding on. He's got the wave push. He doesn't need to do anything too drastic here. And we do have Kongra now going back. I do want to point out the jungle situation is actually a little bit worse for Juhan. Kongra does have the full bottom side once again, so he has more camps to still go to, and he was already one camp up at that point. So vertical jungle does work out for the side of J-Team, and we also have to remember that there's nothing bottom lane on Kaiwing. Kaiwing just suddenly got mad cow disease and burned both of his summoners for absolutely nothing. We'll see if that comes into effect, though, if they can find the event horizon. Nope, just going to pull off for now.
At least he does have, of course, the Hex Flash, which is pretty good in lane. Honestly, probably the better summoner in lane phase.
Oh, and so gonna face check, and his 80 carry isn't there. That's so much free damage on the other side. They're gonna go for the kill. Flash in by Unified, but the stun goes down. Unified could be dying here. One last auto attack. First blood to Little V, and Kongra tries to round out the backside, but he's gonna get found by Hecarim here. Kongra pops over the wall with the flash. Still a solid win for PSG.
Oh man, just another Xayah play that goes horribly wrong for PSG Unified. Now that means he takes a death, and I think Lil V is very happy to see this result. Again, we're dumping all of our abilities onto a Leona that can press W and get infinite damage reduction. So I think PSG, they don't usually play against Leona because they're the ones that have the Leona, but unfortunately they misplay in the same manner a lot of their opponents play against their Leona.
Yeah, that was definitely a flash diff on the support right there. Kaiwing isn't able to chase down the kill, and Unify flashes so far forward for that one. There was a minion wave. Little V was perfectly comfortable unloading all his damage. He did have the Infernum right there. And, oh, flash in from Little V. Here comes the engage, and Unified is down. What is happening to PSG's bottom lane? This is probably the most ridiculous bot lane performance we've seen in their postseason.
Yeah, Unified. I think it's time to shelf this Xayah pick, or perhaps maybe pivot towards the crypt build, which I know he is pretty familiar with. Of course, a very legacy player in his own right, so he can certainly play these more scaling AD carries if he is given the opportunity or given the chance to. But as things stand, not looking pretty on this, I believe, third Xayah game.
Yeah, this postseason has definitely been weird for our PSG bot lane duo. A lot of weird communications and just all-ins when it didn't seem really particularly necessary. And with this change in the matchup, with I feel like Little V feeling quite comfortable here, how do you see that shifting the entire map away?
Yeah, I mean, this is a support matchup that's really predicated on whoever engages first typically loses, right? When you have an Alistar, when you have a Leona, because you can just turn onto the other AD carry. But Hanabi, still, you know, I mean, this is what the draft is built for, right? We're trying to set up for a 1-4 for our Aatrox, and so far, you know, not a huge CS lead, but he is going to be scaling up with the Conquer and also the Cull pickup. So eventually when he does come online, that's going to be their big pressure point. But J-Team, until then, they kind of just get to do whatever they want on this bottom half of the map. And Unified Kaiwing, they looked for an opportunity, they fumbled it, and now it's it's going to look really ugly for like the next 2 minutes.
Yep, we do have J-Team just about to take down double plates onto the top side here. In the meanwhile, PSG, though, do get their say into the top lane. Some dirty farming by Hanabi. Cloud Soul for the Herald trade, which I think both teams are fairly happy with this one. They did some zoning in the bottom lane in the meantime, so you're very standard trading away Hanabi. Unified for Hanabi. That has been going down into this series. And I consider Herald most likely going into the top lane, I would guess.
I mean, it has to be top lane to play around this Aatrox pick. You just need that extra gold infusion. And again, the return on Unified at the moment just hasn't been great on the Xayah pick. So even if you do get gold into it, you do worry if you're going to get max value return. And up in this top side, it is still really hard to push against a Scion. Even though he is a tank, you can do a lot of damage to him. He can kind of ignore you for the most part and just clear out the waves. And if you're able to do that, it slows down how much you can get out of this top lane.
I'm taking a look at the mid lane build right here, and if I'm not mistaken, that is a full engage. Yeah, Shirelia Vigar. If he wasn't fast enough with Predator, he'll chase you down with the extra movement speed on the other item as well. So
yeah,
that's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
what do you make of this?
Interesting. I think it's just trying to augment his Hecarim as much as possible. Just get him as much movement speed, but it does mean he's going to be a much less of a damage threat because he won't have the extra AP that might come out from something like an Everfrost. But he will spike a lot earlier. That is something to keep note of when you go for a support item in the mid lane, is that you are going to come online much faster. Oh baby, play-by-play Knights.
Never mind, I'm back. Sorry. Play-by-play Nightstar. Go back into the closet. Woo! It's still my job here. I got you covered. And no worries, man. I just got the freeze to stop here. We do have the Hullbreaker coming in for Hanabi. Pretty much expected here. And now we get to see Bay with this Predator. Can he make something happen? So far, J-Team still with a commanding lead in the bot lane. Drake still a ways off, 2 minutes off until then. But you can tell that entirety of J-Team has just been trying to shift focus into that bot lane, trying to cut off Kai Wing and Unified from farm.
Yeah, that's the play. And I mean, Juhan, time is ticking on this Rift Herald. He doesn't have a whole lot of time to throw it down. And because of, the how far behind your bot lane is, you can't go there. Mid lane is building support item. Not completed, can't go there. And top lane, like, Hanabi, he can't get to the tower. That's the issue. Driver just cuts off the wave consistently. Has armor to tank the minions and has plenty of wave clear because he's Scion.
Know this?
So
it's actually just straight up timing out.
Yeah, I think Juhan.
Oh, he has to go top. Okay.
He's gonna throw it top, but he's not gonna get any value for his top laner. That's the issue, right?
Yeah.
He tosses it down, and he's going to be the only one that gets value. But he is going for the carry build, which I do appreciate. Unify is coming under fire though.
Moonlight Vigil misses. Sorry. So the Gravitum not there to follow down, and as you said, the first tower doesn't go down. Pretty weak drop. If you ask me about that, I don't think Hanabi actually got the gold from that either. So we'll find out later on, but it doesn't seem like the best use. And we do have the Shirellia's Reverie coming in. Once again, Unify just getting completely zoned out despite him being on the Xayah. And Aphelios going to take the first brick of the matchup here. PSG are forced to shift their bot lane mid.
Yeah, this is a great look for J-Team being able to get this Aphelios ahead. I mean, part of it came down to the really 2v2 blunder that came out from PSG, but J-Team take that mistake and run with it, right? Even if you do make, even though you do have the worst matchup, if you're able to take advantage of any opening that the side of PSG give you, then you just gotta take it and run. And so far, they've done so. Hanabi trying to get this last plate before plates expire. We'll be able to do so. So going back, I said I did like the build coming out from Juhan, going for a Divine Sunder. He's going to be really tanky. Again, with a Ahri pickup, you're not worried as much when it comes to late game damage on to shredding through your front line. So more carry oriented, has to conquer as well. This is a scaling build that Juhan can win team fights later on in the game with.
Especially when you have more of a utility Vygar. It's just kind of like stalling out the early game, waiting for this Vygar to go up, waiting for this Aatrox to be of use here. So I agree. I think the build makes a lot of sense here. PSG going to converge onto this Herald that's just about to pop, and they have full control topside. The amount of wards that they have here because of Hanabi winning his lane is pretty difficult to surmount. J-Team looks like they want a challenge, though. They have brought everyone here. Hanabi doesn't have his TP, so it's a good chance for J-Team to actually regain some control into this topside river.
And at the very least, because of what Hanabi has been able to do with this Aatrox, it's limited the Scion's roam potential, trying to get in position to use his ultimate because he's constantly pushed into tower. So far, impact not being felt by Driver when it comes to the global map, but set up for Herald. Pretty good zone pressure coming in from the Scion.
You have to imagine that the engage is coming in. We do have Hanabi on the flank and the Eclipse on the front here, but the Everfrost catches too. The front line is decimated from PSG. They just walk straight into it, and Unified has to pop his Featherstorm defensively. Will the next charm come through? It gets the cleanse. A big win for J-Team. Let's see, Hanabi trying to play zone away, but Kongria is still going to collect it, and now he's chasing the God of War himself away from the scene. PSG have the flank. They wanted to engage, but I feel like too much of a faceplant? Question mark?
Yeah, absolutely. Way too much faceplant there. They needed the flank to develop a little bit more coming in from Hanabi to pull people away from that main angle of engage. And remember, both of these compositions this time around, it's all about Lil V. If they are able to kill Lil V, that might help their odds, but they're gathered up, they're clumped up. Lil V has the perfect team fight weapons, chakrams, and that extra range to then be able to just say no. He stiff arms them away, and he just takes full ownership of that fight and wipes them out.
I gotta say, I almost forgot about Driver. I really did. I think I underestimated him. He did so much work in that last team fight right there. He got a 3-man decimating full charge smash into...
Yeah, the chain CC.
Yeah, that was just beautiful to watch into the Everfrost. And Kaiwing and Juhan, I'm not even sure Kaiwing got his ultimate off, but it was like, poof, instantly dead. So, beautiful stuff to watch from J-Team. And this is kind of the Driver we were used to in 2021. Not the fighter Driver in 2022, but much more experienced with how to play frontline and getting crowd control down. I'm glad that he gets to play with this much value into the series.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime you move into playoffs, like when the pressure's on, just play these scaling tanks, right? That's just how playoff meta tends to play out here, as Hanabi goes for a 1v1, but it's not a 1v1.
Yeah, there is some help coming in from Kongria, but Hanabi is very tanky, very hard to kill down. There's also... Sorry, I can't help myself.
Speedy Waddle.
Oh, yeah, the Waddle is just so funny. It's too good. He didn't even pop his Shurelleries, and he was that fast. So, Shurelius, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, it was, just all about that Predator. Zooming on in. And I mean, that's the value of the Predator, right? So that is a good cover play coming in from Bay to make sure his top laner is okay. And at the very least, you know, the CS differential isn't all that much from the side of PSG. They're down in CS and, you know, a lot of these lanes, but the only big gap is Juhan. And part of that is, well, Hecarim doesn't farm the jungle as fast as something like a Graves once he gets rolling. And now, you know, when you're just trying to make up for lost space, you do have to give up some of your camps in order to try and put out the fires on these sides.
Yeah, he is falling behind compared to Kongria by quite a bit. And we do have an Infernal Dragon that is going to potentially go into an Infernal Soul. Very good for the composition of J-Team. They are running double 80 carries, so happy to see this one. And they do have momentarily vision control over this side of the river. We are going to see Uniboy pop his teleport pretty early on to make sure that stays in their favor. And Predator also popped by Bait just to keep himself close to the action here. Once again, Driver hiding in this Paintbrush is going to be so devastating if he can find those decimating smashes.
They're almost done.
Once again, Kaiwing going to go in, take half his HP. In
Teleport
goes
coming in, Hanabi.
the Juhan, and they are starting on to Little V, but Little V survives and gets the kill. He flashes out away from Hanabi's Q3, and they get 2 kills plus the objective. Now turning around to chase PSG away. Little V was the target, but he survives.
And, I mean, it plays pretty much exactly to plan from both sides. PSG, they need to dive onto Lil V, and J-Team, this time around, they've built a composition that can look to peel back and protect this 80 carry, and that's exactly what happens here. Once you have that choke point controlled with that Scion, it's so hard to navigate. They come in on the flank, and yes, they're able to put some damage onto Lil V, but there's only 2 members onto the backline, which isn't enough damage against red whites.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Lil V, he's able to just tank him up, and now he has the Bloodthirster. That means it's even harder to dive onto the backline. Last time, there were 4 dive champions. This time, there's really only 2 dive champions, unless if Kaiwing's able to get a really nuts flank.
And look where the kills are going. I know this might not be the best for a J-Team in terms of their carries, but 2 kills, Driver, basically is pretty much unkillable against Hanabi. I don't think Hanabi can actually just straight up push him, especially not into River anymore. So the win cons from PSG are not working out. Look at this, Driver's even walking forward. He's like, okay, you do a bit of damage. I'll respect you, but not before I get a couple punches in.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised Hanabi doesn't go for the Stride Breaker to add a little bit more sticking potential onto a target like the Gale Force of Philios. But here, he's just opting for the extra sustain for the 1v1 in this instance. And yeah, now, like, how do you kill this Ion? Because you've gone for a utility build on your mid laner. This Veigar, yes, eventually he'll be able to eat through this Scion. But as it stands now, he's got no damage. He can't. He's going for the Void Staff to help remedy some of the power here that he's lost. Because you look on the other side, it's already a Banshee's Veil completed by Uniboy.
He's not afraid of this one at all. Look at how much damage Driver is just soaking up. He actually won this trade. He took every single skill shot, and it's like, yeah, I'll be fine. So it seems like PSG are still a long ways off into actually coming out with a full run. And I have to say, for the side of a champion like Aatrox, he doesn't function the same way that a champion like Fiora does. He's much more skill based, much more ability based, which means that he actually needs to win out early to make sure that 4-1 works.
Yeah, and it's also very hard for him to find value in team fights as well, right? Because he needs his flash to get access onto the backline. He doesn't have a big gap close. He's pretty binary in how he approaches a fight, which then allows Lil V to prepare himself, set himself up, and just unload onto a target like an Aatrox. So by the time Aatrox actually gets onto the target without double dash and a flash, he might just be playing with maybe 50% HP, and then you have to literally hit every single ability with your ultimate on to get back to a reasonable health standpoint.
All right, we are heading into the Infernal Soul. J-Team already at 3 stacks. PSG have to fight this one, but so far these chokes have been killing them. It's opened up just a little bit, so maybe there's more flanking potential. We're going to have to find out how they take this one. Hanabi will have that flash, I believe, up just as the fight is about to begin. So that shouldn't be a problem for them. But I feel like PSG can't choose to run in. I feel like running in for them, the way it's gone the last 2 times, has been pretty bad. Maybe the pick is the answer. Bay is going to drop down the event horizon. Ari has to teleport in, but he's so far away from the action.
They found
and Little V is caught inside the pit. That's the main damage dealer right there. He gets a massive Infernum right down 200 years. There you are. It's been a while, but welcome back. And PSG are absolutely decimated. J-Team chased down the rest of them. Decimating sets, double kill for Driver. And even with that start, J-Team wipe him.
Oh my god.
What a barbecue!
Holy moly, they got scorched. Korra, he's feeling himself too. He is just popping off in that camera. He understands, like, this time Lil V with this build makes a lot more sense here because all he has to do is just unload however much damage he can get, and boom, Infernum goes out, and they just get blasted. And it's so easy to clean up because for the side of PSG, they in general have no damage. It's not just all the damage is onto one champion like the side of J Team in Lil V, but because you've gone for Shrelia's Veigar, you've gone for an Aatrox, and you have a lethality side that's very far behind, your damage is pretty middling.
Yeah, I think middling is being a bit generous, if I'm to be completely honest right there. They took a full 5-man Infernum to the face plus the collateral damage. And I was just like, oh, instant GG, boys. Let's wrap it up. So we'll see how PSG can deal after this one. A massive lead here, and Uniboy's flying in for the kill. Hanabi might be the most fed member, and he is 1v2ing quite well. Pops the World Ender, turns around for some more dive, but Driver is also on his back. That's 1v3. Hanabi, can he get something back? It would be absolutely insane. So far, he's trying so well. He's got the mid-jump so down low, but he still will fall.
He may be tanky in the 1v1, but there's just way too many members. And now Driver, he wants mid lane.
Oh, he can go right back past the... he doesn't find it. That'd be pretty epic.
Well, they did get +1 AP on that, at least. But is 1 AP going to make the difference? Probably not, because again, it's a lot more about the utility with the Veigar with this build, and there's just way too much damage having to deal with this Infernum Soul. So now for PSG, how do you get back into this game? You just buy as much time as you can and hope for a flip around Elder Soul.
Yeah, the kill so far has been 12-1. They've only managed to take down Little V just once, and that was a team effort.
Raid boss down. It's a win. We did it.
Yeah, I really feel to see how PSG win in an extended fight. I feel like they need to do a pick, back off, do a pick, pack off. That's probably the best way to solve this one out.
Yeah, they need 2 or 3 picks to then be able to take up the straight fight, which does not bode well. So now J Team, they understand that, and it's like, hey, if we just start an objective, PSG can't go into us because they need several picks before they can take the straight-on fight, and now Shrelia is running straight in.
Everfrost onto Juan. They nearly kill him right there. That's only the 2-man. Uniboy flying in, and the jungler has to back out. That was a 2v5, and they still held the fort. Now Driver comes charging in, but everyone has already retreated. J-Team, get what they came here for with the Baron.
All right, Hanabi. How much 1v9 can you pull off here? Because that is their sole condition to stall out the game. Not even win the game, to stall out the game here. But for the side of the J Team, it's only 28 minutes in the game. PSG, they don't have real items online yet. You can just brute force a lot of these things. They brute force the Baron, they brute force tier 2 top lane, and now we'll see what else they can brute force here, because a lot of these turrets pretty much gone. And it's only these inhib towers and that tier 2 in that bottom lane. So it's just maximizing how much gold they can get and then just finishing the game off of the Elder Dragon fight.
Yeah, at this point, J-Team has such an easy path to victory. Like you said, you know, the front to back is in their favor, the damage scaling and everything, and PSG just can't match at this point. So very, you know, just not trying to overcomplicate things. They're going to march down this bottom lane as for Uniboy on the side here. He's dealing a lot of damage himself. Little B does have the Graviton to threaten, so the defenders here have to be very, very careful. And Driver just goes straight in for the kill. He's going to get the Feather Storm. We see the Moonlight Fiddle deal tons of damage, and Unified has seen enough. He's going straight back to the fountain. J-Team now advancing on the tier 2. Coming, looking for a flanking position right here. Oh, yeah, that's true. They can only hold out with the W, but that's AoE damage, and it's not going to punch through all the minions at the same time. They finally do get it to drop Event Horizon on Driver. Driver barely feels that one. And Uniboy continues onto the mid inhibitor. We're looking at Juhan and Kaiwing. Those are your two big engage options. TP gonna come in. Make sure the bot lane goes down. And now Uniboy goes in. Can he land the Charm? Everfrost down already. He does find Hanabi right off the bat. That's the main damage dealer gone. And into the backline, Driver goes. He smashes directly into two. Unified not even able to flash away. And PSG are wiped from the map. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a Game 5 in Silver Scrapes.
Oh my lord, J-Team, they dominate game number 4. It's not even close. PSG keel over, and J-Team just absolutely decimate them. 16 kills to 1. This was a draft gap from the start to finish, and it feels like these past couple of games have just been draft gaps. And the issue is, I think it's more so about J-Team draft gapping themselves rather than PSG finding the adaptations to win the game.
Yeah, I feel like the idea here from PSG was very simplified. They just wanted to deny the side of J-Team from getting their best chance, and to their credit, they did do that through the Viego Lee Sin bans and making sure that Uniboy wasn't as impactful. But on the flip side, their own composition didn't make much sense. They were hanging on a very bare thread with the Aatrox coming out ahead, and when some accidents happened, especially in the bot lane, they just had no ways to play. Like, I feel like if you look at that comp, it was a very narrow win condition.
Very, very narrow win condition in that game for them. And when that 2v2 goes south, then you don't have any gold to carry out the lane advantage you should have in that bot lane. Your mid lane is going for the utility. So it's all about that one item power spike. And we saw on one items, yes, they were able to kill Lil V, but they lost everyone else. So that one item power spike that was supposed to be there just went up in absolute smoke.
This is probably the most crushing defeat that PSG has suffered in their entire season, 16-1. I don't think they've ever had a game where they had so few kills. We're going to be taking a look at the draft again. This time around, as you mentioned, I like that you keep on hammering this home, but Aphelios has the front line to play with. They get the carry onto Kongya, so all of our conditions are met here. PSG, they have the winning top side. That's true. But that's it. That's also kind of just it. I don't like this Veigar pick. I honestly, I'm not a huge fan of pure utility Veigar. It barely feels like
I think it was
pick.
more so the build.
Yeah.
But also in this instance, when you know that Aphelios is just going to come out in a second phase anyways, like you need something to kill the Aphelios. This is a front to back comp that the side of PSG constructed, but it's with a lethality 80 carry. So they don't win out in the elongated fights, which was the issue. If this was maybe an MF, you deal enough burst damage with the ultimate that maybe you can clean up afterwards. You have enough upfront damage with an MF, but again, the Xayah pick just has not panned out. 3 games of it, and it's just not looked good.
Yeah, to be fair, it has been, I think, a lot of laning mistakes coming out from, like, in theory, they should have won their lane. There's no doubt about
exactly.
that. Yeah,
like, in theory, a lot of these lanes should have looked very, very different. And somehow we've seen PSG fumble the 2v2 way too many times.
So I guess heading into our last and final game right here, PSG are going to get side selection. Do they stick to the red side once more? Because this, I think, Game 4 was a big surprise to see J-Team actually go for blue side preemptively.
Yeah, and it looked like J-Team had a clear idea of what they actually wanted to draft and saying, hey, we're going to protect this Aphelios, but holy moly, this Veigar was...
Oh, it was useless. It was... Oh, my. I don't... Like, I actually like Veigar. I like his really defensive personality, but he was a real short guy this game. I got it. I got it. So look at that bar. Look how tiny that bar actually is. Wow.
Oh, lordy. He didn't get to compensate for anything.
No, not at all.
Game. No.
The Alistar
not.
did more damage.
Yeah, Alistar found more damage. I mean, Alistar probably got all of that damage from just lane phase, let's be fair.
Oh,
but
boy.
this Veigar pick was definitely not it. There's just not enough targets that he could actually play against, and the Shurelya's build, if we're playing Shurelya's Veigar, just put him in the support role, baby.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Veigar. He does need to snowball a little bit with the Baleful Strike to reach full potential. But, of course, the MVP goes to our bot laners here. They won the 2v2. Little V carrying the Aphelios tradition strong. If you forgot about 200 years, if you think that was something in the past, well, you're wrong. MVP goes to Little V for barbecuing the entire PSG squad. 81% of kill participation. He does 22% of the damage. Even though that's not a high number, he had plenty of help, and he was willing to stand firm and bait the rest of PSG in.
Yeah, all he had to do was play cannon, play turret duty. They all charge at him. He just unloads with that Moonlight Vigil, and if they're all going to be on top of him, infinite value. And he just ran away with that game because, again, J-Team this time around in game number 4, they drafted pieces to protect an Aphelios. Who would have thought that should have been the game plan from the start?
So going into game 5, last predictions, which side is going to take the blue, and which side, in your mind, is going to go on to finals?
I mean, I think
you got 5
PSG,
seconds. Quick.
I think PSG should stay over on red side just to enable their picks and to counter pick. And
PSG win?
It's hard to say. It should be PSG. They know what J-Team are going to play.
All right. PSG. Okay, we got it from Nightstar. PSG. Then I'm going for J-Team. After Silver Scrapes, don't go anywhere. We're going all the way. It's been a long day. Throughout this entire trek in the postseason, we have 12 matches lined up, and so far only 2 of them have taken to the holy Game 5. And here we are between PSG versus J-Team. PSG, our number 1 seed. Everyone thought they were just going to automatically transfer into the finals, but they're facing a lot more competition. A big thanks to our sponsors in CTPC and, of course, Caliber for making all of this happen and making it so damn exciting. This time around, we do have PSG for their final game going into the blue side. They have selected first pick, while J-Team will revert back onto the red. And I've got to ask you, I've always asked you this question, but what is the first pick going to look like for the side of PSG? Will they actually just pick a B3 game flank?
I think for the first pick in particular, we're going to be looking at Ari or the Viego pick.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes, clearly it's Veigar. I think they're going to, well, since they're on blue side, they should drop the Viego ban, and it's really going to be up to J-Team to go ahead and ban it away. But does open up some possibilities. They're not going to be able to ban out all that investment into that bottom lane, but again, as we've seen throughout the series, it's not really about the bottom lane, even though it ends up kind of focusing onto the Philios pick that's been, I think, 5 games now.
I think I will refine that statement. It's been about the bottom lane, but not about the picks, or not about how they should go.
It's been about bot lane, but it's not been about bot lane.
Yeah, it's not been about the picks necessarily. I think if you look at the picks and predict what bot lane is going to be like, you're in for a bad time. But PSG, they are going to stick to Zoe and Lee Sin. Kai Wing's talking. He's smiling. His spirits are still up. He has always been the shot caller for the team. So that's a good sign for PSG. We're going to have a very close match, I'm sure. And then Viego is banned out. Not going to first pick that themselves. J-Team, will they leave the Ari up? They have banned it multiple times this series. Let's see if they go for it again. They're going to ban the Rakan instead.
Yeah, I think they are more than happy to see the Ari locked in because it enables you to play a big tank up and at the top side. Because again, if you build full armor, there's just no answers coming in from an Ari, or not enough damage from the Ari to actually burst through it. And as expected, we see the lock-in of the Philios and, of course, the Nautilus.
Are we running it back? Because that's what it feels like.
I'm really disappointed, but hey, at least PSG this time around, they said, hey, let's stop, please, thank you, stop picking the Xayah. Unified has not looked good trying to engage on this champion, which it feels like multiple times he's trying to do.
Yeah, this is what I want to see, some hyper carry potential coming in from the side of PSG. Unified, you can't count him out. Hypercarry is where he's at, the most comfortable. And so far, I don't think PSG can shift damage off of him. They need more damage from him, if anything else. J-Team going to lock in the Syndra, a very strong pick. We have seen this matchup work both ways, the mobility, but the stronger punch coming in from Syndra on the other end. And I think we have seen these bans quite frequently before. No surprises. Should just be the GP on one side. And for the other side, I wonder if they're going to drop the Sion. Like, Driver is, he's pretty good on his main.
Even if you go ahead and ban away the Sion, the issue is he could go for an Ornn, he could go for a Malphite, and actually I think you're pretty happy if the Malphite does get locked in, because you do have the Tahm Kench to protect your Jinx in this instance, so maybe they end up letting that through. We'll see what they do with this last ban. Of course, junglers could come into question here as well. You ban away a Diana maybe just to remove dive potential coming in from J-Team.
Jarvan could be an option.
It could also be like a Kennen pick here. Kennen would potentially also do okay, but again, you're playing into Tahm Kench. That's a very annoying champion to deal with if you want to play dive.
I'm very surprised about this Tryndamere ban. I didn't think that Driver had that in the cards anyway, but we'll see what they go for. I like the tank idea. I like the team fight idea coming over. J-Team, of course, they're going to go for a carry here. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that, carry wasn't targeted in this ban from PSG. Let's see how they ran out their composition.
Still very flexible with the Graves pick too, Clement, right? Because it can still go into the hands of drivers. So when you pick on this 4-5, you have to keep that in mind when you lock in these picks. But overall, I think they should look for an Ornn, some sort of... that's not Ornn.
But it's better. This is the pick I kept on hyping was missing from our playoffs. Strong in lane, better in team fights, and you know what? You can still get your slicing Maelstrom off even if you're devoured. So, fun compositions.
And what do you know? They have dive, right? You go for Kennen Hecarim, it gives you enough dive. I was thinking more of the Gwen Hecarim combination because you can isolate the Aphelios. But again, remember, there's no protection for this Aphelios and the Syndra. So backline access is definitely there. Now, for J-Team, what do they round out this last draft phase with? Do they go for an engaged tank? Do they go for a jungler? That's the question. Currently hovering onto the Malphite. Yes, it offers you great engage onto a clear target of the Jinx, but she has the Tahm Kench. I actually think this is a really bad Malphite angle, but they go for it anyways.
This is a really rough Malphite. When you don't want to run into a Tahm Kench, there's only one viable target, and Tahm Kench is actually the target. That's it. It's kind of a narrow window, but they do feel pretty confident in this one. I have to say, just thinking about the builds, though, Malphite doesn't really want to build MR into the top lane either, so
yeah, this is a really, really bad Malphite angle. I'm usually all about picking Malphite at the end, but I think you would have been much better off with an Ornn pick in this instance.
Yeah.
Because you have the extra zone control offered by the Ornn. You also have the defensive capabilities from an Ornn. Being able to use that ult defensively and having peel for your backline. This Malphite offers none of those.
I'm not sure what this Malphite offers much at all. I'd be very surprised if he ever gets more than a 2. Like, if he gets a 3-man throughout the entire game, I think
maybe he goes full AP and just one-shots Kennen.
My brain's trying to process that, but maybe?
I don't know what else you do, because you ult the Jinx, Jinx just gets devoured.
Yeah, you can only ult Tahm Kench. Like, you literally try to kill support every single time, which is... it's kind of awkward. We'll see how this one works out, but I feel like we have a consensus between us that PSG came out likely with the better draft here.
Yeah, they have a lot more flexibility with this draft. J-Team, I understand what they want to do, play for 5v5s, and Malphite is a 5v5 champion, but they kind of forgot what's on the other side of the Rift. And again, like J-Team, they've been very adamant with how they want to build their compositions. They don't change a whole lot with what they do. And it's been 5 games of, does PSG actually take advantage of it? Or do they let the ball drop? And it's been, 2 games of each.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth. And we have to say, even though we have favored certain drafts, they haven't always came out ahead. That's definitely for sure. PSG this time, they are very comfortable. I think team fight is what we've seen most of them, just straight up front to back, good engage angles all across the board. J-Team, they do have to put the pedal to the metal. They have this Syndra and this Graves that both need to get ahead. We'll see if they're able to wrestle the 2v2 control away. So far, PSG looking that they are considering the potential for an late invade. That doesn't come through, and they're happy to pick up the red at 1 minute 25. This will be an unleash from Unleashed start coming in from Juhan, and neither side has seen it. So should be seeing a bit of a slow early game without the vision of information.
Yep, and for the side of J-Team, if you are a J-Team fan, you're looking for the angle for your team to come out in this best of 5 and meet CFO in the finals. It's banking on Uniboy on this Syndra pick. It's just really all about this Syndra. If she gets ahead, that makes things so hard for this Kennen to get backline access, because the moment he shows up, you just hit EQ from the Syndra, press R. The Kennen doesn't have enough HP to then try and engage onto your backline.
Yeah, that's a great interaction that you just mentioned. Now, you know, a lot of times Kennen's still heavily reliant on that flash to get good engages across from champions like Nautilus and Syndra. I do want to mention Uniboy Syndra, a thing to be feared of. This is one of his big 3 champions that has the 40 plus KDAs. So whenever he's been playing it, he's been looking absolutely dominating. We'll see if he's going to be able to take that lane lead, which he's already starting to establish, into other places of the map.
Yeah, and PSG, they get themselves the Ahri pick, so we'll see if Bay on the Ahri can find the damage here. So overall, the PSG made the adaptations that I kind of asked for them too, right? Get Bay on a champion that can be a little bit more proactive, and if you go for an Ahri that might potentially open up a big hyperscaling tank up in the top side, get magic damage to supplement it. Then they can't do that. That's exactly what happens. They get themselves a Kennen, which means if you go for that big armor stacking tank, then, I mean, he's going to suck in lane.
Yeah, I think that we were on the same level as J-Team. We were thinking about, oh, Malphite, he's going to look really cool here. And then PSG was on a completely different level already. They were like, yeah, we know what's going to happen. Kennen. And Driver's like, I'm gonna choose to be stubborn like a rock here. I'm just gonna go straight up with the Malphite anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So PSG, they read the plan, but J-Team, the script never changes with them. As we've seen in all 5 games, they've been super adamant about this Aphelios. 5 games of Aphelios, 2 games they've played around it, 2 games they haven't played and drafted around it. This is a draft that can play around it, given the fact that there is Uniboy on the Syndra, but there's a lot better dive threats coming in from PSG in Game 5 over Game 4.
We're seeing some good trading here from Hanabi and Driver back and forth. Hanabi with a bit of that sustained edge. And on the bottom side, I do want to point out that Unified, I think this is a good mental reset for the player. He goes for the cheetah recall into the cult. So he's not trying to hard push the enemy lane, he's trying to outscale. I think that's exactly how you want to play it. You know, PSG bot lane trading has been very iffy this series, so giving themselves a good way out.
Yeah, and Game 5s are always similar to Game 1, or similar but different to Game 1. Usually it's a lot about these scaling factors, because you're going to be a little bit more tentative, the pressure's on. But contrary to Game 1, where you're kind of feeling each other out, in Game 5, you just don't want to make that critical mistake to throw it away.
Let's see if Kaiwing can find the Abyssal Dive. Flash out from Little V, but Decimating Smash is still coming back. What a good Dreadline from Enzo! He stops the game right in its tracks! Little V still has to pop both of his summoners, but at least he avoids being killed.
Yeah, that's a great save coming in from Enzo. And this is why, Clement, Nautilus is #1, clearly.
I can't believe the best champions in the PCS playoffs are like Nautilus and Malphite. Yeah, those are literally like our tier 1s. We'll see what happens in the top lane. Malphite, of course, he's gonna have a bad time early. We kind of expected this one. Also misses the cannon right there. And Hanabi off to the races. This lane is gonna look really bad. Driver.
For Hanabi.
Yeah, very, very good. Sorry. I'll try to remain positive. But Hanabi expected to crush this lane. Already crushing this lane.
Yep. He's online. And now he's going to get a gank to help out. So Driver, he's going to have to ult out.
Let's see if he can get the unstoppable force with the flash. I just froze in the middle of the play.
Doesn't matter. You didn't miss anything, Clement.
Oh, okay.
Juhan just sprinted at him, got a bit chip damage, but nothing happens because Driver, as expected, had to use his ult out.
I predicted it. I didn't even get to watch the screen. Yay! Hooray for play-by-play chops. Nice. I'm very, very proud about that. To be expected outcome, to be absolutely honest. And I'm trying to look for the next point of engage right here. Kennen can certainly start moving across towards the Herald. I wonder if J-Team... I don't think they found enough with the Syndra and Graves yet.
Yeah, of course, Syndra Graves. At level 6, you might be able to find that burst potential with landing the QE with Uniboy into just the R combinations from both Graves and Syndra, but as of now, they've only just ticked over, and we've yet to see them get hold hands and take a look at PSG and try and pick them off.
I'm getting a little bit worried about this Kennen. The Navi so far has been winning 5 CS a minute, very consistently. So you are looking at a Kennen that can just completely wreck your double AD comp. And Syndra doesn't have the best of mobility either, so...
Yeah.
I see this first Drake fight, despite the Syndra Graves, I feel like this first Drake fight should be very favorable to PSG.
I don't even think J-Team are going to think about trying to play for that first dragon. Oh, Rift Herald now spawned. Juhan's going to start it out. Why? Well, I mean, Kongre, if he wants to have a say in it, he'd like to have a top laner. His top laner is currently at 50% HP. That's not it. That's definitely not the angle to look for the team fight. Yeah,
J-Team look like they're just going to drop this one, shove the wave, maybe catch someone out, but for now, definitely not hard contesting. I will say for the top lane, though, so far, plates are all still up there. So, Kennen has been able to get CS leads, but not chip damage, and J-Team will split the map, take the Mountain Soul. Take the Mountain Drake, excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wave clear all.
Yeah, there we go.
Glad we're on the same page. But
you just wanted to go home.
For J-Team, you know, you get yourself that first dragon. Dragon, I think, is going to be really important because then you force PSG into a choke point to allow then the Malphite maybe to have some value. At least give yourself a chance to get value out of it. And then maybe if you get priority in your lanes, you can choke them out with the Syndra having control over these choke points.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they are on red side, so if they can seal that Raptor ramp, it would be very beneficial for them. And they're doing a pretty good job at playing defensive, especially for their topside jungle. There's triple pinks being placed right here. Kongre getting his farm is #1 priority. He has more farm than his top laner. And like I said, I feel like he's the real carry of the top side. Like, the top laner from Driver, he's utility, he's tank. And Kongre getting him on the damage dealer, far more important for the side of J-Team right here. Taking a look at the bot lane, we are going to have still a small lead in the side of Little V. But that should be equalized and actually flip into favor of Unified once this call is completed.
Yeah, Unified sitting pretty comfortable, not being forced in a position where he has to just outright win the lane like something Xayah would necessitate. And so far, this slow early game still going to be in PSG's favor, in my opinion, even though they have champions that might not necessarily scale as well in the Ahri and the Kennen, but in this particular instance, they will continue to have value as the game goes forward.
I think Kennen actually scales pretty well for me. His AP ratios are kind of ridiculous if he gets the full combo off, and I think Jinx and the Hecarim, probably both of them, if the game doesn't have any kills, probably better than their counterparts as well. I mean,
Kennen certainly with his damage numbers, but other times when you see the Kennen matchup, you'll see an Ornn come out. You'll see these champions that can mark him off to prevent him from ever getting into the fight. That doesn't exist here on the side of J-Team. They have a Syndra, yes, but they don't have enough other tools to prevent this Kennen to continue to get value, which usually, again, you would see to really stuff this cannon, right? You get a Lee Sin, and the moment he jumps in, he gets booted out. Then who cares how much AP ratios you got on your ultimate? You're ulting nothing.
And Nabi with the cheeky wraparound. It's not going to find much here, and Driver seems to have slowly stabilized this lane. It's always pretty hard early on because Malphite runs into a lot of mana issues, but it does get better. So it seems like Malphite, I believe he did have the mana ban as well. He is going back into much better mana regen. He can start to play, and he's actually gaining back some of that CS lead. So good job on Driver here.
Yeah, he is able to stabilize. Again, the core issue for this Malphite pick is he'd love to just hard stack armor. He isn't going to be able to do it in this particular game because of how many AP threats are available now. Okay.
Oh, Charm doesn't land. Meanwhile, Uniboy finds the smash down and some good gold here, but I'm a little bit surprised. I think that was it wasn't completely timed out. It was close to timing out, I guess.
Yeah, it was very close to timing out, but again, the Herald selection in that instance, Juhan hasn't had good Herald timings in the past 2 games. Previous game wasn't able to get gold onto his Aatrox, which was their sole win condition, and in this game, not able to get gold onto his Kennen, definitely a big mistake as well.
A really nice find here by the Tongue Lash coming in from Kaiwing. Stops the back. Hanabi once again popping his ultimate. This is 40 seconds before Drake. He's not going to get that one back in the next
also
fight.
Doesn't get the plate.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting.
Yeah, a little bit curious gameplay there as he ults the wave. Does get a big purchase in the Rocket Belt. However, of course, without that ultimate to synergize with it, it could potentially fizzle out. He will go back into the top lane. The plates are about to expire. But as all things considered, like, I think for PSG, they're trying to play for this first team fight. You have the Kraken Slayer completed. You have the Proto Belt. I mean, it's clearly trying to play around Hobby. I just don't think the second dragon is worth the flip.
J-Team should feel super confident in just marching into this Drake pit. There's no slicing Maelstrom, and you know they have the TP top lane as well, so the only thing Kennen can do is actually just play keep away. So J-Team are going to start that. They're already bringing down a half, but in comes Kaiwing, not fast enough to start to really stop anything, and J-Team pretty happily march onto a second one. So it does seem like to me that PSG are, like you said, focusing on the individual lane win more for Hanabi rather than looking for anything too early on. But I feel like third Drake has to be a stopgap. You have to get something going, or else there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that third dragon is the key focal point here because hopefully by then you're going to be much further progressed in your Jinx item build, and at that point in time the Jinx actually didn't have tier 2 boots, so any possibility of a team fight is going to rest solely on your top Ken. Hanabi might have gone a little bit too far forward here.
He just popped his E. He's not going to have that. Let's see. Driver's just straight up chasing him down. Flash in for the kill. Goodbye, Hanabi. Oh, the collateral damage misses. Flash in, though, and first blood to J-Team. It took 15 minutes, but they find it in the end.
Honestly, not that poorly played coming in from Hanabi. Of course, using the lightning rush at the start to clear minions was a big mistake, but afterwards he just does as much as he can in that instance. So it's J-Team able to capitalize on an overextension for Hanabi. That's really the key play. And now Duhan Kaiwing trying to kill this Malphite. Can they do it?
There's no flash. Driver slowly ticking down, and they get the licky tongue. Goodbye, and that should be the Herald drop too. A little bit unfortunate for Unified. It's not going to be able to snipe that one out.
Well, at least they are able to punish the top layer there, and they even out sort of the kill gold, but still it's J-Team able to find first turret for this Aphelios. That's really, really nice, and with the minion wave coming, it's going to be really hard for Bay to land the charm, so he just kind of scares them off. at the very least, but I think J-Team are perfectly happy with the result because the kill goes on to, well, your weak side top laner. It's a Malphite. Who cares?
Here we have the second Herald drop, and most likely the tower going over to PSG.
Yes.
If I can walk up onto this one, there's only one person here, so should be a fairly easy take. Just a couple auto attacks should knock that one down, and there you go. PSG starting to strip towers across the board right here. The top side really is their domain. They can set up so many plays with this Ahri and try to split the map away. As we were talking about, the third Drake should be the point where PSG really need to start fighting back a little bit more in the objectives. They're still 2 minutes off. And let's take a check at the items that they're going to get in the next fight coming in. We do have Kongye almost with his boots complete. He's sitting at a very comfortable lead. And on the other hand, we do have Kennen. This time, I'm pretty sure he's going to save his Slicing Maelstrom. So let's just watch his flanking angles.
Yeah, that will be the key point to watch. Can they get a ward in the jungle or somewhere behind the side of J-Team? Because as it stands now, vision control in the bot side is in firm control for J-Team. PSG, they're going to have to do a lot of work to try and get into it. I mean, 90 seconds is definitely plenty of time to figure things out. So I think for PSG, it's about, hey, we just try and maybe we can get an extra component, that extra fighting potential. Although Juhan setting up topside, maybe they just concede this dragon too.
Be interesting for a play. I'm wondering, are they really banking on Kennen for just straight up side lane solo split push winning the game for them? He is up 60 CS, which is quite a lot, but I'm not sure if that's actually a win con against the Malphite.
Yeah, that is... Okay, they are starting to move their way
Little
down.
V and Enzo could be in a bit of trouble right here. Kongye is the one getting just absolutely
devoured.
decimated, and goodbye. He's got nowhere to go.
Too easy. Dude, that was actually so pretty to watch.
Yeah.
Kai Wing starting things off. You don't think of Tahm Kench as an engaged support the most time, but when you are split off from the team like that, and he's able to get full stacks of Devour onto you, it's just easy to chain the rest of the kits together to lock them down 100 to 0. So really nicely played coming in from PSG. Find the pick off onto Kongye. Very important target. And now, yes, he's going to respawn in time to challenge the dragon, but you know, it's a very small timing margin. So if PSG immediately turn onto this, they should be able to just burst it down before Kongye even gets close. So, yep, Kongye's just going to say, hey, there's no chance. So, back to farming, guys.
Well played for the scaling composition. That was so nicely done. We had to flash it from Kai Wing to start that one off, and then Ahri just popping over the wall to close the trap. So very difficult to actually track that one. Well done. I like how they use the minion wave push in the mid lane just to deny vision and make that one happen. Now, Juhan is setting up for a potential walk-in onto Uniboy, but he's about to get a surprise as Enzo is here as well. We call it quits. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Driver does claw back a bit of gold here. He does take the entire tower down.
He claws it back just a bit, but it's still a 60 CS advantage for Hanabi. This is a monumental gold or CS gap in that regard. And as we look at some of the itemization, we have a collector now completed by Lil V with the extra gold that he got from solo towers, but it is going to be evened out by the rapid fire from Unified. So the extra range going to come into play here. I think it's really, really good. And on the flip side, we'll see how much value this collector can get, because we know when you have a Kennen, when you have an Ahri, they're probably going into third item Zhonya's.
Yeah.
So that's going to be that extra armor to deal with. Then you're looking at, well, the only target that doesn't have armor, it's Jinx. So I have to flash to get onto Jinx in order to utilize my collector.
This build basically says that, oh, we have to get a big fight on 2 items. If it goes to 3, you're not looking so hot with that collector. So we'll see if J-Team can find anything here. Kongye is starting to move up Enzo from the top side, and we do have Driver with the TP. But it looks like PSG are playing very respectfully. They're not going to try to hard force things. Meantime, we do have Enzo trying to find another catch up onto Bay, but that's not really going to work out as it's plenty of wards in their own jungle at this point. And PSG are happy to stall this one out. Once again, looking at the bottom lane, they're up to an 80 CS lead right now. It's about to be Flame Horizon pretty soon, and even though Driver's a tank, I don't think he can survive getting wailed on by this Kennen.
Yeah, that's the issue. Where if he gets caught out on the side by Kennen or an Ahri, they will be able to chunk him down at this point in the game because he still wants to itemize towards the armor to deal with this Jinx. And right now, the compositions aren't going to allow him to actually play out that way.
Yeah, very slow and steady gameplay coming in from PSG. Take a look at the harass. It's not as much as I thought it would be, but still, there's no way for Malphite to trade this one back. And the Ocean Drake has gone over to the side of PSG as well, so Driver not going to have the advantage in that one. We are starting to get into the point where, if I'm J-Team, I'm feeling very pressured. You look at Jinx, the BF's already done there. You look across Ahri, that's 2 items done. The next has to be your Zhonya's. This is when I need to start making moves, start making things happen. And it has to, I think, most likely be around this Drake, but they're about to lose his bot lane, and Driver can't even walk up.
Yeah. Hanabi, level 15 Clement. This man is, I mean, he's far away from level 16, which would be an insane power spike, but still 2 level advantage against Driver. It's a very sizable lead in EXP. And this is J-Team's best opportunity to find a fight, to be honest, because you're on 2 items from Disaphilios. You know, because he's going Collector, his 3rd item spike isn't going to be great, at least comparatively to the Jinx. And there's no Zhonya's completed onto Hanabi. That is massive. In fact, he's just going to be going for pure damage. So we might see the Shadow Flame just trying to one-shot targets here, and also just to have more of a 1v1 potential against Driver. Very, very interesting build.
Oh boy, I am getting so scared about facing Hanabi in this upcoming team fight. PSG is going to start to make their presence known across this Drake. J-Team are slowly shuffling Uniboy here, but they don't have the mid lane, and they're pretty slow on the rotation. 20 seconds before the Drake starts. Let's see how far J-Team can get before having to face check here. Driver going to come in. Uniboy with the Banshees. And check the brush. We'll spot out Kaiwing, and they finally get the ward down inside, so they know they're all here and not starting the Drake just yet. We're going to push mid. Charm doesn't land, but things are getting incredibly tense. Finally, we do have a Driver moving in. Flame Choppers getting a lot of good damage on, and Bay goes in for the engage. Again, doesn't find the Charm, and that's the Spirit Rush down, so a lot of resources being thrown back and forth right here. PSG are just going to start this one, and J-Team are a little bit too late to stop it.
Yeah, and again, here's one of the drawbacks of having a Malphite rather than an Ornn. If you have Ornn, you can kind of fish for an engage there, but Driver still looking for the engage. However, they are funneled in. If you engage as the Malphite, the issue is you completely expose your backline, which is not the case when you have the Ornn. You can fish for an engage with ult, but still be able to keep the rest of the kit to try and protect the backline.
PSG are continuing to bait here. Let's see if Uniboy finds anyone. I don't feel like PSG are going to fall for that. It's a little early for the Baron. And now we have Kennen on the flank just waiting for Little V to walk by and return to the bottom lane. There is a wave pushing out here. PSG are playing this one so smart. So much patience. And I feel like J-Team are forced to start Baron. Yeah, they're just going to go for it. This is going to be super risky.
The big thing here is Hanabi, he doesn't have teleport, so he has to make his way over. So he'll show up on mid lane vision, and now they do have Bay shoving in this bot side, which makes a lot of sense because he does have the teleport available to him. 1,000
gold advantage just by pulling pulling J-Team across the map, and now we have hit the Flame Horizon for this Kennen. 271 CS. He hit the flame horizon on the previous wave, excuse me, but now it's dropped back down in. The key thing is, if he gets a level 16, I think it's insta-go button for PSG.
Yeah, and they're just continuing to buy time for it. I mean...
Oh, Juwan's gonna get caught out right here. The ultimate used.
Doesn't matter.
But really nice timing there with the Onslaught of Shadows. Is able to cancel out the crowd control, and it's go time for Bay in the bottom side. He does have his TP as well. He's going to split push this. J-Team
they have to
forced
start it now.
Oh,
yeah.
they're just going to bleed out.
Hanabi, oh, he could get caught out.
Oh, catch is on Hanabi. Is he going to be forced to use a Slicing Maelstrom? He's trying to hold onto it for as long as possible, but he... Okay, no, not even a flash. Never mind.
It's fine.
But
they get themselves that bot lane tower, and now Hanabi, he does have to stick around. That's the thing. Recall coming in from Bay. He will teleport on in, and now we'll see how the fight starts out. Remember, no Onslaught of Shadows
right here. Yeah, missing ultimates here, but Slicing Maelstrom is still here. Hanabi has yet to hit level 16. Juwan about to come in, and Driver goes in. They take the Baron, and in goes the Hacker, but they're not able to find any kills. They can't get in past the Malphite. That's been the issue right here.
Oh, Hanabi.
Also with the disengaged potential, Hanabi, he won't flash blind into that. He walks away, and J-Team find a massive win.
Yeah, I think it's a drawback of Hanabi's build, right? Because he doesn't have the stopwatch. He can't just flash forward and just try and buy time here. Instead, he has to slow play things out, and a great ult coming in from Driver over the wall stalls things out, buys enough time for them to finish off the Baron and then just dip out. That was the entire play, that entire time for J-Team. It wasn't about the team fight. It was about, hey, we'll distract them with the CC, make him a little bit nervous, and then we just sneak away the Baron and sprint as fast as we can.
It did work out in the very end right there. Onslaught of Shadows, of course, not being there was a huge part of it. And I do want to ask you, like, now with the Baron, what changes? Where can they go with this one?
Well, we are now on 3 items for a lot of our carries. Although Hanabi still hasn't recalled yet to buy his 3rd item, but oh, actually, he doesn't have the Shadow Flame completed quite yet. And this is a big point here, because you have to say J-Team with the extra Baron stats, they might have the advantage for this next fight. They really want to try and force this out. Yes, Hanabi's level 16, and yes, this ultimate does shred, but he doesn't have stopwatch. He's opted to try and complete the Shadow Flame, which hasn't come through yet, instead of completing the Zhonya's.
Ooh, this is a huge fight coming in for both sides. Of course, PSG can't afford to just drop this one. It's only the 3rd Drake, but they are itching for a fight. They do have the level 16 edge on Hanabi. They have slowed down Driver, and it's J-Team that are trying to close the trap. They slow Kai Wing. Bay is still very healthy with the Banshee still up. They don't find the ability just
almost
yet.
Out of mana.
And yeah, Unified only down a half, but he's gonna go for it. In comes the engage. They target Unified. He's down already. He didn't even get an auto attack down, but Hanabi comes back to kill Uniboy right after.
Little V's untouched.
Juwan is charging in. Little V across the wall doing so much damage, and Kongyuan is gonna come in and close up on the trap. Bay is about 2 auto attacks away from falling. Let's see if he can get away. He gets the charm. He gets the Foxfire for the speed up.
Every man for himself.
Goes down, and the smoke screen doesn't land. Bay gets the movement speed. And look at this 200 IQ play coming in from the Hacker Room. It's like, well, they got nothing better to do. Might as well take a tower here. And Bay has to outplay this, but he's got nowhere to go. Mid lane is so, it's so drawn out. And with that falling down, that's going to be the 3rd Drake going over to J-Team now on Dragon Soul point.
As I just outlined, because you don't have the Zhonya's Hourglass, it's going to be hard to play these fights out as this Kennen. And yes, he's able to instantly delete the mid laner of J-Team, but it's not enough. This is a really tragic sequence of events for the CC. The hook actually lands onto Kairing, which is honestly the more important member between the AD carry and the support, because if you land the hook onto the Tahm Kench, now there's no protection for your Jinx, and that's how Unified ends up dying. If hook lands onto Unified and the ultimate also comes down onto Unified, Kairing can still devour him up, keep him safe, and they essentially reset the fight there. So now we'll see how replicable that fight instance is, because if we look at items, there's still no stopwatch on this cannon.
That was such an insane find right there from Enzo, just getting the one target we were talking about in the pregame that can actually be crowd controlled and killed with a Malphite. They find him, and you know, Kaiwing did have his flash, but he was also tagged by Depth Charge, so he had to wait for that to just drop off before he could flash, and he was never given the chance to do so. So really good find there. I gotta commend Enzo. Like, he's been a rookie novice support, but he's actually carried his weight in a lot of instances. I think we should really start to see him as a support in his own right. Now J-Team charging for the second tower. They start off with trying to get a kill onto Nabi, and he's down! No stasis! That's the most fed member on PSG, the level 16 slicing Maelstrom, and it never came through in a team fight. They try to find a charge. He does tag
that's a big
onto
pick.
Enzo, but stasis is still there. Moonlight Vision going down. The stun finds Kaiwing. He's not going to make it. The base is open. J-Team are marching onto the high ground right now. They're going to play Nexus Defend. The inhibitor has been forfeited here. 32 seconds on Hanabi. J-Team, they smell a victory. They smell the final. They get a double stun right here. Things are getting incredibly close. They have to hold past this wave. Can Unified, can Bay actually complete this one? Juan is revving up. The minion wave is thinning out. Maybe they can stop this one. Bay getting some good damage, but the next wave is here. They still need to hold this one off. One more wave. One more Congo line of minions. It has to go down. Uniboy is tagged out. They go in, but Juhan gets belted. They do take
That's one!
Ooh! No, Juhan survives. He gets out. PSG survive. And there is a potential teleport from Kennen. Here he goes.
Doesn't have flash.
Can he find the
but he has
slicing Maltrop? Gonna close off the trap. They try to kill him off once again, but this time they can't do it. No! Slicing Maelstrom doesn't come through. Hanabi dies once more, and J-Team are out. But the Baron is here.
And okay, Juhan, he's trying to chase him down. They know that they're trying to recall. They're sitting on a bunch of gold. They have to try and find a way to spend it. Then Juhan wants to waste their time, and now they're turning their attention onto this Baron buff. I think it's just going to be free here because J-Team, they have to get these recalls in. The amount of damage. Driver's behind! Driver's behind!
He doesn't have the ultimate, but he's going to try and steal this. Doesn't find the steal, but they will go for the kills. Juan is in a really difficult position, but they all get away. PSG walk out with the objective. The fight goes on. Oh, and they even get kills back. Unified's getting excited. He's trying to take this one out. They can't tag him down. They're going to wipe J-Team. Wait a minute. Is this the reverse? No. Oh, Jinx falls down right there. A massive find there by Driver.
Oh my god, Driver actually saves the game there. If he doesn't get that kill, he falls. Then it's all down to Uniboy against a Jinx composition. PSG, they find the play, but again, Hanabi, you need the stopwatch, buddy.
He does need it so bad. Look at this play from Unified. This almost gets him all the way to clearing it up. I'm a little bit frustrated that he doesn't flash this one. He should have been able to win the 1v1, but he holds onto his flash, dies there. The game will not close out just yet.
Yeah, maybe he just judged that even if he were to survive that, they wouldn't have been able to end the game outright. And if that's the assessment, then yes, it makes a lot of sense because you want to hold on to this flash for the next big objective, which is this Ocean Soul coming up for J-Team in 30 seconds. But with the Section Baron stats, it might be a little bit difficult for J-Team to try and contest. Again, everything has to line up. Kaiwing has to be a little bit too far forward in order to then punish Unified. But in that previous fight where they did pick off Kaiwing, yes, that is exactly what happened. But Hanabi, level 18.
J-Team
does a lot of damage.
They're going to go straight for it, but look at
no
this.
stasis.
PSG are straight going for the base.
Base race, base race, base race.
They're just going to keep them here. How many people can they actually keep? How many people will they keep here? Little V still running away. Little V might even still win this push, but Driver alone, he's falling down. Driver's leaving the base open right here. J-Team are going to win the bottom lane fight, though.
You have to hit tower, hit tower. There's no minions. They can't finish. They can't finish.
They can't do it. They really can't. They're already back in base, and Korea finds a kill. This is going to be a reverse. They're going back the other way. J-Team now marching down the base. The only way for
they have Baron back.
Yeah, they will get. They will be able to walk away from that one, but that was so extremely close. Now, let's take stock of the death timers once more. There's only 2 people alive right here. The bot lane towers should be going down at the very least for J-Team. We'll take a look at the inhibitors, and especially for Bay, that's going to be a 4v4 for just a little while, maybe even a 4v5, especially if Driver wants to spend this. Oh, he doesn't have the teleport just yet, but it looks like the mid inhibitor is going to be forfeit at the very least.
Mid-inhib will go down here, and if they find one pick, they can look to end for the side of J-Team, but they don't try and force the issue any further, knowing that respawn is coming up for Ari came up for Hanabi, and Bay was about to respawn as well. It was a nice attempt coming in from PSG, but
Skywing? Oh, he blind. No, he misses both. I thought he got it, but the Banshees. I'm sorry, the Edge of Night actually saves the recall.
Yeah, Edge of Night coming in massive for Korea, and thankfully Enzo in the last tick of his recall means that even if the Tongue Lash did land, it wouldn't have stopped the back. So, J-Team, now, Ocean Soul acquired. That might be enough damage, but the issue is you have Jinx that just does so much damage in these team fights with these crits, and you also have Hanabi on this pure damage build Kennen that can just one-shot you. So healing doesn't matter if you're not given the opportunity to heal is really the big point.
The stasis is there. Let's look at this ward in the mid lane. I get spotted out. Never mind. J-Team doing their due diligence here. And I think so far PSG's game plan has been to push this into a single fight. Just one fight to end it all. PSG are actually pinging the base. They know if they win this one, like at this point in the game, whoever wins the next team fight is just going to outright win the game. So
yes.
I mean, I was a little bit surprised that PSG wasn't willing to contest on the last Ocean Soul, because they were, in my opinion, stronger at this point in the game.
They had the Baron stats.
Yeah.
But they thought they could just outright end the game. But fortunately for J-Team, being able to get Driver to go on the recall, and he just ults the wave. Clears out the wave, means that they don't have any minions to reduce the damage to tower. So then the towers are just way too tanky. Now, man, Clement, this game... Oh,
I felt like PSG could have won multiple times now. Like, if Unify just flashed, that was a 4-for-1 with 40-second death timers. They could have won there. I felt like the last Ocean Soul fight, J-Team were funneled. They outplay it. They win the fight too. But they went for less riskier options, and I feel like it ends up paying... It actually ends up getting riskier as time goes on. Now we're going to see if they can finally make something happen. Bay is going to go in and finds a charm to start things off. Everfrost is used right here, and Moonlight Vigil does not land. Juhan
but the
is
Devour,
back out.
That gets used onto Unify. That's a big cooldown. Now, Malphite can just look to engage. The side of PSG, they understand. All of a sudden, their win conditions just become very, very cloudy. They have to go ahead, back off. And that means J-Team, they're going to be the first ones to walk into this Baron pit, Clement. It could just boil down to this one fight, even though there's 2 minutes for this Elder Dragon. Could be the Baron that spells the demise
if Driver
of
gets
this
caught
series.
here, Driver's walking so far up into the Drake pit. He's going to get surrounded. He's got nowhere to go. He has to pop his ultimate or his flash just to get out of this one. But on the other hand, J-Team starting out onto Juhan. Driver already down to 1/3 health. He's getting stunned up, but he is able to ult away. And the ult doesn't find him. Ult for ult, it ends up okay.
Ends up being an ult for ult, but now with the Tom Kench ult starting to getting close to coming back up here, then PSG can just fight, take a fight again with the extra safety for Jinx. J-Team still looking around. We want to start things out again.
What?
It's the Baron dance, Clement.
Oh, I am getting a little bit...
Boy, he's back in base.
Yeah, PSG know this is a 5v4. They're just going to bait the TP out. It's going to take a long time for the TP to come in. Finally, the TP is
Oh, that is teleport. Now they reset.
Yep, PSG are going to slowly inch towards this one, but we have so many different objectives on the map. J-Team can rush for base, PSG can rush for the base, and we also have Elder plus Baron up. So there's so many ways to play this situation, but it looks like PSG will make this all about the last single team fight. They're coming in on 3 different angles. Hanabi has not been seen just yet. Driver is going to cut off, and here comes the massive mouse slicing maelstrom. Down goes Kogya, he finds it on 3 people. Down goes Driver, down goes Little V. PSG at the end, Hanabi saves the game. He is gonna move forward into the finals. He doesn't care about what the rest of the team is gonna look like. He doesn't care about what J-Team throws at him. This man has a mission. He has the determination. He goes down, but he sends PSG forward.
41-minute game number 5. It took way too long for Hanabi to use his first team fight ult, but this is why the pick wins the game. It finds the backline, deletes both Uniboy and Lil V, and that's PSG advancing to grand finals.
PSG, they had some hiccups. They had to drop into the lower bracket, but they finally end up where they belong, in the finals with CFO as potential champions here. This game was such a nail-biter. The draft, I feel like the final evolution, both teams were comfortable with what they got, but unfortunately, I felt like the early game didn't go as swell for the side of J-Team as they wanted it to. You know, I don't think they got much out of the Syndra and the Graves, not enough at the very least, and they were bleeding out very heavily in the top side.
And it felt like it was just too much of a ticking time bomb. We never saw the Kennen flank come into fruition because Hanabi just really held on to the R button for pretty much the entire game.
Yep.
We saw a lot of his early ults went onto minions just to wave clear and just continue to snowball his own lead. And because of the itemization, that's also why we didn't get to see Hanabi teamfight earlier, because he wanted the Shadow Flame and it just took way too long for him to get to that stopwatch. But once he did, once he bought that 650 gold item, the game was done.
Oh boy, he basically one-shot the entire backline coming in, and that was a huge point of worry as I looked at the Baron pit, because there was 3 flashes that were not yet up on the side of JT, and I was like, I'm not sure about this one, guys. I'm not sure about this one. And then Hanabi just smacked them down. What a beautiful play here. To be fair, I feel like this game, the general outline is that PSG came in with a much stronger draft. J-Team were able to outplay in the mid-game consistently, just shut down Hanabi again and again. They had double inhibitors this game, just to remind everyone, but they never had a solid teamfight lead in the back half of the court anymore.
Again, I think it came down to the fact that they went for this Malphite pick and really strong-armed that pick into the composition rather than something like the Ornn. So it really limited their options in trying to play flexibly. It was really all or nothing with the Malphite pick, and he found one good fight, but there were so many others where it was just too hard for him to use that Malphite Unstoppable Force because of the existence of Tahm Kench.
For sure. The only fight that they actually won was because Enzo found that dredge line onto Tahm Kench and was able to mow them down. So, yeah, I agree with you. I feel like the Ornn would have been so much better. At least he would have 3 abilities to stop Kennen coming in rather than just 1. So, you know, that does make a pretty big difference. Congratulations to PSG. This was a very hard-fought series. I feel like overall there was a lot of up and downs throughout this one. The most consistent thing was Hanabi, and I can't wait for Hanabi versus Rest. That seems like such an insane matchup between these 2 guys.
Yeah, that is looking to be a really, really spicy rematch here, and I think PSG have also, you know, through the past 2 series, they've now understood that it's going to be a lot harder for them to just force their way through bot lane, which has been their MO through the entire spring split. And now it's about, hey, we got to be a little bit more creative with our pick ban. Make sure Hanabi is the focus now, because Hanabi has stepped up. He's gotten even better. We look at his regular split form, he's even better than that right now. Yes, I believe he's died 7 times or something in this particular game, but that's not, I mean, maybe to the item builds, but he's still Omega Gap top lane this series.
Yep, Flame Horizon him early on, and first to hit level 16. I'll put a lot of pressure down. I feel like for J-Team, unfortunately, unable to overcome a lot of these laning deficits, but, we do have to do a proper send out of this team. I felt like this team already exceeded our expectations. I thought that J-Team, with most of their, to be honest, their more expensive players being harvested away from the squad, we thought that, this would gonna be the decline of J-Team. We thought that J-Team's maybe better years have moved on and formed other teams, but that was not the case. J-Team, they got Uniboy and they got Kongyue back into shape at the back half of the split. They made a strong push all the way to second, but they will fall to the first in Hanabi and PSG. As you look at this stats, absolutely massive from this player.
Oh, he gets MVP, but the KDA, oh my lord.
Doesn't matter.
Does not matter because he had the biggest play of the game, finding that 3-man ult into the back line. Who cares about the KDA? Look at the damage share though. 31% of the damage share, hefting a lot of the damage load for his squad. I mean, he not only gets MVP of this game, he for sure gets MVP of this series.
I think he was MVP all 3 times that they won. So, yeah, that pretty much makes you MVP of the series in my book. Very well done here. I mean, looking forward ahead, this is a tough road because I feel like if I'm CFO looking at this series, I figured out a lot about PSG.
Licking my chops.
Yeah, I know if they can't play tempo, and I think Mission is a very different player where he can actually go with scaling carries, unlike Uniboy, I think, who's more locked in to tempo mid laners. So, there's a lot of things that could happen right here. I kind of want to get your view on the finals as we have them tomorrow. But actually, we are going to go straight into a break, and when we come back, it's going to be Ryder 2 with another great interview.
forget all the things you said. Hey, don't you know I'm cold? I'm a hail snow. Yeah, that's how I roll. I make it hardcore. I make it hardcore. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you
Hello，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人 Riri。恭喜 PSG 赢下今天的败部决赛。Hey guys, and welcome to the lower bracket final winner interview. I'm Riri. Here with me today is PSG's top laner Hanabi. Hanabi, can you introduce yourself, please? 那今天来到我们的赛后采访席，当然是 PSG 的上路选手火龙，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 PSG 的上路Hanabi。
Congrats on today's hard-fought victory, plus bagging that game 1 as well as that game number 3 MVPs. What are your thoughts right now? 首先当然要恭喜你们今天获得了3-2，而自己也拿下了2场的MVP。现在的感受会是如何呢？
就觉得还好赢了，不然就真的要放假了。就因为明天还要打上 CFO，就是希望状态要调整得更好。
So he said that he feels very lucky and very fortunate that they managed to win today. Otherwise, if they had lost, they would just straight up be hitting for their spring break right now, of course, because they also still have to meet CFL in the final tomorrow. They're still hoping that they can improve just a bit more before tomorrow's games. And talking about that, I wanted to ask you as well, do you personally think that with today's series, PSG have found their form back, or is there even more room for improvement? 那刚才就火龙也提到，就是希望在明天对上 CFO 之前，可以更把状态调整的更好。然后想问一下，就是火龙会觉得今天的 PSG 会比之前季后赛的时候就是说找回了状态吗？还是说还有那么进步的空间？
我觉得我们今天比赛的状况就跟之前差不多，就是没有发挥得很好。可能是因为沟通上，再加上就我的队友可能有点没有自信吧，所以打得有点奇怪。
所以说对于明天的话，会做什么样的调整呢？
对，明天的话就是跟大家说个加油，也不知道干嘛。
So he said actually he doesn't really think that there's that much of a difference between PSG's performance today and their performance in the previous matches during playoffs. He said that he still doesn't think that they did very well. He thinks that the team made a bunch of mistakes today still. He also thinks that it's due to communication trouble within the team, and that he thinks some of his teammates aren't playing with as much confidence as they need to be. As to what sort of improvements or adjustments they can make before tomorrow, he thinks that it's really just going to come down to the entire squad just doing their best and trying their best for tomorrow. So I got to ask you about that game number 5, the backdoor attempt. That was pretty crazy. I wanted to ask who made the shot call for that, and also what were team comms like at that point in time. 接下来想问的就是关于第5把那个 BD， 想问是谁的 call， 然后当时队友的沟通跟想法会是什么呢？
当时龙快出之前，我觉得可以去就把对面主堡给拆了，所以我跟阿里还有辅助就去乱对面回家嘛，但是有点可惜。
So he said that at that point in time, it was when the dragon was about to respawn. So what they're thinking was that him as well as Ari as well as their support wanted to go and interrupt the recalls of J-Team, but they just weren't quite able to finish off the play at the end. He thinks that it's a bit of a shame and a bit of a wasted opportunity. I wanted to talk about your personal champion pick picks as well, looking at your growth from last year to this year and comparing the two, because this year it seems that your team is a lot more willing to let you play carry champions. I want to ask, is this a difference in terms of team strategy, or have you just been practicing on a different champion pool a lot more? 那接下来想问的就是跟去年相比的话，今年的 PSG 感觉比较肯让火龙选手玩那些斗师或者 carry 的角色，想问是不是在战术体系上有进行什么样的调整吗？
我觉得今年会玩比较多这类型的英雄，应该是因为就是版本对坦克比较不友善吧，所以我觉得这类型的角色比较强，所以就比较常选这类型的英雄。
那个人比较希望玩什么样的角色呢？
如果是我最喜欢的角色的话，肯定是坦克吧，就是奥文2这种，就是能躺平就好。
So he said that he thinks the main reason just has to do with the meta and the patch and what is good right now. He thinks that that there's no special reason as to why he started playing more carries and more assassins, and it's really just the team drafting is better with tanks right now, and so that yeah, that's why he's decided to pick that assassins. And he said that for him personally, he would actually rather play tanks if he could pick. He wouldn't really pick for what's good in the meta. He would instead prefer to play tanks, and then he can just, farm out his lane and have a good time. I wanted to ask you also about what Rest mentioned in his interview last week, because Rest in his interview said that he thinks that you're the #1 top laner within the PCS. He also just ranked himself as only 5th. I wanted to ask, do you personally agree with that assessment? Do you think that you're the top laner, the top laner within the PCS？ 上周访问中 Rest 选手有说过，就是他如果要排名一下 PCS 的上路选手，你就会是第1名。那想问一下，火龙个人会同意吗？
就我最多就排第2吧，因为他 Rest 赢过我1次嘛，所以我觉得他才是第1名。
So he said that if it were up to him, he would at best only rank himself 2nd, because he said that Rest has won a match off of him before, so there's no way that he can place himself above Rest, so he would put Rest as that #1. So my next question I want to ask is, during playoffs in the last few weeks, we've also noticed that you're back playing at the competition venue. Do you feel that there's any difference between playing online versus playing at the venue? Like, maybe does this make your communication issues any worse, or do you actually get a venue buff? What do you think? 接下来想问，就是最近有注意到火龙已经回到了现场打比赛了，那想问，就你觉得现场打比赛跟线上打比赛有什么差别吗？会因此在沟通上有什么问题吗？还是说现场其实会有个现场 buff 呢？
就是最近回到就是电竞馆比赛嘛，就其实台下也没有观众，所以其实是跟线上赛差不多，就可能因为对面5个人，所以我可能要1打5吧。
So he said that because there's still no audience allowed in the venue, so it doesn't feel that much different whether he's playing online or whether he's playing at the stadium. But he says that because his opponents have a full team playing in the other room, he said sometimes it does feel like he's playing a 1 versus 5. So I also wanted to ask, because before today's games, we saw on social media that MMD, former Flashwolves top laner, posted a picture of the 2 of you guys together. I wanted to ask if, as your senior, as you were both from the same team playing top lane, did he give you any advice coming in to today, or is there any sort of message that you want to give to MMD? 接下来想问，就是赛前看到咪咪蛋在社群上有发了一张跟火龙在现场拍的合照，然后赛前就是闪电狼前辈咪咪蛋有没有给你一些指示？ 说怎么玩上路吗？还是火龙有没有什么想跟咪咪蛋说的话吗？
因为蜜蛋今天是那个吧，就是分析台，然后有跟他寒暄一下，然后就跟蜜蛋说，蜜蛋你真帅，
就这样，
我也不知道说什么。
没有谈一下游戏内容。
没有。
好，so he said that because MMD is here for a part of the analyst desk segments. He said that they actually didn't really talk much. They didn't talk about anything to do with the game at all. All he did was tell MMD that he looks very handsome today, and that was it. So my very last question that I have to ask for sure is, what is the team's confidence going into tomorrow's final leg? Because you guys just lost to CFO 2 days ago. How will tomorrow's final be any different from Thursday? 那最后一个问题想问的就是关于明天决赛需要再次对上 CFO， 有自信会赢吗？还有毕竟是2天前才刚败给他们3-1，那明天的对战会跟周四跟他们对打的时候有什么不同？
明天就要对上 CFO 了嘛，就是前天已经输过他们一次，就明天会想办法赢下来，然后就把自己的状态调整好。
So he said that because their match versus CFO is pretty soon, it's already just tomorrow that they'll have to play again, and it was only 2 days ago that they just lost to CFO. He thinks that they're just going to try and turn their mentality around and do their best. I don't think there's anything else much more that they can aim for besides that. All right, thank you, Hanabi, so much for the interview after such a long series, and of course, good luck in tomorrow's spring split final. 好的，那非常感谢黄龙选手接受今天的赛后采访，再次恭喜 PSG 赢下今天的败部决赛，明天决赛加油！接下来就是直播台咯，拜拜。
Thank you again for the wonderful interview, Reirichu. And we just saw Hanabi, a man of very few words, but many talents, as he was incredibly humble and just stressed the importance of, getting into a better state. He did admit that the team communication and maybe the confidence wasn't really where it needed to be. I think we saw it in how the game kind of closed out abruptly in Game 5. And hopefully they can play a much, much better game tomorrow against CFO starting at the same time at 5 p.m.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure on the PSG boys, right? The very fast turnaround coming in from a 5-game series as well. I'm hoping that they will be able to recover the mental fast enough to put on a good show, because otherwise CFO looking even more of a giant than they did the first time around.
And I do want to talk about this matchup a little bit, because the way we saw it go down was their bot lane was able to win skirmishes, and sure, some of them were kind of give-me's from PSG, and their mid lane was consistently ahead with Mission and Gemini over Bei and Chuhan. So if you're PSG, what do you do? What do you have to crack here?
Yeah, I think for the adaptations and draft, I think it comes really down to playing more for scaling with their drafts. Make sure Hanabi gets a good pick, but if you're looking to early pick him something, just play more of a standard front to back and just say, all right, we still have some big ticket late game carries in Hanabi, in Kaiwing, in Unified, and just let them try and outwork CFO.
Yeah, the Jinx has to come in huge here. I feel like the Xayah priority should just be bumped down. PSG finally heard Frank, finally heard Nightstar, and did drop it. So we're going to be taking a look at our playoffs bracket so far. It's been a long way here, and tomorrow is the last day of our spring split. 12 series so far. PSG, the number 1 seed, and CFO, the number 3 seed, they will meet again. And, I think PSG, they're no strangers to going through grueling competition. And I don't think it will affect them too much playing the 5 games, but the adaptations do have my head scratching a little bit, because they don't have a singular lane that can consistently go ahead. While on the flip side for CFO, Mission is very consistent to just getting that lead, even in champion matchups that we really shouldn't be getting that much of a lead.
Yeah, and I think the side lanes are going to be of utmost importance because we've seen Shun never really be put behind. So if somehow PSG are able to find a way to do that, maybe that shakes the confidence of CFO moving forward. But I do think that CFO should have the advantage going into tomorrow.
All right, we heard it right here. CFO a little bit favored in our final. Unified and Kaiway, get your act together. You guys have to be the X factor for our reigning champions in PSG. It's been a wonderful cast from Nightstar and from, what did I say, from me? I don't go into the play-by-play much, so this is super awkward. But from our production, definitely, and from our sponsors, thank you very much for tuning in today. And don't forget, tomorrow at the same time, it's the last day of the PCS Spring Split. It's the finals between PSG and CFO. See you tomorrow, guys.